I'm drained.
Yeah, same here. Oh, have you heard the rumors about that group of masked vigilantes?
Of course, the ones fighting evil and upholding justice every night.
Some say their power gives off a bright flash, but no one knows who they are behind those masks.
Ah, a light in the darkness. Sure sounds like justice.
Well, I hope they're the real deal.
Yeah, the nights would feel a lot safer.
Mommy! Is the lady with the glowing lollipop coming tonight?
You mean that brave young lady? She only appears in the darkest places.
Really? She's not scared of the dark?
That's right. So we should all be brave, just like her. As long as you believe in her light, she'll be there to protect everyone.
A new crisis is brewing.
Once more, the masked guardians must unite. To defend the city. And she will return.
Man, I'm drained.
Yeah, same here. Oh, have you heard the rumors about that group of masked vigilantes?
Of course, the ones fighting evil and upholding justice every night.
Some say their power gives off a bright flash, but no one knows who they are behind those masks.
Ah, a light in the darkness. Sure sounds like justice.
Well, I hope they're the real deal.
Yeah, the nights would feel a lot safer.
Mommy! Is the lady with the glowing lollipop coming tonight?
You mean that brave young lady? She only appears in the darkest places.
Really? She's not scared of the dark?
That's right. So we should all be brave, just like her. As long as you believe in her light, she'll be there to protect everyone.
A new crisis is brewing.
Once more, the masked guardians must unite. To defend the city. And she will return.
Man, I'm drained.
Yeah, same here. Oh, have you heard the rumors about that group of masked vigilantes?
Of course, the ones fighting evil and upholding justice every night.
Some say their power gives off a bright flash, but no one knows who they are behind those masks.
Ah, a light in the darkness. Sure sounds like justice.
Well, I hope they're the real deal.
Yeah, the nights would feel a lot safer.
Mommy! Mommy! Is the lady with the glowing lollipop coming tonight?
You mean that brave young lady? She only appears in the darkest places.
Really? She's not scared of the dark?
That's right. So we should all be brave, just like her. As long as you believe in her light, she'll be there to protect everyone.
A new crisis is brewing.
Once more, the masked guardians must unite. To defend the city. And she will return.
Man, I'm drained.
Yeah, same here. Oh, have you heard the rumors about that group of masked vigilantes?
Of course, the ones fighting evil and upholding justice every night.
Some say their power gives off a bright flash, but no one knows who they are behind those masks.
Ah, a light in the darkness. Sure sounds like justice.
Well, I hope they're the real deal.
Yeah, the nights would feel a lot safer.
Mommy! Mommy! Is the lady with the glowing lollipop coming tonight?
You mean that brave young lady? She only appears in the darkest places.
Really? She's not scared of the dark?
That's right. So we should all be brave, just like her. As long as you believe in her light, she'll be there to protect everyone.
A new crisis is brewing.
Once more, the masked guardians must unite. To defend the city. And she will return.
Man, I'm drained.
Yeah, same here. Oh, have you heard the rumors about that group of masked vigilantes?
Of course, the ones fighting evil and upholding justice every night.
Some say their power gives off a bright flash, but no one knows who they are behind those masks.
Ah, a light in the darkness. Sure sounds like justice.
Well, I hope they're the real deal.
Yeah, the nights would feel a lot safer.
Mommy! Mommy! Is the lady with the glowing lollipop coming tonight?
You mean that brave young lady? She only appears in the darkest places.
Really? She's not scared of the dark?
That's right. So we should all be brave, just like her. As long as you believe in her light, she'll be there to protect everyone.
A new crisis is brewing.
Once more, the masked guardians must unite. To defend the city. And she will return.
And welcome back, everybody, to Magic Chess Rising Stars. It's Season 5, and we're ready to kick off the semifinals here. I'm Nice2. I'm joined here this time with Mr. Mo-Man, and we'll be bringing you the action today in the semifinals. This is going to be interesting, Mo-Man. I'm glad to be with you here.
Yeah, very excited for this season. Definitely new 16 players. Of course, we've seen the strats, we've seen the strategies for the previous season, Go 1, whatever. But now we're at Season 5, right? Strategies are going to change. New metas have been introduced, especially for this season. And I'm looking forward to see who's going to be the Guinevere of this season.
The Guinevere of this season? I don't know, man. I think, I had the privilege to get to go ahead and cast just actually not too many months ago, leading into Go 1. Yeah, Go 1. And that was such an interesting tournament to watch just because there was a mix. I remember during our qualifiers, there was a mix of pro players, but also like content creators. And I really liked to see the different level of play style, I would say, between, that, because it reminded me, like the content creators especially reminded me of the way that I play Magic Chess. But then it's always really great to see how the best players in Magic Chess Go play and the strategies that they bring and how much you can actually learn just by watching them play.
Yeah, there's going to be new strategies, of course, today. But talking about, Go 1. The champion is going to be playing today, so actually Floxy is going to be playing in the next group, but we have a lot of EECA representation after they won the Go 1 as well. But for the new players that want to find out more, find out more about the game, we have our social media. So everybody in the live stream, remember to follow our global Facebook account at Magic Chess Go-Go, right? You'll find the latest and most comprehensive game news, the most luxurious rewards and activities, exclusive official tournament live. This is all tournament live, by the way. So if you're qualifying into Go 1 or Go 2, you go through MRS 5, maybe you qualify into Go 2 as well and directly interact with the game development team. So you want to search for Magic Chess Go on Facebook, follow us, and also scan this QR code to follow us on Facebook.
And there's more social media as well for you guys. We've also got TikTok. So everyone in the live stream for TikTok, you guys can follow the official global TikTok account at Magic Chess Go Global. There you'll find the latest and most comprehensive game news. Don't hesitate. Join now, scan that QR, and search for Magic Chess Go Global on TikTok as well. So we want to have you guys on the social media. It has been constantly growing, of course, every single time. And I will say it's really nice that we actually get to have these English broadcasts as well for Magic Go, man, because I know it's been something that a lot of people have been asking for. And so, over the years, over the couple of years now, we've had some good English broadcasts to give to you guys. We do have to go ahead and mention that for everybody just now tuning in, there was a whole qualifier leading up to this. Today specifically, we'll be watching two groups. Mo mentioned this earlier, that the former champion is going to be in the second group later on. So we'll have two groups, 8 players each for the groups, and then only the top 4 from each group will then punch the ticket into the grand finals happening tomorrow on April 26th. So today is going to be a long day, basically, Mo. I mean, we're going to see a whole lot of matches and rounds go today.
Yeah, so it's going to be a best of 5 for each group, if I'm not wrong. So,
correct.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of games, a minimum of 10 games. So what this means for the players as well, looking at the tournament format here, 14 division winners and 2 wild cards that have entered the semifinals today, and what's going to be happening tomorrow as well, which is not the 25th of April, the 26th of April.
Yep.
The 8 semifinal winners will be competing using an 18-point checkmate system. So this is very similar to the Go 1 system as well. And any player who reaches 18 points, they need to win the first game, right? The game in the first place to claim the championship title.
Yep, we're very similar to what we did previously for the Go qualifier, so that'll be something familiar for, I feel like, a lot of the viewers. And we'll see what kind of strategies are going to come into play as well, because, of course, with the way that the meta has shifted, this is the point system that we're looking at. Again, the semifinal there, it's going to be the same across the board, right? First place will go ahead and grab that 8 points, then you have 7 all the way down to 1 for 8th place. So we have seen also, granted, on how the meta goes, especially with the commanders, and I'm assuming it's still going to be the same system for bans as well. We'll see if that ends up being the case, but nonetheless, there's definitely some stronger commanders and that are going to be played throughout each round. And now this is the prize pool. This is what the players are going to be fighting a portion of. You got the champion getting a $3,000 US. Second place is going to have 1,800. Third place 1,000. Fourth place 800. Fifth to 8th place 500 each, and then of course the last 9 to 16th place will get 250 each. So everybody gets a portion really of the prize pool, and may the best player win for this round.
Yeah, nobody leaves empty-handed here at MRS5. Of course, these players, they've done the qualifiers, they went through the wild cards, they went through a lot of other players to get here as well. So of course their time needs to be rewarded, and this could be you as well, right? You could be playing in the MCGG MRS as well, but looking at the players, a lot of new players, a lot of new faces. We got AOT, Shadow QC coming all the way from Vietnam, BIB Muffin coming through the wild cards from the EECA region, Sunobody from the EECA region as well, and Buds from the Philippines.
Yeah, and then we've got Moon, SSB, Gideon, Sabo, and Sen ZT all competing here for that first round. And I will say this, I feel like both groups are pretty stacked, man, for one. And what I like that you mentioned, because I feel like a lot of people weren't, I don't know if they were aware of this exactly, because I got a lot of questions before, and even until now, can someone just from home join this? Can someone become part of the rising stars of one of the seasons here? And yes, you can. That's where some of these players, they went through the qualifiers, the wild cards, and everything else. And so even your average person sitting at home, if they really, really get good at Magic Chess Go-Go and they love it, there's a chance for you guys to get a opportunity to come here and compete, of course. And it's just continuing to grow. I think even back for the Go 1 viewership was actually pretty surprising for, how early it is. Because again, you got
of the strategies as well, because you set your board way before the battle even starts. There's not a lot of micro involved. It's mainly macro, right? Where you want to put your pieces way before the battle even starts. So that's going to be decided before the battle rounds.
It's actually so funny, Mo, because I don't want to bash our internet out here, but I will say there's plenty of times where I've actually been playing Magic Chess Go-Go in while I'm outside of my house. I'm not inside the comfort of my house, and I will kind of have like a disconnect go on, and this is just very frequent in places in Southeast Asia, and I'm still able to actually quote unquote play the game, like play it, still actually get wins even here and there, and I think that's what is so interesting about it. We actually I think the other thing that's surprising about it is just the concept of laying down your pieces, laying down your commanders, your hero or your heroes, and then playing with this strategy. And I will say this too, for a lot of the new players out there, as we go through the drafting phase for our players, I don't know why I'm still so surprised by this, but so many new players, because I feel like that's really what we're also celebrating here in season 5 is the induction of a lot of new players. A lot of casual players out there are surprised that there isn't this huge barrier to entry as they think there is. What I mean by that is they can jump into the game of Magic Chess, and if you just want to go ahead and, let's say, get a load out of a composition you want to run, right, with a commander or something like that, it's as easy as almost switching your equipment set in MLBB, It's like you can go ahead and load up that lineup and then jump on in and actually have an indicator to go ahead and help you, pick out your strategy and everything else. Obviously, the pros here are playing on a different level, but for those people that are interested in getting involved in Magic Chess Go-Go, I think that was one of the big hurdles for them. Because even for me, when I was coming into Magic Chess Go-Go, I was like, man, what if I don't know the strategies? What if I don't know what hero to grab or what Go card to grab? But there's such good tools within the game that actually really help out.
Yeah, the UI UX itself, there's a lot of encyclopedias. There's a gallery where you can look through the strategies, look through the synergies that you need to fulfill with your commanders, right? There are certain commanders that go well with certain synergies. And now, speaking of the drafting phase, you don't really get to pick the same commander twice for these players. So at the same time, there are no repeat commanders. So what's different in competitive is that you get to pick, any commander that you like. So if you do like a commander here, take note of how the pros are doing it and how they go through the first few rounds as we head on into the chessboard at this MRS Season 5.
Mo, as we're, in the beginning round, so there's not too much crazy stuff that happens. Once we pay attention to what cards are picked and everything else, I'm going to have to pick your brain a little bit on the current season and the synergies that we have. But let's go ahead and take a look at the beginning strategies for our players here on what they decide to go with. Already building things out. Actually, a couple synergies already being locked in too.
Let us bloom brilliantly.
How do you early capacities as well?
You're in my way.
Yeah, I mean, in the early game, right, you want to get the win streak going on, especially if you're an early game commander, such as, Gideon, who's playing the Karina. If you're playing a Lancelot, who really relies on that early game win streaks, because you don't get to control your economy. You don't get to control when you level up. It's already pre-decided for you. So you want to get the early game win streak. You want to get the early 1-star, 2-star for your 1 cost and 2 cost as early as possible as well. And if you're going for something later game, like a Minotaur, like a Ruby, where they scale up with your cloak and scythe, where they scale up with your enhanced items, and well, that later stages of the game is going to be building towards that end game synergy. Currently, the best end game synergies are still maybe Dauntless and Stargazer. That's been the #1 synergy so far. We do see maybe 6 Exorcists as well, but we see a very early pivot towards KOF coming in from Muffin right now. He already has, no, actually, this is Neo Beast. So he has 3 Neo Beasts, and this is a losing strategy. So actually, you want to lose more. You want to let your units die off so that you get the
chest.
Neo Beast points. Yeah.
Yeah, the better chest here, because you can see Sen is also going for the Neo Beast. Whole lot of Heart Bond as well. A couple couple players locking in the Heart Bond, so they've got that. Also looking at the table, we've got the Swift Blade coming through alongside with the Soul Vessels from a couple of our players, and then some of the variety. You got Weapon Master plus the Marksman coming out from Buds from the Philippines. So good variety. I'd say good variety across the board, at least for our first game anyway. What do you think about the Heartbound, man? Like, you know, when I go ahead and play the Heartbound, it was one of my favorite synergies to go ahead and play. Is that the strategy? Is it an end game strategy as well with Heartbound, or is it just more so early to kind of that mid game?
So for Heartbond, right, really depends on your roles, but in the early game, what you're really dependent on is getting that Mia for that early game DPS, getting that itemization for the early DPS as well. Preferably, you want to have 2 marksmen just to enable that marksman synergy. At the same time, you're hoping for a Kufra that's able to peel for a Mia, and as of now, right, if you take a look at Moon's board, the Mia is still kind of exposed, but luckily for him, Sen ZT is based off of magic damage, so he might be able to pull through here. The Mia is still able to lay in the damage, but if the Mia gets taken out, the entire Heartborn strategy in the early to mid game, it falls apart. And for the late game, you're relying on the Lancelot. That gets shut down easily by Hanabi, that gets shut down easily by Hayabusa, so it's really a game of rock, paper, scissors here.
I really also, you got to take note of Gideon's win streak right now. He is going similarly to what you usually see. As we jump into the first round here as well, we'll see what our players end up picking. Usually, yeah, I was going to say that Claw, a theft device, you're going to go and grab that. A lot of these big key items, you know, first items being picked up here are going to be pretty big for the initial setup here. Golden Staff being taken. All right, so most players will go ahead and prioritize weapons or items as they want to go ahead and build out their builds here. And going back to Gideon, for example, that's what I was talking about. The Soul Vessels, man. The Soul Vessel, once you, even a 2-star Dijang, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Yeah.
He's pretty strong. Like, it's a pretty strong piece on the board to have. But then when it gets to the 3-star, and if you're stacked up on the items with your Dijang, like, he's almost, I want to say it's almost pretty difficult to take care of that, especially if the board is built around that and tanky enough even in the front line.
Yeah, the cool thing is you get the synergy coming in from that 3-star Dijang as well. So yeah, Gideon with that Swift Blade synergy, he did pick up the K, which is the Gushin in MLBB, of course, but he's not able to deal damage, right? And speaking of that carousel round, speaking of the items that came in through the carousel round in the item carousel, you can see that this season is really skewed towards physical items. As the end game, really you want to go towards a physical damage dealer, right? You see the Lancelots, you see the Leslies, you see the Mias coming in, and of course we have the Yuzongs as well, who's a very reliable late game damage dealer. The only magic damage dealer that is viable late game right now is Valir, which is Kyo Kusanagi in the KOF lineup. And if you do go for that, you're locked into that magic item. You can't really swap out of items in the later stages of the game. So that's why we don't see a mage focused build coming out. There's no one going for Stargazers yet. There's no one going for mages yet, but they're building up the scavengers for the eco. Sense has a really good economy right now. He's 20 with 3 scavengers and a good synergy to pivot towards that Mystic Meow. So Sense is going to be someone to watch as well. Sunobody with the Cloak and Scythe scaling with the KOF and the Heartbond. If he does find the Lancelot and the Kufra, that's going to be a very scary endgame build as well. Meanwhile, for Shadow QC, he looks like he's going for Heartbond and Marksman. That is a very good mid-game pivot. Going into the creep rounds as well, you want to make sure that you got a scavengers to keep going on the economy, making sure that it's above that 20 mark, making sure you can get the levels in so that you can get the later game pieces. The 4 costs, the 5 costs, those are the actual pivot pieces that make the most sense.
Yeah, you can see him. He's actually Shadow QC's fishing right now. He actually just got the 3 for 3 scavenger, so he's going to have a little bit more economy there. But also, you mentioned the Mia. Like, the Mia is such a strong play here with that Heartbond strategy, and also having the Golden Staff already locked in there with that enhanced Sea Halberd, both being enhanced. This is actually could be really deadly for anybody that is going to be facing off against Shadow QC. We'll see what items are going to come into place here. he's got plenty of economy to work with too. And again, that's one of the highlights. Yeah, you can see Shadow QC on the board hitting a lot of 2 stars now off of that round, plus having the economy to go ahead and switch things out. So I'm wondering who's going to be able to give the first blow to Shadow QC, man. But the rest of, especially the top side, the upper half here of the 8 players, I feel like their game plan, the strategy that the synergies they went with are starting to unfold. They're coming into play. Shadow QC right now. Actually, Muffin even. I don't know. It's going to look good for Muffin here.
Yeah, Muffin, currently right now, he's still looking for a pivot piece, right? He does have that barrage, which is the forecast into going in for the Dauntless and the Toy Mischief. But Toy Mischief is not something that's very commonly used nowadays, given the fact that Bruisers are not that strong anymore without the Guinevere. So, yeah. He might be pivoting towards that Dauntless Stargazer, but his itemization, he does not have the Holy Crystal that is really needed in that Stargazer as well. Exorcist is a possible out for him, but at the same time, whether or not the first person that gets the first Mystic Meow, who gets the Leslie first, that determines that end game state, right? The Leslie with the skill burst will be able to shut down a lot of what these players are doing because nobody's playing towards the Swiftblade, and the exception of Gideon, who can actually counter that out.
All right, tell me about the Swift Meow, man. I know it works with synergies, especially the more synergies you have here. Why is this such a deadly endgame strategy for a lot of the top players to go for, or at least try to attempt to get?
Yeah, so Mystic Meow is very similar to the Metro Zero from the previous synergy as well, where the more synergies you have, you scale up in percentage of HP. So 3% for every synergy that you have. So for example, if you have 10 synergies, that's 30% extra HP throughout the entire board. And as your costs go up, as you have more stars, they scale up in percentage as well. So MCGG is a numbers game where that numbers become exponential. And with Mystic Meow, you get a blue or a red Mystic Claw that also scales up your physical or magic attack, depending on which one you choose. And that scales exponentially as well. So exponential scaling beats a lot of just pure number scaling that a lot of synergies bring.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm sure we'll end up eventually seeing it throughout the 5 games that we're going to see with this first group, but something that these players can definitely build out too. Still looking at it, you got a lot of streaks going on in the upper half. Again, Shadow QC is still dealing with it. Sabo here, as we're taking a look at him, I'm not sure is he going to come through this? It looks like, yeah, it's looking pretty dire for him. He's going to lose this round. Although he's got some pretty decent itemization. Again, just unfortunate for the hand to be there. Still needs time, I feel like. He's still going with the Neo Beast. So I don't know if the chest is really going to change it for him. I know usually what is the sweep mark for the Neo Beast chest as we get into the next carousel round?
Usually you want to go for the 300, especially if you're in a pro game. You won't be able to keep it until the later stages of the game. But now we go into Carousel. Sabo does get that +1 capacity, right? That is a huge game changer, especially if you have that Neo Beast, if you already have the pivot on hand. But looking at his points, I'm not too sure whether he should be able to open his chest yet. And Nobody looking like he's in a very, very bad spot as well, right? He's going for the KOF. 4, only 4. That's not going to be enough. You need the 6 KOF with the Luminexus. Well, he still hasn't able to find that pivot yet.
Yeah, I don't know if he's just going to go for, because he's probably got a few rounds, maybe a few rounds left, and he might have to just go for an attempt there. Also, even looking at Sabo, because every time we get close to players being knocked out, we have to see exactly what their game plan could be, if it's going to be a pivot or not. But also, again, for Shadow QC, he's pretty locked in. His Mia is untouchable. This is probably just going to be his 9th win here. What is the answer for the Mia when you have this kind of pop-off happen here and there isn't even a level, not even a 3-star yet? How do you deal with the Mia in this situation?
especially when it comes down to late game Mia, when it comes down to that 3 cost, a lot of the 4 costs are able to deal with him actually. If you get a Terry Bogard, if you get a Hanabi, if you do get something along the lines of a Hayabusa into that land slot as well, that's gonna be a lot of backline damage, right? Something that can penetrate that backline. Well, we do see the Exorcist being built by Shadow QC, so if he does get the Hayabusa, he might be able to just deny players from countering him out. So as a Mia player, you want to just prevent people from canceling that out as well. But in the later stages of the game, that Mia is not going to be your top one, right? You're not going to be able to end the game. That's not the end game damage that you're looking for the Mia. It's just a 3 cost, so you still want to pivot into a 4 or 5 cost.
All right, let's see. We're going to take a look at Su Nobody because he could be getting close to counting himself out here, at least in game 1. We'll see if he ends up winning this. Pretty close. It actually looks like he's going to be able to beat Sabo here. So at least he comes through, buys some more time within the game. This will be a clear out for him. So him and Sabo fighting it out here. Very close between there. Also, Muffin takes some damage. So I want to say it's relatively close in the bottom 4 right now. You can see that, right? 30 across the board and then all the way down to 21. It's going to be another minion around here. We'll see what they end up getting for items. Usually around this time too. Some of these items that get picked up towards this stage 3, can actually turn the tide for some of these players that are more so down here. I just don't know if they have the synergies they're looking for. You can see Sabo too. He's at the 295. For those that can't see, he's at 295 on the Neo Beast chest. So he might actually might just be going for that long game play where he's just down with his back against the wall. But itemization here, we'll see what they end up getting.
Yeah, this creep round is might be a very good rotate towards the pivot pieces right now. But something that I forgot to highlight about Shadow QC, right? He is playing a Minotaur. So I just realized that all his items are enhanced. So he has the Kufra, he has the Mia, and he has an enhanced Sea Halberd with an enhanced golden staff on the Mia. So that's why he's able to shred through so much of these boards. A normal Mia wouldn't be able to shred through so many of these opponents, but Shadow QC really going for that all-in now, wants to accelerate the pace of the game, want to take out Sabo, Su Nobody before they get that late game strategies going, because Su Nobody, he has a very big late game capacity. He does have that Luminexus, which is a lot of defense shred with the KOF that provides also exponential HP.
All right, let's see what Sabo ends up doing. He did a lot of switching around here, and this might be a tough one for him to win. Still working for it, really utilizing the KOF he's got here too. So yeah, he's actually going to be okay. Ends up winning the round. So this is the pivot that we've been talking about. Still, eventually, once these bottom 4 try to survive or not, or get through this, they're going to have an answer for Shadow QC, because like you mentioned, with all the enhanced items and everything else that he's built up, he hasn't really been contested at all here. So see what everyone else is going for. Oh, and by the way, his Kufra just hit 3 stars, so he's got 3 star now. He's close to getting to the 3 star for the Mia as well.
Yeah, this is exactly what Floxy was doing in one of his qualifier games as well, right? Focusing on that 3-star Kufra, the 3-star Minotaur, into the 3-star Mia. But the difference is, well, he was on that scaling Ruby, but now Shadow QC is on a Minotaur, right? We did see the Mia nearly getting taken out, but with the Kufra around now, that 3-star is gonna be a very hard peeling target for the Mia. And wow, going up against Moon.
Yeah, Su Nobody's really tough here though too. We'll see if he's able to survive. He should be able to actually clear out. But whoa, Muffin was actually eliminated. Oh, just barely. With 1 HP, man, just holding on by a thread there. But also, yeah, so Su Nobody goes down. Muffin is out too. Man, I can't believe the Link survived that.
Oh my god, both the EECA region representatives are out so far. Now we're left with the top 6 here. We did see Nobody want to go for that late game pivot, but he's just trying to brute force it a bit too much, right? He likes to build, no one else has to build, but Gideon is playing Luminexes as well, so a lot of the Luminexes pieces are actually being held by him. And MCGG is a game where you gotta consider the bigger portion. This is when we talk about min-maxing, right? You can start to take away opponents' pieces when because there's a limited number of pieces in the pool as well. That's when you go into the late game strategies where you deny away pieces away from your opponents so that they don't get the synergy going. But looking at Sabo, he does have that 6 bruiser synergy as well, so if he gets the Exorcist through, he might actually make it.
Yeah, he locked that in. We're taking a look at Shadow QC to see if anyone can stop this guy just yet. This is a pretty good fight from Sen, but not looking too hot. Again, that 3-star Minotaur and then the 3-star Mia in the back, just able to go ahead and unleash. And you can see just how much damage even the Mia is doing. Again, I don't know if anyone's actually going to be able to stop Shadow QC, at least in game 1. He had a really good early mid game, and then this late game's just really solidified that lead for him. So let's see what this carousel brings us. 6 players left. Capacity going to be the prio for Moon. Sabo grabs Synergy. Capacity for Sen. Gideon will go ahead and grab Synergy for Heartbond. You got the couple defensive items at least for Shadow QC to make him even more tanky. So someone's got to have an answer for him, man, because I just feel like he's too built up. He's too versatile. Looking at Moon though, potentially the next one to get eliminated here. Looking at his multi-synergies, you can see this, right? He's got 2, 4, 6, 7 synergies locked in. What is he hunting for here? What's Moon's play?
He's going for the Dauntless Stargazer, right? Dauntless Stargazer, very good in terms of late game capability. He has the Rafaela with the Holy Crystal. Rafaela does a lot of backline damage, but it is only 1 star. If he gets it to 2-star, he's gonna be a very viable threat towards the other opponents right now. Taking a look at Buds, he went for Glory League Defender, and Glory League Defender, yes, as it is a very solid strategy, it does not have much damage. So you're gonna see this Rafaela just dealing and just bashing into the back line. The Terry Bogard will be the only hope here. If he aims the Rafaela goes down, that's going to be huge. But Buds is most likely going to go down if the Rafaela does not die here.
Okay. There's potential. Buds firing up, time speed up. Yeah, looks like it's going to be clear. So Buds turning it around. Ooh. So far, so good. Both Philippines, no, actually, Sabo just got knocked out. So
yeah,
Buds left for the Philippines. We've got now our top 4 left for this game 1. Again, still Shadow looking to be pretty much unstoppable. He's well off his way for getting the first place here finish, but we'll see if anyone can come up with something. Sen potentially next. He's fishing right now. Doing a couple swapping out, trying to go for potentially this 3-star. Does he grab Snowy? Okay, there he does grab it.
Gotta grab it.
He's got to. We'll see if that's enough, though. Can he survive around here?
Yes, it's the 3-star Gushin with a Holy Crystal and a Winter Crown. That's going to be a lot of backline damage. That Winter Crown is going to help him survive as well with the Enchanted Talisman, but it's just going to be 1v9 units, but there's no 3-star units coming out from the side of Buds. Is the Magic Life still going to be enough for him? Currently at 4, no. Winter Crown has popped. Oh my god, that is so close, but Sen's being taken out here. He had the highest late game cap build, but now Gideon with that Swift Blade as well. Shadow QC showing that sticking to fundamentals, right? Giving with whatever the board gives you, whatever the game is giving you, you just lean into it. Don't try to force anything. He naturally just hashed out a win without a very good late game strategy at all. He just kept to his guns, and now he has Heartbond, he has Defender, and he the Marksman as well. And this is early out, by the way. We're still at that orange creep, which is why Shadow QC was accelerating the game. Like, he was forcing the players to play faster and faster because he knows that he's not going to be able to survive the late game.
Yeah, and also Buds, you know, I know Buds could potentially be a contender against Shadow QC, depending on how this portion goes now. You can see he is going to be gaining health back too. He picked up his last go card, was Healing Fountain, so he's healing back up. Gideon bought time too. Solid. The rock shield that he's able to go ahead and bring in. So I'm really going to keep an eye. I would say if Buds can be the first one to break that 15 win streak from Shadow QC. But I don't know. I don't know if that synergy is enough. I know he's got 6. What has he got? 6 Defender, 6 Glory League. We'll see, though. I think he still needs a little bit more scaling here, but it's going to be Buds and Gideon.
Yeah, I mean, at this point right now, Shadow QC, he has 3-star, right? Three 3-star units. So that is going to be a very big exponential scaling that they need to take out. And currently, Buds and Gideon, they don't have any 3 stars at all. So Shadow QC, as you said, he might be looking for a flawless victory here.
Yeah, he very well might get it, man. Bud's taking a loss there against Gideon. It was a close one, but again, also just having that Ling there in the hands of Gideon, and then playing around the strategy, of course, with his Swift Flat and the Luminexus, even that little bit of, you know, taking away some of that hybrid defense actually plays a part in at least his matchup with Buds. I don't know if it's going to do much against Shadow QC. I don't know if anyone really will be able to do much because, again, just 3 stars locked in. Then, of course, have the Defender synergy, 6-6. Like, it's just so much tankiness and beef to break through, pun intended, because he's, you know, mostly this Minotaur lineup that Shadow QC is going for. But as we get closer to it, let's see. It is going to be Gideon now after he took a round against a Bud. Take 20 QC.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he does have the Lancelot, but I mean, those blades, are they enough to take down the beef that you said? It actually is. And Shadow QC, well, looking like he might suffer the first loss for the first time. That Ling, that 2 cost, that 2-star 5 cost actually doing a lot of work here for the side of Gideon, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, it was Gideon. Impressive that he was able to go ahead and make that happen. It was partially too, he's running the, Gideon's also running the Karina, right? Yeah, so you got the blades there as well. I'm so surprised with the Ling because just this Ling alone, 2-star Ling, is able to go ahead and do that much, you know, that much potential. So finally breaking that win streak that Shadow QC had. And again, if he's not able to finish the game out after a few more rounds, he actually might take some more losses here as Gideon continues to scale up.
Yeah, it's the inherent law of the cost, right? Where a 3-star Mia, 3-star Minotaur, 3-star Kufra, yeah, they might be good, but they are low cost. They are 3-cost units. So even at 3-star, there are maybe like, no, 3-star Mia is like 7,000 HP. Meanwhile, 2-star Ling is already, it's already at 8,000 HP. So that's the difference that a 5-cost brings to the table. But taking a look at Gideon right now, he is kind of suffering against Shadow QC, but the Ling is unable to be dealt with.
Yeah, and so he takes out Buds from the Philippines. So it's down to Gideon and Shadow QC. And another thing with the Ling is one thing that even I really like about him is obviously when he's the last guy standing, you know, you get to see the Tempest of Blades, and that usually initial burst sometimes can go ahead and clean up some of the low health members, low heroes. But yeah, quick carousel round. We're down to Shadow QC and Gideon, and we'll see he's able to. Is the play here then for Gideon just to get this Ling to a 3-star, or is there something else he can approach this with?
I mean, currently he's sitting at 10, and he does not have the capacity further. Going for the Toy Mischief, hoping that he can duplicate the Ling somehow, but still, that Toy Mischief synergy, yeah, he's going for it. He's going for it. Yeah, he wants itemizations on the Ling. Yeah, and it's on him right now.
Yeah, he's got the party rocket there. All right. Also, he picked up a heart bond too. We'll see if that's enough. I mean, he already won one round against Shadow QC. Again, a lot of his other members are going to be wiped out. When it comes to the balancing heart bond, might not be enough this time. So, whoa, actually, even with the Tempest of Blades, it looks like Shadow QC did what he had to do. He fixes the issue from earlier, and he'll take that one against Gideon. So Gideon's got one more attempt to see if he can go ahead and take another round against Shadow QC. I'm not sure if there's much he can change off of that. He's still going for. He's still keeping the Toy Mischief.
Yeah, Toy Mischief 6 might mean something right now, but the problem is, right? Just now, he's all inning on the Ling right now. Before that, he had the damage from Beyond the Clouds, the synergy coming in from the Edith. He's able to take out a lot of the front lines with the Luminexus, with the minus defense. Right now, he does not have that Luminexus synergy. I don't know why he went for this huge pivot. Now, he's going to be suffering. He does get that 3-star Gushin, but not in time. Not in time. Fingers weren't fast enough.
Oh, it was going to give himself another round, but you can just see it here. It's not enough damage. And Shadow QC pretty much going in, wiping the board from the farm with his Ling left, and that looks like it's going to be capping it out here. He does get a kill there. Still going to be going. Actually, whoa, the missiles are actually really playing a part. So the Ling is actually still working out here. The Koopa and the Mia working together, but Shadow QC will make it happen. He'll win the round. It was a little close, but Shadow QC dominant throughout game one.
Yeah. Really making a minor blunder towards the end, but Shadow QC, the main star of the show, right? He dominated the entire airwaves throughout from start to end, and his game style was impeccable. He was forcing other players to play faster. We didn't see a lot of players get to their late game builds before anything happened, because Shadow QC, he was just bashing them in. That cow, man, that beef, he's just beefy, man.
It's too much beef. So, for those that don't know, can we call this can we call the commanders, I mean, for those that don't know, like all the terms, this is more like it's almost like a global ban type thing, right? They're not going to be able to play the same commander each round. So the strategy that Shadow QC went with here, he'll have to change at least his commander strategy. But overall, I think he just had a really good start to, that early game for him. He actually had most of what he needed from early to mid game, and then he just maintained that win streak, and there really wasn't an answer from the other players. It was very aggro, like the way he approached this game, and team and other players were just trying to catch up to it.
Yeah, it's very similar to what the ECA players did in the previous regions as well, but currently right now we see the EEC players, they're the first ones being taken out, right? They're trying to force builds, they're trying to go for the end game. Instead, Shadow QC take advantage of that. He's like, oh, since you guys are trying to force the end game build, I'm going to get a comfortable build in the mid game, right? This is where your decision making comes through, where, yeah, do you go for that 3-star 3 cost despite the fact that it does not have a very similar late game compared to that 2-star Ling that we saw? Because Gideon, he did have a chance. He just blundered by just making that wrong pivot. If he got that 3-star Gushin in the end, he would have been able to survive. But yeah, this is just a first and second place. This is still the first of many games to come. Taking a look at the highlights, of course, we see Shadow QC with a very strong build. He went with the defender at the start, right? 6 defenders. Well, who can break through that? Who can kill the Mia? Nobody.
Yeah, that's what I was concerned about for the other players here when Shadow QC, even when he had the 4 defenders, just how quick he was able to go ahead and build up. But then not only that, but also just like you mentioned, having the enhanced equipment with the Minotaur really go ahead and kind of locked him in for the early game. And although there was that little window, like the little window that we saw competing on Shadow QC, breaking his 15 round win streak, it just wasn't enough, and but nonetheless, again, this is a point system, so even if you don't get that first place, it's still okay. The players still have the opportunity to go ahead and kind of reset, get to where they need to be, and they still have 4 more games to go to finish out Group 1. games will focus a little bit on different areas here, because I will say this though too, for a lot of people, a lot of new players have joined a Magic Chess Go-Go just in the last year alone. Sometimes when you're watching these guys play, they play differently than what you play, you know. And I'm the same way. I was before watching the pros play, and all these guys that went through the qualifiers. Sometimes they're doing things that you're not used to seeing if you haven't watched something like Magic Chess Go-Go. And that's why it's really nice to go from game to game and really focus on what they're doing, even the way that the Go cards come into play. Because, you know, we didn't spend too much time talking about that. I know this season, though, too, how much of an impact, Mo, do you think that the Go cards really have on the strategy? Like, I know you get three total Go cards. How much do you think that impact has? Because we do see a lot of commanders just pick, at least in game one, they picked their commander Go card, right? But there was, I think, one or two that with something else. So how much of an impact did those Go cards have?
Actually, not quite a big impact unless they are economy Go cards, right? The premium clients, if you get the glittering refreshes, glittering jewels, those impact the game very significantly, because you just bring the late game way further. But in this case, it was purple then blue, right? We didn't get the very high tier of Go cards. We didn't get the highest tier of Go cards as well. So yeah, not a lot of economy augmenting Go cards here that accelerates the game. That's why Shadow QC was able to take such a great lead. The momentum didn't come from the Go cards at all, and the rest of the players, you can see what they were going for. Look at Muffin. He's building towards the Stargazer Dauntless. Nobody. He's going towards that KOF into Luminexus. He got the Mortal Rivals already. Those are very good endgame builds. But look at Shadow QC's build. It's 6 defenders, 4 marksmen. Basic, but it works because he got the 3 stars. He did what he needed to do to secure that mid game.
Yeah, and I like how you pointed that out too with the, you know, the whole thing. Even though Shadow QC ended up being dominant throughout the whole thing, as we take a look at his lineup and everything that he had, again, the synergies and the Go cards that he ran with, but also just the lineup that he presented. That Mia is such a strong play. Like, even if you just have it at 2 stars from that early and then mid game, it actually provides quite a bit of damage. And then, like you mentioned, when we started that game off, having that solid lineup in the front, which he was able to go ahead and 2-star and then eventually 3-star the Kufra and the Minotaur pretty quickly. It all provided enough, basically, peel that you mentioned for the Mia there. And I don't know, I would have been other players were able to get to a later game, you know, the late game against Champion QCs, because you could actually see Shadow QC, how you mentioned it, if it wasn't like it got to a certain point where it really got close. And so I feel like he just closed out the game just in time, because if we would have gone a little bit further, there's potential chance that he could have just repeatedly had losses in tow, and then we could have seen a turnaround. But again, that was probably the game plan all along for him.
Yeah, and this is where the min-maxing comes in, where the difference between the pro player and the competitive player, the ranked player, comes in, right? What are people looking for when you want to go pro? What is this edge that a Go 1 champion or Go 2 champion, the upcoming Go 2 champion, must have? And this is something that we saw out of Gideon, right? In reminiscent of gameplay, reminiscent of Shadow QC as well. What are you consistently doing? You're consistently looking for a way for the board to get better every single fight. So you gotta make sure that the board keeps going better. And look at Shadow QC, our Malaysian representative, very pleased with himself. Of course, you're looking for what ends the game well. At the same time, the economy, what is offered to you, these are the strategies that you need to consistently cycle on the top of your head. You're not just AFK. Yes, it is an AFK game, but at the same time, every single time you're thinking about, what do I do? What do I need to get it better? What item do I need? Which unit in particular is going to counter out my opponent? And that's what Gideon was going for with that Toy Mischief pivot, right? But he couldn't find it in time.
Yeah, and I also want to see if we can see specifically our representatives from the EECA region have a better start here, specifically Muffin and Sunobody, because I just feel like they didn't have, and that happens because again, part of this whole, the way the game works, obviously, is you are at the whims a little bit of RNG, and I just feel like they didn't get what they wanted to in the early, and sometimes, especially when you have someone setting that kind of aggressive build and momentum that we saw from Shadow QC, if you're not blessed by the RNG gods in a way, I don't want to say it's completely RNG, right? But there's obviously a play into it, and with Muffin and Sunobody, I just feel like they didn't have the start that they wanted to. So hopefully it's better here for them as we're getting prepped and ready to go into the second game. In just a bit, we'll also see what commanders our players are going to go for. Let's also see what we end up with the drafting phase again. All right, and you can also see the point system as well, like the points that everybody landed with. So again, we'll keep an eye on Muffin and also Sunobody. They are the players that definitely need the points here as we go into our game 2.
Yeah, as we go into the drafting phase, of course, there's not going to be duplicate commanders coming out. So we're going by last order first. So whoever lost out first, you get to pick first. And Muffin will be going first. I believe we can see the draft that's going on. And yeah, for the previous draft, I'm surprised, right? Moon had the first pick. He went for the Lancelot. Not really common. Now, this is much more common, right? Going for the Fanny, very, very common as well because the extra board space that comes through. And now, Sunobody. Again, going against the grain, right? He picks up a Kagura. And this is not common in pro play to pick up the Kagura. This is Sabo the Minotaur as well. It's good, but it's a very defensive character. So Kagura, you're forced to either go for a very late game build, and the early game, yes, you can dominate the early game, but your defensive capabilities are best used in terms of securing that later game as well. So Kagura, I expect to see him go towards Neobeast and Buds as well. He goes for the Angela. Very defensive gameplay coming out for all these players right now.
I think part of the game plan there is they want to, even if they have to be a little defensive, just go for it. Go for more of a defensive play, buy the time that you need to get to those rounds where then you can pivot if you really need to, and so maybe that's the adjustment. Again, this is also one of the great things, Mo, of having obviously multiple rounds, having the 5 games that you have to go ahead and get a chance to get the points that you need. So with that, we're going to be jumping into our game 2 here. Again, semifinals. This is that first group of our players, our first 8 players for today for the semifinal. So early things, let's go ahead and take a look at what everyone's going to start off building across the board. Again, you can see a couple heart bonds being built up. Let's also take a look at the go cards. So again, looking at even the Kagura here, actually you see 2 of our players. Oh, what'd you see, Mo?
Oh my god, this is the most defensive game, right? This is so crazy because everyone is going defensive. So at the start, it's gonna matter on who gets the Neo Beast first. And the worst person to get it, Shadow QC, he got the Neo Beast in the early game, straight up. So yeah, he is playing Nana, who has a second life, and you want your HP to go down. You want to get your itemizations from dying the first time. So Shadow QC, he already got that 2 Neobeast at the start. So it's looking like a great start for Shadow QC. That's crazy. This is like game 1 winning strategies right there.
Well, let's see, because Sen also got the 2-star Neobeast. Plus he built up the defender plus again heart bond. So I don't know. We'll see. Shadow QC, good start for him, just like we saw in the previous game. Looking at the rest too, I wanted to see the rest of it. If everybody went with the regular go cards for their heroes here, yeah. Again, even for Muffin, I really want to pay attention to Sunobody and Muffin. We'll see what they end up building this early game. Taking a look at Buds too. He's got Scavenger, just playing for the economy here right now. And the rest.
Yeah, Muffin looks to be celebrating the game, right? He went for the Karina Gogo card, which is the Swift Blades. And, of course, as a Fanny, you have an extra unit on the board as well. So he wants to secure that early game as much as possible, get that economy going. But something that he needs to watch out for are the players that are losing on purpose, right? Shadow QC, yeah, he's losing on purpose because he knows that he's a Nana. He's going to keep himself at 20 and then keep that economy going, making sure that he gets that 2 gold interest every single round. And eventually, he's going to reach level 8 ahead. So by the time he reaches level 8, if he's unable to deal the damage that takes out these late game players, Muffin will be in a very bad situation because currently all he has is Dauntless and Heart Bond.
Yeah, you can already see it too. What's he building? Even for Shadow QC, again, one of the great things about the Nana is just the equipment that comes with it that you eventually get. And then, like you said, playing into the fact that you get to play with her blessing, Melina's blessing passive. So we'll see. This is all part of the plan, though. I remember first thinking, when we jumped into Magic Chess, being like, man, are some players just losing on purpose? Is that also a strategy? Yes, for our viewers out there, that's also a strategy you can go with. Now, jumping into our first carousel round, because of that, Shadow QC will also have one of the first choices here as he's second to pick behind Suno, but he goes for that glowing wand. Muffin as well picking up. No one's going to go grab these heroes. I think they all want to prioritize. Oh, nope. We do have Sen grabbing. And then Moon goes to Blade. Okay, so we do have a couple heroes being grabbed up.
Yeah, I'm surprised no one went for the Blade of Despair first, right?
Yeah.
BOD is one of the #1 items in the game right now. And you can see, right? They went for Feather of Heaven and the Scorching Wand, the first 2. Magic items, as we said before, magic items are not preferred right now because the late game damage does not favor magic items unless you're going for Stargazer or Mage build with Kill Kusanagi. And this looks like they're leaning towards that right now. Shadow QC with the Scorching Wand already has a very early Stargazer, but he wants more Neo Beast and he's unable to find it.
In game 1, we had, 2 Neo Beasts as well. I think the chests were open, if I recall, right around 300, like you mentioned, but that's also because the players running that were relatively low early on. So we'll see what Shadow QC ends up building to. Our winner, at least first place for game 1. But yeah, he'll go ahead and continue to take some damage here. Looking at our top this time, though, Gideon actually doing really well. Off to a great start on the win streak alongside a Moon. And they are playing into, so far at least, similar. I think we're just going to see a whole lot of at least Defender for a lot of the compositions, huh?
Yeah, I mean, Defender is one of the most stable mid-game compositions, so a lot of people like it because they give a lot of defense. But I think the most common that we are seeing right now is still Scavenger, right? Everybody has Scavenger in their pool right now. Everybody's making sure they have 2 or 3 Scavengers. Everyone's playing for the late game, so we can see it's going to be a very different game from that first game where the game is accelerated to a state where, yeah, everybody's low. No, right now we're going to have people going towards that later stages of the game. We're going to see who's going to build towards that Exorcist 6, who's going to build towards that Luminexus 6 with the KOF and the Weapon Master as well, or the Mystic Meow if it comes out.
We'll see. I'd actually like to see the Mystic Meow played out, since you talked about it in the previous game. And also even the Toy Mischief. I don't know, is there a world where you actually have Toy Mischief being one of the preferred synergies in this round, or these best of 5s?
If you get a 2-star Ling, Toy Mischief is really very good. The Party Rockets together with Ling is known to be in the MCGG community as broken, right? So yeah, that's probably what Gideon was going for, but he didn't know the fact that Luminexus together with a Lancelot, it was dealing the frontline damage, and the Ling was not the main source of damage for him. He thought that, yeah, it's gonna work, that Chi strategy, the Ube strategy is gonna work, and yeah, it didn't work out for him.
We could call it the Ube strategy. Also, as a lot of the second go cards were picked up, you have it's really a whole lot of just economy for this one. That's probably the theme of game 2 anyway, is economy being built here by our players. I'm wondering, as I'm still looking over at Shadow QC, he's starting to go ahead and 2-star some of his heroes up at least to try to alleviate some of the damage he's taking. Meanwhile, too, Muffin, it's actually going to be him versus Muffin for this one. See what happens. Sen as well. Sen's going against Sen's going against Sabo. He's built out. Again, it's still really just having that 3-for-3 scavenger, getting the economy you need to go ahead and 2-star once they start to build up here. But some of the players especially have already started to scale in as they lock in some of the items as well. This one actually, I don't know, Shadow QC, going back to him, he might actually win this one, the round that he's in. For Sen, he's going to go ahead and win that. It's a good win for him. But yeah, people also might want to start looking at what to do against to counter Gideon here as he's building in.
Yeah, Gideon right now, he does have that Trust Fund Go-Go card. That's why you can see him power leveling to level 8. And despite the fact that he did that, his economy is still good, right? This is where the economy Go-Go cards start to play into effect, right? It starts accelerating the game to a point where Gideon at level 8, he's not struggling to roll. He's not struggling to find pieces. He currently has a Yuzong and a K on his board and looking for that 2-star forecast right now. And this 2-star forecast is going to change the state of the game right now. Moon, also someone that currently has the Ling right now, so he's going to be one to watch as well.
All right, let's take a look, see if Moon can pull through on this one. It looks pretty good because he's got the pretty much stacked up Mia. You know, even at 1 star, those 3 items that he has, like we mentioned with the BOD, the Blade of Despair, plus the Golden Staff, and then of course the Lunar Longbow, like he's going to be pumping out quite a bit of damage. And so he'll be fine there. Moon maintaining, Gideon still on the streak. Tough one for Shadow QC. Again, I'm not sure how far he's going to take it. I'm sure he's eventually going to go ahead and flip the board around because of the nature of this Nana. And we see, what is Buds going for here? Buds, you don't see too much Weapon Master, huh? I mean, I know we saw a couple synergies for it in the last game, but not too much that are actually fully built out. But he's got 4 to 6 right now, still playing for economy.
I mean, Weapon Master was very dependent on Freya in the previous patch. That's why it was so prevalent, right? Freya was able to deal AoE damage, and then with that AoE damage, you get that lifesteal as well. So that was pretty broken for that Weapon Master synergy in the past patch. But now with the Freya gone, you don't see much of the Weapon Master. And similarly, with the Guinevere gone, you don't see much of the Bruiser strategies as well. 6 Bruisers really not too big of a deal right now. Now, it's much more of who gets the Luminexus, who gets the KOF, who gets the Heart Bond, and also Exorcist is gonna say that 6 synergy for Exorcist is also very strong as well, especially if you get the Hayabusa.
Yeah, I like the Hayabusa, usually with the Exorcist. Carousel round, let's go ahead and see what the priority is going to be. Is anyone actually going to take the Benedetta? Okay, yeah, I figured it'd be Bud since he's 4 to 6 right now, so he'll grab the Benedetta. I'm wondering if that'll change for him because he did just lose that round to Shadow QC, and Shadow QC went with capacity. So this could be the start of Shadow QC continuing to not going on that lose streak that he was on. So looking at what we got right now, we're going to switch over.
We're taking over.
Or even so, Fredrin building up. Yep, Gideon still, I don't know. I don't think he has to worry about too much, at least for now. You can see he's got multiple synergies unlocked. Are we potentially going to see him go with the Meow synergy, man? Like, is he going to go for that?
You gotta. He's looking for the Leslie right now. I mean, with the Meow, you want the Leslie, but you're unable to find the Leslie so far. So yeah, it's a 5 cost. Currently he's at level 9. He has a 14% chance of rolling into a 5 cost, but you know, it can be any 5 costs. So yeah, 5 costs are rare, but they are the end game of this state of MCGG right now. It is going to be the end game of a lot of MCGG states as well. So a lot of people always look at the 5 costs when it comes to patch. And currently in this patch, Leslie's really strong, right? It's been revamped to a 5 cost from that 2 cost weakling face warper that it was in the previous patch. Right now, it's just dealing insane amounts of damage.
That's something I like about Magic Chess as well, is just, you know, even the heroes themselves kind of go through different phases with every season. it's always nice to see some of the new synergies. I think that's some of the exciting things to see with Magic Chess. Testing out new synergies and playing, like, everybody's got a favorite hero, right? So playing with a favorite hero of yours and seeing how it all comes together. Now, still looking at Buds. Buds is quite low. I'm not sure he is actually going to be running with a 6 out of 6 Weapon Master. He got a late Neo Beast played in. I'm just not sure if he got the roles he was looking for. Looks like he should be able to go ahead and win this one at least. Yeah, so he's actually fine.
Back to what you were saying, right? Where the heroes get revamped, heroes get changed. Well, I was thinking along the lines of who thought it was a great idea to turn Rafaela into a DPS champion? You know, like he's dealing mad amounts of damage in MCGG right now. Yeah, so he's gonna deceive a lot of MLBB players if they're playing MCGG right now.
No, it's the people out there that want to play Rafaela that way, man. Like they're the Raphael players that are that aggressive. So they're like, you know what? If we can't do it in MLBB, might as well do it in Magic Chess Go-Go. Like, let her live her best life. I'm all for it, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm all for, the heroes and the changes that they go from season to season. It's part of the strategy.
Yeah. Okay, now back to the game. Went slightly off topic there, but then we are going into that third Go-Go card round where people are getting that third Go-Go card. A lot of economy cards coming in. Looking at Muffins in general, right? He's sitting on that 68 gold right now with the trust fund at level 9. He is at prime to roll for all these 5 costs, similarly to Shadow QC, but Muffin has way more buying power, so he can buy out a lot of these 5 costs in the shop, especially if he stumbles across it.
Yeah, he's stacked right now. He's probably gonna have to spend some of it, and that's what he's doing. He goes and gets of course, the blessing activated over here for the Soul Vessel. So he's got the DJag now. Also, he's building into the Dauntless. It looks like there you go. He gets the Mystic Meow.
There we go.
Maffin's got it. He's got the Mystic Meow. This is what you were hoping to see, man.
Yeah, wonder if he took the blue or no, it only comes out at 9 synergy. So yeah, he's gonna have a lot of HP, but he's dealing with a Benedetta right now in the opponent. Oh my god, this is gonna be tough because Buds does have that Soul Vessel synergy, and that is a lot of AoE damage. Buds just takes out Muffin right now, and yeah, Muffin, despite getting the Mystic Meow, you need 9, man. You need 9 Mystic Meow synergy for that to work.
We'll see if he ends up getting it to work. It's so funny because we were just talking about Buds as well. And then, perfect timing for him because before that carousel round, we were like, not many people play Weapon Master. And then I was thinking, well, what if he gets the Benedetta? And then boom, it came up with the carousel, right? So it's like, that was just perfect RNG for Buds. He continues to go ahead and build in Shadow QC as well. Going and looking at Shadow QC from how he started the game. Again, just losing a lot of the early rounds on purpose, but now I feel like he's still not completely in the danger zone. He's also got some pretty good items now too because of the passive and the items that he's been able to grab. Multiple synergies unlocked. Shadow QC could be in danger though, especially depending how the rest of this goes. Again, the Moon sitting up top, Gideon as well. But everybody else has just been taking losses here and there, man.
Yeah, but similarly, Moon went for that Mia, the Heart Bond Mia that we saw Shadow QC went for in that previous game. Now we're going to see the difference, right? What happens if the game isn't accelerated? What happens when players aren't forced to die out before that orange buff round? Now everybody is heading towards that later game where you're going to get your 6 synergies. Everyone's reaching the point where they can buy 5 costs. Muffin, well, he was so close, but he gets taken out. He did get the Leslie, but now it's back in the pool, and Shadow QC, he's going to be looking for it.
That's tough, man. That's back-to-back 8th place for Muffin. He really needed the points here. Not going to get it in game 2, so we'll see what the rest of the 7 players end up doing. Sabo potentially next here. He does, again, have that 6 out of 6 defender synergy locked in, but I think he's just playing for the 3-star Mia. If he can get it, he does. He does get the 3-star Mia. So, and he's he's got the stacked items there. Again, they're enhanced because he's got the Minotaur, so he's got the DHS Enhance Inspire with the Golden Staff. This 3-star Mia should keep Sabo into this. You can see just how much Mia's able to go ahead and provide here, but can the rest of the team actually survive through this too? Taking a couple shots from the far side over across from Sen. Looks like he should be able to, but then even there, the Barrett's is still alive, but unfortunately, yeah, good heal. Again, utilizing that Heartbound. I don't think the Barrett's can kill this, so yeah, this is going to be a round for Sabo. Very close. Sen barely staying into the game. Now sitting at 5 HP here. So that one, again, that change for the 3-star Mia changed that whole outcome.
Yeah, I mean, Sen's also had a chance if he went for 4 Luminexes instead of 4 Stargazers or the Exorcist, right? Right now, he is building up towards that Heart Bond as well. It seems like a lot of players, they're still looking for whatever the late game build that is. We don't see a really settled late game build yet, in the exception of Buds, who does have that 6 weapon master with the Benedetta, but he still needs something else. Maybe 2 marksman or into a 4 heart bond as well. Hopefully, if he can find the soul vessel on top of the Benedetta, that's the ideal late game. But right now, he's going with a haphazard 6 weapon master, hoping that it can carry him through, hoping that no other players outscale him when it comes to this late stage right now. Shadow QC 4 Stargazer has that Dauntless combo as well. This is a 2-star Esmeralda coming in for Shadow QC, so it's going to be very scary.
We'll see what ends up happening here. Sen potentially going to be the one to get knocked out here against Nobody. We'll see. It looks pretty good again with the damage, with having that Farsa, and then the damage Rafaela, like we talked about, I think is actually going to keep them through. A lot of shield though. Yori Yagami. Whole lot of Way of the Dragon is working really well here. It's almost unlimited at this point. I don't know. Actually, there's another one. Heartbound's going to trigger, but it's getting so close. And
Rafaela, man.
Go. Rafaela, that's the damage we were talking about. This DPS Rafaela, this is how you build it out.
Yeah, Rafa, man. Rafa. Well, yeah, it's been a nightmare in my MCGG games as well to see that Rafa just being in the back line, able to deal so much damage. Now Shadow QC gets a 2-star Rafa as well. So yeah, a lot of prime damage going through. And we know what Shadow QC went for in that early game, right? He went for the Scorching, the Scorching Wand, yeah. Yep. So he does have that as well. So yeah, magic damage secure. He went for the Stargazer build, and this is what he was envisioning. Right now, he's looking for something to add onto the synergy, but he got the main meta synergy right now. 4 Dauntless into 4 Stargazer. If he gets a 2-star Ruby, that's going to be the cherry on the top.
All right, let's see. We're still keeping an eye on Sen to see if this DPS Rafael can keep him through. So he's going against Shadow QC, the winner from the previous game. Again, Rafa topping the damage charts, just completely fine in the backside there. Good front damage too, but it looks like Shadow QC actually might be able to pull this off with his own Rafa there. It's so close once again, but the Heartbound is actually going to be able to trigger the Ruby. Can you stay alive? No, not today, as Shadow QC takes some damage, and Sen with 5 HP has stayed from round to round up to this point.
Yeah, this is the Dauntless Stargazer build that everybody has been scared about. This is the top meta build right now. This is the Guinevere of this season, the Guinevere into 6 Bruiser build. Yes, this is it, guys. Dauntless Stargazer is the way. If you're able to build it right now, it's totally unstoppable, especially if you can get a Luminexus on top of that. Now, Sense did a really good job into making sure that Shadow QC's Ruby is unable to deal damage. Now, it's a race to see who gets the Leslie first.
Yeah. Well, we saw one earlier. Yeah, they don't have economy. We saw the Leslie earlier, but let's see what ends up changing. Very close this time. I mean, amongst at least for the 3 players here, still fighting for the top 4 spot, even in this one. You got 9, 7, 5 HP, of course. You still got Shadow QC with his Nana here, so he's actually going to be fine. Nothing too much change, just like at least for items being picked up. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to change much for Sen. I don't know if can he actually go for, let's see, a couple items too. Now that he's got a Cyclops, so it's like double. He's got double Ice Queen, double glowing. His Esmeralda is also quite tanky, so let's see how he fares against Gideon, the leader right now currently. Playing around this Ling that he's got. Yeah, Buds too. What's Buds gonna be able to pull through with Shadow QC?
Yeah, currently right now not having a good time. Shadow QC able to pull it out. I mean, this is the end game build, right? Everybody dreams of this build. And Buds with that 6 weapon master, not gonna be enough. Moon gets taken out. Sens, we were talking about him not getting the pieces in time, and yeah, Shadow QC finds himself in the top 3 once again. So it's gonna be Gideon, Buds, and Shadow QC in that top 3. Gideon still has the most HP, but looking at his build, it's 6 Glory League. Glory League, I would say, it's a fodder synergy, right? It's not a main synergy by itself. It's a complementary synergy that needs to go together with a main synergy. He's building towards that Swift Blade, which kind of acts like the main synergy right now, but he needs that 6 Swift Blade to actually pull through to take out Shadow QC.
Oh, let's see. It's actually going to be... Yeah, Gideon is going to go against Shadow QC here. See if he pulls this through. Again, has a Ling, but... Shadow QC's been able to make a lot of this work too, and again with the Heart Bomb, keep him into this game is quite healthy. That Ling, as beefed up as it is, I don't know if it's going to be enough, but he does clear out a couple. He's still got the Gushin there on the board too. The K. It looks like, again, even with the Heart Bombs, this Ling, so devastating, man. Whether that's just the way the Ling works or even having that little bit of invulnerability with that Winter Crown, you know, really tough to deal with. So it's Gideon and Shadow QC down for our last 2.
Yeah, Shadow QC is rolling it down right now. Donkey rolling it. He has 32 gold left over. It is his final hurrah. If he does get a 3-star Ruby or a 3-star Esmeralda, that's going to change the tide. That's going to change the state of the game. Right now, he does get a 2-star Esmeralda, 2-star Farseer maybe, but still, the 3-star is yet to be found. And he's actually going to hold for the next round here. Does he have the invulnerability still?
I thought it was used. I could be wrong. So this, I'm surprised he didn't roll, but maybe he does still have it. I can't actually see it on the indicator here, but yeah. All right, let's see if he survives this round. So far, so good, but the Ling is still the problem. This is exactly how it happened. The last one, again, he might have just decided, you know what? Okay, he does. Yep, so he's still got it.
Yep. So that's why he was keeping the economy.
I was to say, that makes sense why he kept it before the carousel round. All right, what does he grab here? Shadow QC would just go for the Heart Bond. Gideon grabs Swift Blade.
He would go for the Ruby. It was just staring at me.
Yeah. Why the Heart Bound? What? Some move here from Shadow QC. He's still going for the Barretts, it look like? Is he still trying to go for the 3-star Barretts? Yeah, okay. He gets the 3-star Barretts. But he doesn't have anything else that he can grab for the Esmeralda. Oh, no, he does get it. Oh,
there we go.
With the Econ move, dude.
Yeah. And he gets a 3-star Cyclops.
Oh, what a move. At 1 HP. At 1 HP, does Shadow QC have enough in this exchange against Gideon? Again, Gideon's been on a win streak. He's got a beefed up 3-star Barrett, Cyclops, and Esmeralda. And it looks like that was actually going to be the answer to deal with Gideon here. This Ling all left alone against all these 3-stars. You can move all you want. That's going to be a round up for Shadow QC.
Yeah, and Shadow QC still has synergies left over to build. So if he wants to, he can actually fill up the synergies with the Heart Bond as well. He can get the 4 Heart Bond, but he goes for the 6 Stargazer right now. So yeah, that's going to be something that's interesting. But at the same time, Gideon has an out, right? He gets that 3-star K, but he does not have the economy for it right now. But at the same time, there's another cap that he can go for, which is the 6 Swiftblade. That's gonna poke through the backline and take out the Cyclops.
Oh, he's rolling too. He goes with a 3-star K, so he made the move. Gideon has the health for it, though. We'll see if that is enough or not. See how this round plays out for Gideon after grabbing the 3-star K. Again, pretty good damage. Use that invulnerability, but still, this Barrett's also just so tanky. Still has the Ling too, so can this 2v1 play out? Tons of damage there. There's the Tempest of Blades, gets the shield, but this Barrett's so beefy. Can Ling do it? Couple shots from Barrett, so close! So close. Gideon takes the shot. About 1 HP on that Barrett's there. So maybe now, especially this is the Lord Creep round, we'll see what ends up happening here. Itemization too, if that ends up favoring Gideon. But man, think how long, Mo, Shadow QC has survived with 1 HP.
Yeah,
or
Shadow
at least
QC,
like low HP.
He's been impressing me throughout these 2 games, right? The moment I saw the starting pick, he picked one of my OG favorite commanders, Nana. You don't see this in competitive ever. You don't see this in professional gameplay ever. Shadow QC picks up the Nana, goes for the Neo Beast build, and is like, yeah, I mean, I don't care what other players are going for. I'm losing all the way. I'm going to secure the late game. And luckily, it was an economy game, and he managed to secure the economy. He's level 9 right now. He's able to roll it down. Now, Gideon, he has an out still. That K is very scary. He's getting 5 Swift Blades, and there we go. The 6 Swift Blades as well. Whether or not he can supplement with 2 stars or more, that's a min-max right there. Now, Shadow QC, what does he have? He still keeps to his board, unable to get that 6 Stargazer. He's not going to put the 6 Stargazer in?
Yeah, I don't think so. He's also just... I think he's deciding what to do. I mean, he's got 5 seconds. So he doesn't have the 6 Stargazer. All right. Gideon. Can he win this one? Can he cap it out? Shadow QC, again, with those multiple 3 stars that he has. The Barrett's is pretty strong, man, but now... I think he might have enough here. It looks like he does. And that looks like it's going to be it. Good play. Gideon, though, down to 2 HP. Man, Shadow QC, the winner from last round, knowing that he's got enough. And then, the Toy Mischief.
Very good call. Yeah, very good call here. Shadow QC going for the Toy Mischief with a 4 Stargazer, abandoning the other synergies, right? You don't need the other synergies because the main source of damage is the Party Rocket with the Cyclops. Very similar to what the Link provides, but Gideon, he does not have the Toy Mischief synergy. He went for a Glory League synergy. And Glory League, as I said, it's fodder synergy. It might be top 2, but it's not on the top tier of synergies at all.
Yeah, here we go. Last one. Shadow QC. Looking to cap it out. His Cyclops is now unmelina. Just unleashing. Oh, this is going to be a tough one again. Even that Barrett's just so strong, even though it's supposed to be pretty much tanky. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be a clear win here. Shadow QC again. Back-to-back games. Winning the rounds here. Playing the long game. Started out by multiple lose streak on this Nana commander with the composition.
That secured him the win.
The Mystic Meow, man, it's I haven't seen it fully utilized yet. I feel like we might get a chance to go ahead and see that. But I liked how, especially at the end there, I know we'll take a look at the highlights in a second here, but even the decision to go ahead and switch into the Toy Mischief, grab your 3-star synergies that you have, or your 3-star power spike that you basically have through this, was just really good from Shadow QC, because it's all showcasing a patience that is needed as well. This is some of the first players that we saw knocked out, of course, throughout our game 2. And again, you can see, you know, Nobody not feeling pretty good, because that's back-to-back games where he's not getting the points he was looking for through this. And, you know, part of that, Mo, like we mentioned, is due to you get what you get drawn, you know, and they had game plans, but unfortunately for some of the teams here, especially like Gideon, you know, had just a very solid start, but there's multiple ways you can always approach the chessboard here of Magic Chess, and that's kind of what we really see from the display of so far. Shadow QC, Gideon even to an extent, and some of these top players right now currently in Group A.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it feels like a lot of the players, they're getting knocked out. They've been forcing strategies, right? They've been forcing a playbook, and this is not exactly recommended, right? When you are trying to force a playbook, some board doesn't give it to you, and when the board doesn't give it to you, well, what are you gonna do? What is your contingency plan? That's why many of the best players, such as Shadow QC, such as Gideon, as we see, they go with the flow. Whatever that's offered to them, they keep their economy going still. They have an overarching game plan, but it's never too rigid. They're willing to pivot at any time, given the board favors their pivot.
I think, again, I'm really keeping in mind the newer players out there, and more so like our casual players out there that are starting to get into the competitive scene of Magic Chess Go-Go, because, you know, when we look at just like what happened in game 1, and then, well, game 1 was mostly just dominated by Shadow QC, right? Game 2, I feel like, probably had some people on their edge, like, oh yeah, look, Shadow QC is so low health, he's probably gonna get knocked out. Well, no, again, it's a different kind of strategy and a different, I would say, tempo that we actually saw in this game, in game 2. And that's why the dynamics change so much depending on how these professional players, the best of the best, showcase that. And for the new players out there that are looking at this, you know, they might be thinking, well, how do I pivot? How do I figure out? Because what you see them, you know, what you see these players doing is, even if it's down to the last bit of their HP, or, you know, that last bit of health that they have, they go and pivot. And when we say pivot, sometimes you'll see them change up synergies, sell some of the heroes that they have, even if they're, you know, changing things out, and they'll go and lock in different synergies or different approach to the game. And I think that's one of the hard things about it, Mo, is like, for newer players out there to understand, when does that happen? When is that timing for them? Because even when I got into Magic Chess, it was like, well, strategies when it comes to Magic Chess.
Yep, and this is something that one of the Indonesian casters taught me as well, Professor KB. Pivot pieces are very important, right? Identifying what are the pivot pieces when you're going for a certain synergy. So for example, if you're going for Toy Mischief, what will be the pivot piece, right? For example, it will be a 4-cost. So Barats, it's going to be the pivot piece. So any 4-cost that is a purple or higher into that synergy, it's a pivot piece. It's a very good pivot piece, but you gotta know your ins and outs, the strengths, the weaknesses of the pivot piece. From Shadow QC, we saw the pivot into the Barats the moment he got the Toy Mischief. So he know that he has the Barats to play around with. He has the Dauntless. At the same time, he has that Stargazer synergy, right? The moment he got that 3-star, he went towards that 6 Toy Mischief synergies so that he got the added damage to finish off the round. Meanwhile, from Gideon, we saw that he was trying to pivot. He got the pieces on his board, but what really ruined his plan was the K. When he got the 3-star K, there was no economy left over to pivot, and then afterwards, Shadow QC just won by default because he did have the pieces already. He had the master plan already in his heart with the Barats 3-star.
In his heart, man, the power, the power of the heart of the cards, basically, or the heart of the draw, you know. And
yes,
you know,
sir.
Sometimes it comes down to that, but yeah, big shout outs to KB, Professor KB over there. he's actually the one that introduced Magic Chess to me, and really like taught me the initial, I guess, understandings of it. So you know, it's great that KB shares his knowledge of Magic Chess, because I remember seeing him play and just being like, dude, I don't know what you're doing, you know. And I feel like, again, that's why sometimes when we go through these broadcasts, like I want to go ahead and theme it in a way of our new players out there, man, because I just feel like when you look at Magic Chess and you see it at this level, it's very different from obviously when you play it. Just like when you watch any game out there, it's very different when you see the professionals do it, and sometimes they do it really quickly. That's one of the things about Magic Chess. It's funny because when leading into this, we were like, you know, even if you lose your internet connection, like, you're still good, right? You can still play. But you have to remember, these players, as you take a look at the standings currently after 2 rounds, these guys are so quick in their decision making, and that's why they are here. You know, that's why they are the part of the final 16 that qualified. And again, these players are all fighting for that top 4 spot to get to the grand final tomorrow. And if you guys missed it at the beginning of the stream, they're all fighting for a prize pool as well. So that's what everyone's going for. And, you know, it's when you get 2 rounds in, Mo, and you've been at the bottom now, as you saw from, you know, especially our EECA representatives, this is where it gets a little dicey. Like, you've, especially if you just had back-to-back 8th place finishes, you have to be able to go ahead and come in with a better game plan, I feel like, for rounds 3, 4, 5. Because that's where you're potentially, if round 3 goes similarly, or even, you know, let's say you don't get a top 4 finish, it's going to be tough for you to qualify for that grand final tomorrow.
Yeah, and I really like the point that you were saying, right? When it comes down to new players, when it comes down to professional players, the gameplay becomes very different. But if you take a look at the best players, right? What are they so consistent with? Why are they the best in an RNG game? The RNG doesn't really decide everything. This is also a game about decisions. You gotta understand that there are a certain number of chess pieces that are involved. There are a certain number of synergies that work best. It's a rock, paper, scissors. Some synergies destroy other synergies. And also at the same time, some commanders are well suited to do certain things. Like, for example, Fanny in the mid game, complete monster with synergies. For example, Nana, when you go late game, complete monster as well. And Minotaur, it is a scaling unit from start to finish, especially if you get the right items. But you gotta understand, there are some commanders that are a gamble, but how do these players make the gamble work for them? And this is here what we're here to find out here at MRS Season 5, because a lot of changes to the commanders, right? How do the pros do it? And now you can see for yourself how they come out on the edge and how they come out with an edge every single time.
Mo, who's your favorite commander?
My favorite commander?
Yeah.
The most gambly commander, dude, Harley.
Harley?
Yeah.
The most gambly commander? Oh man, we'll see if he gets. Do you think he's gonna get picked up?
Dude, if someone picks him up and he wins, it's the most high roll game ever, because Harley's ability is just to give you 5 costs, right? And if you get the perfect 5 costs, you win the game. But if you don't, you lose. So it's either 8th or 1st place. So that's a huge gamble right there. But that's why I love the character, because, you know, you get a chance to pivot in. Like, oh, you are given a 5 cost and the game is telling you to work with it. So that's one of the part that I love about the game. It's like, yeah, take this, work with it.
You like that excitement, huh?
Yeah.
This time we're going to see Moon get the Minotaur here. So again, a lot of the commanders that you are going to see, obviously, just like with any game, there are meta commanders. It's just, the players can't play the same commander twice. So you'll see a lot of these commanders come through. Again, there's a whole lot of Karinas, of course, the Minotaurs, Kagura as well, just like we saw previously in our game, Lancelot for economy, Fanny as well. Fanny, an interesting way that works, and even what else? The Ruby. I've seen the Ruby now a couple times. So I just remember the last meta, because the commanders go through changes themselves too, and sometimes I just wish that I'm still waiting for the gold commander. If there's ever commander, I'll be playing nonstop. in that sense. But I know he was a hero at one point when they had the synergies back then. But we're going to be jumping into this round 3 real quick. Let's take a look at how our players go ahead and set this up. Again, early game could be a little bit different. Shadow QC, the one to really watch, sitting at 16 points. Now Bishes with first place. This time around too, I think Shadow QC, for a lot of the players out there as we're hovering over him, will get to see different play styles at such a high level. And, you know, rolling with the Angela. Yeah, this is Angela, yeah? Yeah, this is the Angela that he's got. So how does this work in the Alpha Shadow QC so far? Because you mentioned it, Mo, like game round, very aggressive early start, right? Very aggro. Game 2, the long game, like taking his time.
Yo,
Whole
Shadow
reset
QC.
and Muffin doing his thing here. Yeah, what do you think? What do you think this is for Shadow QC?
Shadow QC is leaps and bounds ahead of what we're thinking, guys. Because, you know, with Shadow QC, right, when you're going for Angela's a very magic-based character where you want to get that 70% mana regen, right, within 2 tiles, and the doll is movable. So it's like, you know, you're playing the previous Star Wings build with mana. So that's something that he's probably looking to do with the Stargazers. He probably wants to go into Stargazer again. But the thing is, mana is flexible. You can put it on a Benedetta, you can put it on a Leslie, and it can still work. So Shadow QC, he's not limiting himself to make sure that one strategy is going to fail him. He's just looking for pieces right now. He's just going with the flow. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to make the mana work. And with a very early game Neo Beast, he's actually going for a lose streak right now.
Yeah, it might be... I still looking to see the Neo Beast really come into play. You know, we've seen a couple players attempt it in the early game. We're going to see the same thing, at least here, for Buds and Sabo. Both the Philippine representatives. So we'll see what he ends up doing. I actually want to see... I don't know. It was always one of my favorite synergies to roll with, man, was the Bruiser. I just like to see that play. I'm not sure if he's actually going to continue to build this out for Sabo.
Oh, man.
Obviously, he's sticking with it right now in the Minotaur, getting those kills locked in because of the Karina.
Yeah, Bruiser's disgusting, man. Like, I remember when I first played MCGG, when I first discovered Bruiser, and Bellaric was just beating down everybody because he had that double hit with the magical damage, and he was healing as well. He was beating down everybody. I was like, oh my god! And I just came from MLBB to MCGG. I'm like, wow, what is this? This is Chad Bellaric, and it instantly got me hooked. Right? The kind of like gap between the characters, where in MLBB you don't see Bellaric beating people. He's like, defending the marksman, defending the gold laner. But in MCGG, the Bellaric is just beating down everyone.
Well, that goes back to the argument with the Rafaela, man. You know, sometimes if you want to see their alternative identities, like, they're here in Magic Chess, you know? And it's nice to see that. Right now, not surprised, Moon with that Minotaur is sitting at 100 points, sitting at the win streak here. This one, though, too, he's actually got the Mystic Meow build up, too. Here, we're going to run to our first carousel, then we'll take a look at Moon in just a bit. So let's see what our players end up choosing here early on. Muffin going for that DHS. I wonder what Moon's going to go for. Again, items usually prioritized here in that first carousel, as the items given a pretty good healthy power spike in this early game. So Moon does go for the Dom Ice. So he grabs that. All right. Sue Nobody has the 4 marksman.
Yeah,
so he's actually going to be playing that.
This is a very late game build, right? Marksmen are very squishy. You do need a very good build to actually just frontline for them. You don't have the Kufra. Maybe he's going for the Heart Bond, something to go with that early game. But Marksman is really very late game right now. He does have the Glory League to complement the 4 Glory League, but there's no itemizations that's going to help him work this out. So Nobody, despite the fact that, well, he has that weak build, he's still making it work, right? And this is a late game scaling build. If he can make it work even more, he gets a 6 marksman with a Luminexus, is going to be very scary.
Yeah, that Luminex plus the itemization. I think that's such a big part for him, like you mentioned. So we're taking a look, seeing exactly what Moon is doing here, I believe. Or no, we're switching over. Muffin, again, one of the players that definitely needs a different result for this one. It's just, how's this looking? He's got a whole mix of everything. Some Neo Beast. He's building up on the chest here. He's got a little bit of the Toy Mist and the Bruiser. But I'm not sure. Even the Alice coming into play. Something you don't see too much of.
Alice really mostly used for Toy Mischief synergy at this point. Not really a key piece at this point. We see the early game pieces being either the Soul Vessels, the Exorcist, the Heart Bond into the Mia as well. So yeah, that's going to be something that's really different. So yeah, we do have a lot of scavengers right in this early stages. As we said, right, the economy very important. But sadly, right, the next creep round, the go-go card, is going to be a blue go-go card. So the economy is not going to be as accelerated. So if there's someone who is going to play the Shadow QC way in that first game as well, trying to accelerate the game, trying to force out a 3-star, like we saw with the Shadow Cell in the previous season, where the Shadow Cell Hellcurt 3-star just forced out the game, end the game before we even reach the 3rd carousel. And if they can do that, well, this blue card, it determines the state of the game.
Yeah, we'll see here in this creep round too. And like you mentioned, I think Shadow QC picked up the he got the free shop refreshes. So I don't know, he could potentially go into a weapon master like we saw previously. Okay, what's he picking up? He's going to be rolling here. He's still got pretty good economy as well. Does he actually just go master? He gets the 2-star Alice for now. Building in 2-star Uranus. And then the Alucard. So where's the strength in this? Is he just going into something similar? Muffin actually rolling too? Activates the Blessing, still in the Glory lead, but now Defender, and then the Heart Bond.
Yeah, I mean, getting that 2-star Kufra coming out from Moon, I think that's going to be one of the bigger pieces that's going to really impact that game as well, given the fact that he's on a Minotaur. But looking at Maffin's board right now, he's unable to find Peel for the Mia at all. He's unable to stop in that front line, right? So right now, with that blue card, we can see the game is getting accelerated. Muffin finds himself at 47 HP, and this is unprecedented. This is a very early stage. You're already down towards half your HP. It's telling to what the game is. It's never not gonna go into again. It's gonna be very reminiscent to game 1. People are trying to accelerate as much as possible. You gotta lose those scavengers. You gotta go for your synergies now. Try and form your heart bombs. Try and form your Luminexes. Try and form your KOFs.
I think that's what we see him doing. We'll take a look at Muffin later, but he's probably going to play into that 3-star Mia if he can get there. Over on the flip side, we got Buds building up here, a similar thing, but still building up his Neo Beast chest as he's got the 4 synergy locked in, playing with Scavenger again. If for our viewers out there, a lot of the newer viewers that might be tuning in, Scavenger, an economy play, allows you to go and hit one of the random heroes, and then you can also get some extra gold, and then of course sell the random hero to help build that out. So Buds wants to basically have his heroes go down so he can continue to build out the chest, and that's what he's doing. We have been seeing the Neo Beast chest procced up, opened up around 300 plus. Mo's mentioned that previously. We'll see if that's the move here. Moon's going to win that round. And Nobody, I would say for Nobody, having a much better round 3 than he had in the previous two rounds, so off to a good start. I think Muffin's really got to change things around here because he's in that danger zone. He's fishing for that 3-star Mia, though.
Yeah, very good pivot coming in from Nobody, right? We saw him having that 4 marksman. As I mentioned, it's not going to be in the mid game. It's not going to be very optimal to carry him through the mid game. Marksman is more of a late game synergy where you already have the frontliners that are necessary to peel for your backliners. So he formed the Glory League and the Hurt Bond, which is pulling him through that mid game right now. Now Muffin still kind of struggling, but he did find the Hanabi. This is going to be huge because the AoE damage is going to deal much more, especially with the fact that he has the Krufer in front and the Mia in the back as well. This Heart Bond marksman finally coming through for the side of Muffin. He will finally take a W.
Yeah, he needed that though, man. So his work pays off. We're going to go into a carousel round. We'll see what they end up picking up. Muffin's got the first choice since he's the lowest health. He'll go and grab that defender. Gideon grabbing capacity. Got the winner crown over here for Buzz. A BOD for Sabo. Nobody picking up that. Is that the Benedetta? Yeah, that's Benedetta. Claus over there. And then, of course, the Edith for Moon. And Shadow QC will pick up Dom Ice. So good distribution of items here. Let's see. What does Muffin want to do? I think him and obviously Gideon getting relatively close. And because he's got defender, he's probably almost got. He should have a pretty good chance of getting to the 6 out of 6 defender here. He's almost got the Mia built out as he picks up another 2-star. Gideon as well, keeping an eye on him. He's got the Bruiser still building up, picked up 2 Exorcists, still has Marksman. He's going for a move here. We'll see if he makes it, but Gideon's going to survive this round against Muffin, both of them nearly in that danger zone, and we talked about the Leslie earlier on. So we'll see how this ends up playing out. It's got the Haas Claws on it as well as Retribution. So good damage, but just the front line I don't think is going to be good enough right now for Gideon, as the rest of his board actually is just dealt with so quickly again with this Mia. One with pretty much stacked items and the other just with that DHS. So even this Hayabusa and the Exorcist not going to be much.
Yeah, usually Leslie is the final pickup for the Mystic Meow Marksman into the combo. So yeah, picking it up this early, that's a 5 cost, right? That's 5 gold that you're putting into a very early state of the game where the Leslie is not going to be super useful. And Muffin, he needs to find a better synergy than that Defender Heartbond right now, and so does Buzz, right? Luckily for him, he's been running the Scavenger, now pivots into Mortal Rivals, where he does have that kill Kusanagi with the Stargazer. That's going to help him survive this mid-game right now. But looking at Shadow QC once again, he's sitting at the top.
Okay. Sitting at the top, Shadow QC again, man. He's going to be fine. Gideon, though, as we look, potentially, can he clear this out? Mia popping off the damage. He's got 2 of. Looks like he should survive this, but that Yuzhong is pretty crazy. But having the Mia there will help him out. He survives, keeps himself into this one. So getting dicey down to the last 4. And we're gonna have another creep round here, another minion round to go ahead and build up some of the items that they need. And this is where we have seen it. Players shift focus, or at least pivot, like we talked about. Leading into that later portion of the game, but still, we would call this still mid game ish.
Yeah,
kind of like a mid game. Let's take a look at what the move's going to be here, though.
So currently, right, Sensed is at level 9. So Buds and Sense are the most poised to get the 5 costs right now. So yeah, given the fact that we are starting to enter the cusp of late game, this is like very late mid game right now, we are going to have the 5 costs entering the pool. And yeah, this is where it's going to dictate whether you're going towards that Stargazer Dauntless, whether you want to build towards that KOF Luminexus. That is going to be one of the 2 endgames builds that you want to go for. Now, a build that I haven't seen in a very long time coming out for the side of Buds. This is the Luminexus into Stargazer. That was very prevalent in the previous patch, right? Because magic damage with reduced defense, especially AoE magic damage on the Farsa and the Valentina, it does a lot of damage. But right now with the nerf Terry Bogard, it's not going to be a very good frontline, so he's relying on the E-diff with Beyond the Clouds. This is a great adjustment. Let's see how it works.
Oh, he swapped it out. Yeah, his Valentina is pretty stacked too. Interesting with the Kyo Kusanagi. Somewhat tanky, somewhat damage. But that Valentina, good spread of damage. Again, like you mentioned, with that Luminexus, so that'll actually do just fine. One of the unique, I call this very unique builds because we just haven't seen this mix, and it ends up working out for Bud. So interesting enough, at least for Sabo. Will he actually pull this through? All right. Very close. One sliver of HP on that Ling. This is what we usually see with the Lings. So even after that carousel round that we had earlier on, and then of course the creep round, you can already see the power, some of the shift across the board between the players. Again, Gideon rolling with that 6. I like the 6 bruiser build, but he's relatively in the danger zone just because he's got potentially one round here. I'm not sure what he's going to be able to switch forward. He does put the Kagura umbrella over his Cho, the Yori Yagami. We'll see. We have seen just how often you can get the proc off with the Way of the Dragon here. We'll see if this is enough, though. It's actually got quite a good mix of synergies with this, but who's Gideon facing off of? Buds here.
Oh no,
this is not good.
Yeah, this is his absolute bane here, right? Now, this Kyo Kusanagi, if he's able to survive here, well, this
Kick after kick.
Yori, yeah, not gonna be enough.
No, he's got his own
Winter Crown.
No.
Yeah, this is the exact counter to whatever he's doing, right? He's playing Bruiser, right? So with Bruiser, you have melee units that need to walk up. And with that time that you need to walk up, the Kyo is dealing damage to the back. The Farsa is consistently able to land down damage. This is the Stargazer Luminexus build that was used to counter the Bruiser build in the previous meta. And Buds, he just happens to be Gideon's opponent at the time. And Gideon has been top 2 consistently. But now, he's the first person to get taken out.
Yeah, first person to get taken out. And again, we're looking over here at Shadow QC, the most dominant player so far in this group, still sitting at top. You can see his Aulus, man. The Aulus is built along with the Fredrin. And, you know, it's funny because we even mentioned the Aulus just isn't one of those heroes that you see utilized too much. But Shadow QC has made it work. It does pretty great once you eventually get it to this point, and then you have the itemization plus the party rockets, you know, that really helps out. But Shadow QC going for this one against Muffin. Looks like his 3-star Fredrin to be the one to try to take down the Mia, but the Heartbound is actually going to proc Sue. Nobody won that one. We'll see what ends up happening here back up top. Oof. All right. Shadow QC still surviving, 12 win streak. Another knockout. A Sue Nobody went down. Tough for Sue Nobody, man. Still searching for those points.
Yeah, I mean, Buds has the most interesting pivot build right now, right? He has to Beyond the Clouds into Stargazer into Luminexus. If he gets the 6 Luminexus and 6 Stargazer, this is a potential end cap game build, right? End capacity, where he's going to have the highest possible scaling damage. Because currently, theoretically, right now, Luminexus 6 has the highest damage. And a lot of people have been going for Dauntless Stargazer because it's just easy to get the 4/4. It gives the best theoretical stats on paper. But if you get the 6 Luminexus, theoretically, it's the highest damage in MCGG that the game can provide. So right now in this patch, if Buzz does get it, Sabo might be the only person that can stop him with that 6 Swiftblade because he's able to take him out before the damage comes through.
We'll see if he can pull it off. Bud's taking a look at Muffin here, though, as he's potentially the next to be knocked out, relying, like we've seen for a lot, the Mia, the 3-star Mia, having the Kufra. He's going to go ahead and face off against Moon. So far, decent. But again, this crowd control that comes through with this, and the Minotaur is actually going to be a problem across there. I'm not sure if the Mia can actually pump out enough damage. They are able to clear out the board for now. Good usage there, but man, that blade armor, the enhanced blade armor as well, is actually working against. Heartbound will proc. The Kufra's still going to be up. He's going to get rid of the Edith. Now can he get rid of... He does it. He pulls it off. Moffat stays alive with the Heartbound. Plus, that in the Winter Crown, having that on the Kufra buys enough time to bounce between the two.
This is the interesting build that I was talking about. Luminexus into Mage, into Stargazer, into Beyond the Clouds. This is so much magic damage. This was the build that was terrorizing a lot of the pro players in Go 1. So yeah, this was one of the endgame cap builds that we saw from a lot of the pro players back during Go 1. Now he's bringing it back. Buds made a slight adjustment with the nerf Terry Bogard. Yes, we put the Edith in front now. We put the Beyond the Clouds. Very good adjustment coming in from him. And now with the Mortal Rivals, he's able to get the damage from the Kyo Kusanagi as well.
Oh, but he's against Sabo. Look how fast he actually clears out the back line, but could potentially clear this out pretty easily. It looks like even with this, the Fredrin... Oh, no, he's in trouble. Oh, I thought he was going to be able to clear that out, but he just got, like, desecrated so quickly.
Oh, my God. That was Shadow QC, right? That was Shadow QC.
Oh, that was that was Shadow QC.
He went up against Shadow QC, who had that Toy Mischief into Luminexus into Weapon Master. Yeah, so Shadow QC... Well, he went for a build that just favored him during that time, but it kind of helps out in the rock, paper, scissors department because the lifesteal coming out from the Weapon Master, it actually helps against this kind of magic damage builds, right? Because you're relying on mana. So before the next burst comes out, you're able to heal up, especially even on a 3-star Alice or a Fredrin as well. So yeah, that kind of came in clutch. But look at this, Mystic Meow coming out from Sensed. Finally.
Is this enough though? Like, it was like the last time we saw the Mystic Meow was only 6 activated. This one's going to be 9, it looks like.
Yeah.
We'll see what items are picked up too. We're down to our last 3 players here for round 3. The best contention to Shadow QC might just be Sen. He does 2-star as Leslie. Sabo on the other hand too. He's actually picked up the 6 Swiftblade, so he's got that. See what he ends up playing with. He's still got a little bit of gold to work with here too. His Ling is actually pretty strong as well. I don't know. Either Sen or Sabo, I feel like, might potentially be able to win a round against Shadow QC, but it's been so tough for anyone, really. Let's look at the Sabo versus Sen. He's got what he needs. He's actually clearing out the back row really quickly still. Both having the Lings just kind of jump around. This is still very healthy, so Sabo should be able to clear this out and win that round against Sen. There's the Tempest Blades, Ling versus Ling, but clears out the Lancelot. Has the winner crown, but unfortunate.
Yeah, Sen's having that extra HP from the Mystic Meow, it actually mattered there in the Ling versus Ling battle, right? Because they both have the Swift Blade, they both have that piercing, they both have that penetration, but they don't have similar amounts of HP. Now, since he has a higher HP cap because of that Mystic Meow, and that's why people favor it so much during the later stages of the game, but the sad thing about Sense is he does not have the economy to go for higher levels. He's stuck at level 9. He needs to wait for the next carousel to get a +1 cap. If he gets that 10, he gets another synergy. It's gonna affect his Mystic Meow even more.
Okay, well, let's see. No one's still contesting Shadow QC. Looking at Sabo, he's gonna be up against him. This is gonna be a tough one again. Just clear out what he needs to, relying on that Ling, but that Alice is just unrelentless in the front line, just clearing everything alongside the Fredrin. Ling will go ahead and deal with it, and actually, Sabo makes it happen this time. Will deal some damage to Shadow QC.
Yeah, I mean, this was the build that I was scared about, right? 6 Swiftblade was going to be the answer, but since building that Mystic Meow, he is also in that later stages of the game where his build is superior, right? Depending, there are metas in the game, there are highest damage caps in the game, and for Sense, he is going to have one of the highest damage caps. Sabo, similarly as well. Now it matters on the itemizations and the stars and the placement of your characters, right? This is where these kind of micro details are going to be coming in.
All right, it's getting down to it. What do they end up going for? Little little search here at Sen. I mean, even having the 6 Swift Blade, like you've already taken out Shadow QC. Now he's got to go Sabo. He can potentially almost do the killing a blow to Sabo here, but Sen actually doing really well, just clearing everything out there in the front. Not sure if Sabo's lineup can actually withstand this as he's relying on that Lancelot. Oh, he's still going to be up. Little knock up from the Edith and actually clearing it out too, but the Edith still having that Primal Wrath form. And actually, it's going to be just fine. I think even with the Ling versus Ling, but the Heartbound coming on through. Still has a winner crown, but there you go. Once again, Sabo will take the damage from Sen.
Yeah, Sen's with that Mystic Meow, right? We were looking forward to it the entire time. This Mystic Meow is going to change the game. Now, Sabo, he has the opportunity to get the +1 cap. Will he go for it?
Yep.
If he does not, Sen's is going to jump on that. And yeah, Sabo going for that +1 cap. Hopefully, he can get a Mystic Meow for himself. But the Leslie is over there.
Okay. Capacity. I'm wondering if that's actually going to be enough. I'm actually wondering if that's going to be enough to help him or not here. Looks like he's going for a 3-star Edith, at least for Sabo.
All right, so yeah, going for that 3-star Sabo. 3-star K. I'm not too sure whether he's going to be able to have the economy to get it right now. Currently, Sen's is still looking extremely strong right now with the Mystic Meow. So yeah, this is the Mystic Meow Phase Warper that I was extremely scared of. This is the endgame state. I don't think anything can win this unless Shadow QC can prove me wrong.
Let's see what happens here. Shadow QC dealing with Sabo. Oh! Again, this Ling also just so beefed up and strong, man. He's gonna be fine, yep. There's a Tempest of Blades, comes up, clearing it out. Another hit to Shadow QC. So great. Again, this is such a... It's this late game switch that ended up happening here for Sabo, holding on, you know, with just such low HP. What else can he do to make this better?
Yeah, currently, right, Shadow QC, he did what he can by going for that Luminexus, but right now, Luminexus 6 versus Mystic Meow, that HP, it really depends on whether or not you can take out the Ling. But the fact of the matter is, Ling has so much iframes that it's almost kind of impossible to take him out. And with the skill burst coming through for the side of Sen's, I would say it's a done game right now. Sen's, he found the way to finish out the game. Now he's just waiting for the 3 stars. Hopefully they can deny him from getting even more 3 stars.
All right, we're still keeping an eye on here on Sabo. Let's see if he still maintains in the game here. Looks like he's actually going against Sen's, but this is just a whole lot being thrown. And even having that Edith, looks like he'll be able to clear this out. Sabo, again, still relying on that Ling. Should be able to. Again, the Edith buys so much time with the Primal Wrath. There you go. Sabo, man. This is such a power play towards that end.
Yeah, the itemization came through. The Winter Crown.
Yep.
That timing just came through. Oh, man. Sense. He wants Sabo out of the game, right? Because he wants the Ling for himself. And Sabo is hogging up the pieces that he needs. Now, without the cap available, he's unable to upgrade the Mystic Meow. It's going to be very hard. You can see him just thinking about it, but yeah, he doesn't know what to do with it. Now, Shadow QC, he's in a rock in a hard place right now. Currently, the Lings are just bashing him down, and all he has is the Weapon Master and the Luminexus synergy.
So if your problem is the Ling, and you're in Shadow QC's position, what do you do to deal with the Ling here?
Hey, I'm here, big guy. Easy, boy, easy. Don't.
Problem is the Ling. What do you do here, right? If hopefully you can get a pivot into Iori Yagami, the Bruiser build. That might be an answer, getting a lockdown, but with the Winter Crown, that is not going to be a move. So yeah, Sen's now has that 2-star Leslie as well. Another good counter would be trying to get the Melina's gift, right? Last time the Sun and the Melina's gift that would have done the job. But right now, you don't have the ability to split unless you get Toy Mischief.
Yeah, so he's got the 4 out of the 6 Toy Mischief here. Let's see how it plays out. Still, Sabo holding on to the 5 HP. He's going for this against Shadow QC, so still, his Ling actually took a lot of damage, but with the Edith, he's actually going to be cleared out this time. Oh, no, the Ling's still alive.
No.
Ling
is a problem,
Ling
man.
is a problem. Especially with the Karina, too, man. It's just like that burst, that initial, having those Supreme Blades there. This is looking good for Sabo. He's held on to that 5 HP for the longest time, and now each of our top 3 players, 10 HP or below. Definitely looking like Sabo can't be stopped right now unless something major changes here between Shadow QC and Sen, but I don't know if they have an answer to deal with the Ling.
Yeah, Sen's just spent all his money donkey rolling down, and he couldn't get the 3-star Gushin, the 3-star K. So, yeah, he was going for the 3 stars, trying to upgrade as much as possible. Now he's left with a 1-star Terry Bogard, but looking at Sabo, got a 3-star Roger.
Yep.
That's gonna be very scary to deal with.
All right, let's see. Sabo versus Sen. Looking to cap out Sen here, clearing up the back lane. It's going to be some Ling versus Ling action towards the end. Still with the 2-star Edith up. Tanking up a lot of this. Trying to deal with that Lancelot. Again, Primal Wrath is going to pop after that Revitalize. But still, the healthier Ling right now. And after the Primal Wrath, and this just gives enough time to go ahead and cap things out. Again, just showcasing just how good of a synergy those two heroes work out well.
Yeah, Sabo just coming out in time, just getting the Roger because, it's a piece that Sense wasn't playing. And meanwhile, Sense, every single piece that he was playing, Sabo was playing on his board as well. So he couldn't get the 3 stars in, he couldn't get the 2 stars in, and Sabo just kind of starved him out. This is what we were talking about, right? Where there are limited number of chess pieces. If 2 players, they're playing the same synergy, they're gonna starve each other out.
All right, Sabo just picked up 3-star K or the Gushin. So even more work that Shadow QC needs to deal with if he wants to deal with this. Most of it's been the Ling and the Edith towards the end, but you can just see how quickly things are being worked with this time with that Roger clearing it out. Looks like Shadow QC might be able to pull this off. Shadow QC! He manages to get back-to-back-to-back first place finishes.
Chad? Wow, that is insane. This guy from Vietnam has been surprising me, right? Where game 1, he went for Minotaur, he went for, what people are doubting. Defender, Heartbond combination. People think it's just a cheese strategy, right? But he made it work with the Minotaur. Then afterwards with the Angela as well in game number 3. We talked about him having that mana capability, and he's able to put it to very good use in the later stages of the game where the Ling was just beating him upside down.
It was a good attempt, I'll say, from Sabo, though, because it took him a while to get to where he needed to be with that lineup, but once he had it, the Ling was just shredding through people, and of course the Edith, like we saw, really good at just buying time because of the way the Edith works and having that Primal Wrath, and even the itemization. It was just unfortunate that because it came really close. It honestly very close between him and Shadow QC there, but I would say, nonetheless, our round 3 was probably one of the more interesting ones that we've had, just because of the variety, the variety of synergies that we actually got to see our players bring to round 3, Mo.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be interesting as well as we head on into game number 4, because the bans, of course, would extend to whatever commander that they have used before. So that means that they're going to be pulling out more strategies out of the hat, right? Has Shadow QC expended all his strategies, or does he have even more? Because that 3-star pivot into that Roger, that was insane, because no one else is playing the Roger, so why not? I go for it. And it worked out for him to the fact where he doesn't have Stargazer, but he has that Angela synergy, that 70% extra mana to give that Roger an extra boost in terms of skill damage.
The Roger, what do you have? The Fredrin, and it was the Aulus as well, right? I mean, there was the Aulus, especially in the beginning, but we'll look at the highlights here, how this played out in round 3, some of the early, of course, finishes for some of the players here. You know, Gideon being one of those players that did relatively well in the early rounds, round 1 and 2, and Suno, but he's still, you can see maybe getting to him at this point. You know, 3 rounds in a row, really struggling to find what he's looking for to make it work. Buffett, I feel like had the concept, had the idea here, but things really just got very close. Even like you mentioned with Buds, I'm glad that Buds was able to go ahead and bring this unique Luminexus and the Stargazer lineup that you mentioned through this, but it just wasn't, unfortunately, enough to get him to that top 4 finish that Buds was desperately looking for. And then it was just a slugfest.
Yeah, at that point, right? Luminex's Stargazer worked last time because the Kadita, the iframes coming in from the Kadita, and also the ability of the Irithel to affect everybody with the Luminex's debuff. So that was what was so strong in the previous patch. But now in this current patch, Luminex's and Stargazer, you don't have enough AoE damage. But looking at the last few moments, this Roger pick really came in clutch. That 3-star Roger putting up all the itemizations there. Shadow QC, well, showing a huge display of calmness despite the fact that he was getting beat down. Ling was a huge problem. He just stayed calm. He's like, it's all
Thumbs
good.
up.
I got the Roger.
Yeah, I was gonna say almost every game now that Shadow QC's won, he's just like, yep, thumbs up to that, you know. And he showed us. It's so interesting when you see a player like Shadow QC, how he's adapted so far from like, because round 1 to now, after seeing round 3, very different approaches for Shadow QC and different strategies. And now I think you left the question there, you know, just how deep does that strategy pool go for Shadow QC, someone like that? And, you know, he's already had really strong starts and either a fast start or a much slower start. And this is where, like you said, commanders can come into play. But I think it's also just having that ability to know your game plan, the approach that he wanted to. Even so, you don't see that many. What do you have? The Weapon Master, right? He had I know we'll take a look at it in here in just a second, but he had the Weapon Master, and we actually started discussing the Weapon Master even back in round 2, and now it appears here in round 3. So I'd like to see Shadow QC, someone like, you know, since he showed us some of these interesting synergy combos, like if he can go ahead and play the or not that he can't play it, but if he could show us what we saw with the Stargazer and the Luminexus lineup. But like you said, there's just such good ways, and this is why it's very chess-like. Like, there's really good synergies that just counter the other more physical or even the magic-based synergies.
Yeah. And once again, of course, reminding the players, reminding the audience of the stakes at hand here, right? We're only going to have 8 players make it into the finals tomorrow. So out of these 16 players, only 8 players will go to the finals tomorrow as well. Right now, Shadow QC looking like he's all but set to make it into the finals as well. But we will take into account the other players' points as well. Sabo, who got 2nd place. Gideon, of course, who got knocked out in 8th place, but he has been getting 2nd place for the 1st and 2nd games as well.
Yeah, again, looking at this was the match. This was round 3. Then we got to see unfold again that Weapon Master getting locked in by Shadow QC. Just a couple defenders. You know, I don't know if you're going to see the... I don't know. Swiftblade was nice. Swiftblade with the KOF was nice to go ahead and see. But what the Meow... I always mix it up. The Meow synergy, you know, It's like I want to see that fully, like, come to full fruition if we can actually see that, because with the most we saw was 9 synergies. I think it was paired up with that. So again, this is looking up the lineup that Shadow QC brought to the table. We've seen Shadow QC now in his strategy for 3 rounds. Let's see if someone can actually dethrone Shadow QC from that first place finish. I think even to an extent, the Go-Go card selection that helped with the tempo, or at least the idea that Shadow QC brought to this. And even the Angela, even the Angela coming into play really helped, I feel like, make this all work out for Shadow QC. So, you know what, Mo? We've seen 3 rounds. We've seen 3 rounds of Magic Chess Go-Go for our first group of players. Is there something that you're spotting out? Because I know you've done a ton of research leading into this. Is it in line with what you've been watching? And also, again, talking about what we've seen from KB and the rest of the pro tournaments happening around. Is this in line with what you've had research-wise for the current season, the current meta of Magic Chess Go-Go?
Okay, so when we talk about the qualification matches, right, how the players get here in the first place, the top 16, how they reach here, right, the metas that they used to get here were very similar in terms of going for 4-4, Dauntless Stargazer, be it KOF, be it Lumi, getting that top 4 finish as much as possible. Not a lot of players are going for that 6 synergies, as we can see here, because we are still not at the grand finals. You're not going to be playing to win. You're playing to enter the top 4. So your mindset when you play the game is slightly different, right? You're playing to survive. You're playing commanders that can survive as well. You're playing against the best of the best. Everybody knows how to get top 1, but still, how do you survive in top 4? So you gotta go for strategies that no one go for. And Buds, he went for different builds. You can see that Sunobody, he's been trying to force down builds, but it's not working at all because the other players are denying him or they're increasing the pace of the game. The Go-Go cards right now, we haven't seen a gold Go-Go card yet, right? We've only seen a purple card and we've only seen blue cards.
What are the chances of the golden Go-Go card coming through? I know that's basically RNG, right? So it's like, what are the chances of seeing a gold Go-Go card for our new viewers out there?
I think it's very equal chance in every single game. It depends, like we said before, it's an RNG game. When you go in, it's already decided, right? It's not rolled on the spot, but there is a chance that you can see the Go-Go card if you pick up the Yuzong Commander. So if you pick that up, well, you're gonna see a Go-Go card no matter what. So I'm curious to see who picks up the Yuzong, since we have not seen that yet, and who goes for, the old favorites, the Gushins, the Loyis, whether or not they are still viable in the meta of the pro game right now.
Even I think from Go 1, a whole lot of Valiers. You still had, was it the Amon also? That I know we've seen the Amon before pop up quite a bit. I don't know. I'm really interested to see how the game plan might shift for some of these, for some of our players before we get to the draft, because so far it's just been a whole lot. It's been a whole lot of, the Minotaurs, the Karinas, now a couple of the defensive commanders like the, I'm not sure what was bothering Shadow QC there, but seeing, I lost my train of thought. The Angelas. So I want to see what ends up changing, I would say, for now that we're about to head on over to round 4. Again, Sunobody, hopefully he gets priority on what he wants to bring the game. Hopefully RNG's on his side, but I'm still assuming we're going to see some Minotaur, the Karinas pop up. What else have we seen? The Angela, Ruby as well. I'd like to see an Alice, man. I need to see an Alice. Like, Alice is my favorite commander currently. Hopefully we get to see that, because I just like the way that Alice plays. I like the ability that she has, where you can go ahead and play around. You don't have to really star up the heroes anymore. They just kind of get buffed up in a way, and we'll see if that ends up happening.
Yeah, and there's a visual error right there. Buds, actually, you were talking about the Alice. Buds actually picked up the Alice there. So Gideon picked up the Minotaur. We have the Ling, if I'm not wrong, coming out from the side of Sunobody. Buds picking up the Alice. And Muffin will be picking up the Mia. Moon picking up the Karina. And so we haven't seen the rest yet. But speaking of what you were talking about just now, very good point. yeah, we are always curious to see whether or not they go for the throats when it comes down to the gameplay. But right now, it's still the semifinals, right? There are strategies in place where you go for when you're playing MCGG, when you're earning the MMR, when you're climbing the ladder. Sometimes there are different players that play for top 1, right? And there are players that play for top 4. And this is what distinguishes the best from, you know, just someone trying to make it to the finals. And Shadow QC, he has been a very good like litmus test for that, where he is playing for number 1, consistently flowing between meta strategies, making sure that he jumps from one pivot to another to make sure that he has an edge throughout the game. And I haven't been seeing that from anyone else except for Gideon. So Gideon is showing me that he has what it takes to be one of the top 4 too. Given that game 3, he didn't make it, but still, Gideon has shown me potential. Meanwhile, the others, not so much.
That's interesting. Because we've been watching so close with Shadow QC, is that Vexana that he picked? I saw the portrait there for a second. I think that is Vexana that Shadow QC ended up picking. So, you know, that commander gives you pretty good power moves, I feel like, with Carousel. Equipment-wise, anyway. All right, let's look at here. Yeah, okay. So, and then he went with the Harley power. So I don't know. We'll have to actually see. We'll catch up there when we can. But very interesting because we are seeing commanders now, Mo, that we're not used to seeing. Again, that's one thing that I like with the draft in a way. It's kind of like this global ban, like mini. I don't know. I want to just explain it as it's almost like a mini global ban. Where players can't pick the same commanders going into the matches, and once you get to round 4, round 5, things definitely start to change. So we did get word. I think we might be changing something here. I'm not sure. We'll see if we actually jump back into this round. But yeah, so I don't want to break it down too much in case anything changes. But so far, Mo, we've seen some great matches. Up to round 3, our last Go winner, our Go champion you mentioned, is in Group 2. So we'll be saying that later. Okay, we are jumping into the game, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, man is from the EECA, of course. Floxy, the man that pushed MCGG in the EECA. We casted him in the Go 1 as well. And yeah, he did a phenomenal job going up against SEA Games winners, going up against named players from Indo and from organizations. And man, he was alone in doing it. So right now, I'm hoping that Sunobuddy and also Muffin, coming in from the same region of EECA, they can carry on his legacy. But right now, we are not seeing that much. But going into the early game right now, we're seeing that, yeah, most players, they want to go for that kind of economy. You want to secure the early game as much as possible. You don't want to buy too much pieces in the early game, right? You don't want to overcommit. And looking at all these commanders, you don't want to overcommit that much too. You don't have a Moskov, you don't have a Dyrov that are really going to carry you through. And I'm surprised that no one is playing Popo and Koopa, because PNK was the defining commander for Go 1.
Yeah, I remember that. PNK was everywhere. Looking at this again, you already see the Go-Go cards that were selected for those first cards and some of the early synergies being built up. This time, you actually got a couple bruisers. Over here. But all right, I think this is definitely going to be a different early start than what we've seen from our previous 2 rounds. As we're getting caught up, it looks like, yeah, Shadow QC. What is this? I have to know. What is this this skin for Vexana? This was one of the original throwback skins, isn't it? One of the before they were heroes. I'm forgetting the name.
Yeah, it has a name, right? It has a name, yeah.
Because if you played Magic Chess Go-Go before, if you guys played it before when it was just kind of like this in the, what do we call that? It was like in a game within a game. If you had those heroes, this is the one. I just can't remember the name of it. But yeah, the Vexana, you can see that's why he has 2. He has 2 of the items locked in because I believe it makes a copy, if I remember right, for the Vexana. But yeah, going back to it again, you see Moon, really good early start, Mo. He's got 4 defender already. Heartbound, of course. He's got 2 of that locked in. This is going to be tough to deal with, I feel like, early game for the players. Muffin, though, too. Much better start than he's had in the previous 3 rounds. I feel like this one, too, having the 4 synergies he's built up are really going to help him. But still, Moon, let's see how this early defensive synergy plays out for him.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be very fun to watch because defensive against offensive, right? But at the same time, you know, the Muffin is playing the cookie cutter where you play Mia with Mia. So you got 2, including 1 commander and 1 character that's hitting you down. So this is either the Defender, Exorcist, or Defender, Exorcist, or another one. What's that? Dauntless. Yeah, Dauntless. Heartbound strategy. Yeah, that they're looking for. So the main strategy behind it is the Mia and the Kufra. You're going to get the Heartbound synergy going. And for those news players that want to try out Mia as a commander, this is one of the key strategies right now, right? You get the Mia on the Mia, so you're dealing double damage. And at the same time, put the Kufra there to peel. Hopefully you get the Soul Vessel going for the extra Dejang damage, or you want the Defender synergy, which works for the Mia as well, so that you can peel with the Kufra.
Yeah, I like the Mia on Mia synergy. Played that a couple times. We're taking a look at Buds here. He's actually got 2 of the Mage synergy locked in, but he's going to get quickly dealt with just because this is such a early Yu Zhang also coming out here from Sabo. So Sabo's got that early Yu Zhang, and that's why he was just able to go ahead and do so much damage. Also, already having that 3 Exorcist, of course, with the Bruiser, so those extra little bit of procs that he gets, plus the Swift Blade. So early work there with an early power hero. Now we're going to the creep round of this. Let's see. Usually, you know, already Stage 2's creep round, you can actually get some pretty good itemization to help with your power spikes already at this point in the game. So some swapping going on here for Shadow QC. Still rolling with 4 Neo Beasts, though. So wonder what he wants to go for. He's already got the Farsa, which is a early power play.
Oh, look at that. A very interesting pickup from the side of Sabo, going for customized recruitment here. So that means that he's aiming for 3-star, because that's increases the chance of a 3-star by 8%. So Sabo, with the Yuzhong that he gained, because we were talking about there being no Moskov in the game, Sabo actually went for the Moskov commander card. So with the Moskov commander card, that gives you a hero, chess pieces at 1 gold, 2 gold, 3 gold, and 4 gold. So he got that Yuzhong. And with that, he's going to try and accelerate the game as fast as possible, or keep the economy going. Right now, he's at level 6 on 45 gold, having a win streak. So yeah, Sabo's going to be someone to watch, because he's going to have a lot of good mid-game pieces.
All right, let's look at Gideon here too, because we haven't talked much about Gideon, at least for a stage 4, just because, you know, he's been a bit of a slow start. He's rolling with the Minotaur here. And this is similar to what we saw previously back in stage 1, but he's got the 4 defender, he's got the marksman enough, and it's actually going to keep him in this round healthy. He wins that round. His Hanabi, though, is, I feel like, really good timing on this. Multiple enhanced, now 3 enhanced items on there. Perfect itemization, honestly, for the Hanabi to go with. So definitely something. Also, Sue Nobody, man. Sue Nobody has been struggling. You've seen the emotions on the player cam. You know, much better start for him, too. He's got the 4 Swift Blade, rolling for the Scavenger, for the economy that he gets with it. Of course, has the KOF, at least 3 out of 4. I don't know if he's going to play with this. He switched in to go with a 4, but he's going to stick with a 3, and then, of course, he's got that. So, better start for Sunobody. We're going to take a look at Gideon here, how he plays through with this Hanabi against Buds. Like we talked about earlier with Bud's early start on this one.
Yeah, and the problem is, right now, a lot of players are playing that Heart Bond synergy, right? A lot of players are aiming after the Mia. So what this means is that Muffin, despite the fact that he's playing Mia, he's not going to be able to get the 3-star Mia as easily. Budge is playing Mia, Gideon is playing Mia, if I'm not wrong, Moon is playing Mia as well. But yeah, Hanabi's not going to be enough against Buds, because, mind, you're an Alice player, right? And what does this mean when the Mia is red, you know?
What does it mean?
What? Wait, what does it mean?
What does it mean?
What does it mean? It means he wants to upgrade it to a 4-star.
Yeah, it's the Alice, man, you know, which is good because that's what you want to play with too. Also, he used it on the Minotaur. He'll get one more, I believe. Yeah, run in stage 3. He'll get one more to build up for, which is like, I guess with the Alice, that's a much different game plan than you usually see with the Mia, like we were talking about, where it's like such a mid-game centric concept, but that's not going to happen this time. Nobody though. Will he win this round up against Muffin? Both EECAs going, duking it out at least for this one. It looks like the Gushin is actually going to be good enough. So he's stacking up on putting the stocks towards the K, that Gushin, and he'll win that round. Just doing a bit of damage to Muffin. We'll go to a carousel round here. So let's see how this ends up being played out. We do have Shadow QC being the first to pick. Again, Shadow QC being back-to-back-to-back top 1 finish so far. Picks up the capacity. See what everyone else ends up grabbing. Is everyone just going to ignore the heroes for now? Shadow QC. All right, yeah, he's just bugged out there. Sabo, what's he going to pick for the last pick? Is there anything that he really wants? Okay, no items for him. And there you have it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the carousel is very redundant, right? When it comes to the itemizations,
that's
it's
right.
more of there's not a lot of physical damage items that were there. The +1 cap was the main gist of it, and Shadow QC did manage to get it, so that's going to be a very key part of his success as well. Yeah.
And I forgot that he's playing the Vexana. I forgot because of the look of the Vexana, but yeah, he got to pick another item after everybody chose. Yep.
That's right. So yeah, he got to pick the item before everyone else. Yes, that's one of the key perks of the Vexana as well. But now with that, we are looking at who's that called? Nobody, right? Just now, where he's able to stack up the points on the Gushin. So that's gonna be a very late game centric factor that you're gonna have to worry about, especially with the Swift Blades building up. If you get the 6 Swift Blades, that Gushin with that stacks coming in from the Ling, that's gonna affect the late game even more. So yeah, Nobody finally getting off to a good start, but at the same time, we talked about Sabo having a great early game. He might be suffering now as his go-go cards won't be scaling as much, especially since he's gonna be getting a lot more 3 stars.
Yeah, I feel like this one, at least for our game 4, I would say almost everybody is pretty even in comparison to our previous ones, right? For the most part, because you always had someone that was just had a way better start. We're sitting at win streaks, 100 health. Well, now you have, let's see. Yeah, now you pretty much have almost everyone evened out. This one, though, we've got Shadow QC showcasing what he's been able to go ahead and build up on this Vexana, but I think he's going to get outgunned by that Mia across from him, just firing off. Again, stacked up on items, the Mia on Mia combo that Mo mentioned earlier on, and that's just going to clear it out. So Shadow QC, this one definitely a turn for the tables so far through the performances that he's had up to this point in game 4.
Yeah, but this is not the end for Shadow QC, I feel, because he's racking up the Neo Beast charge, right? He's currently at 298 in terms of Neo Beast charge. Right now, we're taking a look at what go-go cards that they are going for. Shadow QC going for Dimensional Shot, and meanwhile, Sabo going for a Fateful Dice, so meaning that he wants to really accelerate the state of the game, get more units coming in, and Muffin getting a Beatrix and a Marksman Magic Crystal as well. And Nobody with the Luminexus and CC as well, so that's gonna affect the layer stages of the game. Meanwhile, the rest, they just took some economy cards just to boost their economy as well as your rerolls.
Rerolls, yep. A couple reinforcement cards here too. What else do we got? Yeah, Synergy, bit of hybrid attack for Sen. We're really keeping an eye on Shadow QC here, though. Let's see what he ends up doing. Like you said, he could just be playing again, once again, like we've seen him, where he's gotten really, really low in HP, and then he just goes for that pivot, goes for that power play. A ton of economy. So he's actually doing it now. You're seeing this happen. Gets most of his gold out, but he just managed to, at least for now, he's got the 2-star Farsa. Is he still going to go for... The Blessing was activated too for the Dauntless, for that Esmeralda. And this is where he goes for the switch. So ends up building the 5 out of 6 Dauntless. He's still got the Stargazer, multiple synergies unlocked, and also the itemization on the Farsa, who's going to be his main source of damage. And with using that Luminexus, like Mo's been mentioning, that reducing that hybrid defense really helps at this stage. So this was that moment that he was waiting for, but right now, against Buzz, seems like he's actually in a really good position.
Yep, the pivot coming through at the correct timing, right? The creep round pushed him to above 300, gave him the security that he need to push to level 9. Then now, right now, he's gonna get a 2-star Florin. All right, he might be looking to pick that up. So yeah, he got a 2-star Barats as well. So yeah, Shadow QC once again looking to turn the tables. That Dauntless Stargazer synergy. Well, AOT Shadow QC, man, that is just crazy pivots. That is wow. This guy's amazing. He deserves the top 1 spot for the first 3 games for sure. That is great moves, great pivot at the perfect time.
For the first group, man, Shadow QC definitely just showing how good he is. We're taking a look at Buds. Buds relying on that powered up Mia from the Alice. Pretty good with the defender, but can he get through this Fredrin? 3-star on that, stacked up with damage items, and also, meanwhile, a Masha there. So really relying on that, but just deleted so quickly as Buds gets brought down to just 4 HP.
And now, Bud's really in danger of just not making it to the grand finals as well. Currently, he is at 15 points, yes, but if he moves down to 1 point, well,
he only gets 1.
It's not gonna. Yeah, it's not going to be looking good, right? These last 2 games are the games that really matter here because the placements will mean much more and the points, well, they do stack up as well. But at the same time, going back into the game, Nobody has a Luminex's KOF, right? Luminex's KOF really counters out what Dauntless Stargazer is trying to do. So I'm very curious to see if Nobody has the pieces available to form the 2-stars or the 3-stars.
All right, we'll see if Buds ends up surviving here. Once again, he started up a bit on the Minotaur, the Kufra as well. He should be able to go ahead and at least withstand a lot of this brunt damage from Muffin, and it looks like he's getting through it, but the Hanabi in the back, just like we mentioned earlier when it was picked up, is just having the time of her life. Even with the Heartbound, it's just not going to be enough. Tanky enough, and unfortunately for Buds, he's going to bow out here in Game 4 early on. But Nobody also having a better start. He's also very close now, sitting at 2 HP again for Nobody. We're back to the carousel round. We'll see if there's a change here that can actually turn this around for our players sitting down here at potentially their last round.
Oh, Nobody getting that Luminexus synergy might be the game changer for him right here. Getting the +1 cap as well. So that's something that he's looking towards. Now, with the fact that Shadow QC is playing the Vexana, he does get the rewards from the carousel as well. So that's something that players need to watch out for. But at the same time, he's sitting on level 9. So there are 4 players sitting on level 9 trying to funnel into that 5 cost card pulls. Now, this is something that we said we need to watch out for. Nobody with that Gushin now hitting that 6 Luminexus.
Yep.
That's gonna mean a lot of defense shred.
Yeah, that's 55 defense, basically hybrid defense shred. He's also got the 6 KOF. So he's got some extra damage. We'll see also with the Ling that he's playing with if he can keep this K alive. That's the Luminexus shred, but does he have enough burst? Wow, he's just so quick. And quick work.
Itemization's not enough. There was no front line, and Nobody gets taken out. He does deal damage to Gideon, but at this point, Nobody, he's just facing just the worst possible opponent at the worst possible time. And well, you can't really blame anybody because that's just how MCGG is. And now, with the rest of the players, top 6 left over, Nobody and Muffin are at the bottom of the barrel right now. Buds still has 16 points, but the other players, they have yet to tabulate the points as well. Now, with Sense going for that Bruiser KOF build into Luminexes, he's going to try and lean towards the Exorcist as well. Hopefully he does get that going. I haven't seen a 6 Exorcist the entire time. I mean, that's a very good late game build as well, so that's something that they can consider.
Yeah, Sen's definitely in that lead with that Bruiser build. That's actually one of my favorite synergies or lineups to play as well. We're taking a look at Moon here. See if Moon stays in this against Gideon. Both relatively low. Gideon's front line being dealt with. Still relying on this 3-star Kufra with a Mia in the backside. Plus that 2-star Mia. He wants to survive so we can get a 3-star. But just going to be a tough one to deal with. And there you go. Also, it just looks like now we have multiple players getting knocked out here. 4 now gone as we go into our orange creep round. So we're down to the last 4 for stage 4 here. We'll see what ends up changing. Sen did take a loss though, even as we were talking about with the Bruiser. So he did take a loss. Sabo really playing around this time. It's actually the Bruiser as well. Sabo has a 6 Bruiser, 6 for 6 Bruiser, but then he's also got the 4 Weapon Master. And interesting as well, because earlier on he opened up his chest, his Neo Beast chest at around 100. So we'll see what he ends up getting here for the items. Relatively close. Again, Moon in the danger zone. Not sure if that. We'll see what item Moon ended up picking up here. Is he playing into the Esmeralda? She's got the blades. Farsa's there.
Okay, there's a Cyclops, but I just saw Shadow QC pick up a 2-star Rafaela, and yeah, he does have that toy Mischief synergy on a Ruby with extra added party rockets on the Ruby as well. So that's going to be very interesting to see Shadow QC. He has found a state of the game where he's completely zen right now, right? He's a 4-4 with the party rockets, 2-star Ruby. Yeah, he's just destroying everyone.
Let's see if Moon survives. Moon's actually going to be going against CT, so this could be a turnaround for them. Once again, that Farsa backside utilizing that Luminexus too. But look at the shields, man, with the Origami. I don't know if this kicks are going to be enough. He's going to take a lot of damage, pop in the Winter Crown. And there you go. Some damage to Sen. And it looks like a Shadow QC did win that round against Sabo. So we'll see who ends up getting knocked out here first. He does star up the Cyclops, it looked like. Yep. And then over here, what else does he do? Does he play for the Rafaela? Is he going for the... Is it even worth him going more for this Rafaela?
Currently there's only a few Rafaelas left in the pool. I mean, if we're looking at Shadow QC here, yeah, there's only left. There's 3 left in the pool unless Moon gets taken out. So yeah, that's something that Shadow QC can lean towards, or Moon can lean towards as well if each other gets taken out. But looking at Sense getting that 3-star Yuzong as well, that might mean good things if he does get that 6 Exorcist, but he's on Bruiser still.
Yep, Shadow QC potentially going to take out Moon from the game here. Again, that Farsa, just the Farsa with the Rafaela being able to do so much, and it looks like that's going to be it for Moon. Taking the damage, he'll bow out. Shadow QC taking it. We're down to 3. Shadow QC, Sen, and Sabo. And he's well on his way to getting another first place finish, man. Looking to 3-star the Farsa. Or even the Cyclops, honestly. Even the Esmeralda, it's really whatever he ends up getting first here. We'll see what that move's going to be. Sabo, on the other hand, I mean, he's got a 3-star Masha, the Aulus, the Fredrin. He's got plenty of gold. I'm just not sure if Sabo can get much more here.
Yeah, at this point, Sabo with the Bruiser build, I'm not really favoring it. Molina's gift, yes, it is very good, but he's looking for more Toy Mischief synergy. Unable to find it at the moment, and right now he's just getting beaten up from the likes of Shadow QC. His Rafaela is still up, and yeah, we talked about the DPS Rafaela. this is what I have nightmares about, right? DPS Rafaela sitting in the back, purple buff with Ice Queen Swan and just beating me up, you know?
Yeah, it's not a good time. Shadow QC did take damage though. So
Ooh.
let's see. It's gonna be a close one, man. There's potential that we see Sen come out on top here in the first place finish. He's gonna go ahead and grab the defender. Shadow QC, what does he go for? What's worth it for him here? Okay, he's just gonna go for tankiness and the taunt effect, I believe it was. Yeah, so what's he gonna do? He can go ahead and shift things around because of the fact that he's got the gold.
Yeah, currently he has 23 gold to work with. He's still searching for a 3-star, unable to find it so far, rolling it down and not able to get any action going his way. Finally gets the 3-star Barat. So yeah, that's potentially something that might work his way right now. But at the same time, right? Is that taunt enough to stop the Yuzong from tearing through the backline? And does Sense get a 6 Exorcist synergy going? No, he doesn't. So Shadow QC might have a chance with the 3-star Barat.
Yeah, this 3-star Yuzhong is pretty built though, but Sen right now looking really good. So there you go. Sen ZT will be the first place finish for game 4. Finally surpassing Shadow QC. Great play there. Great job. Great job from Sen ZT. I mean, utilizing the bruiser again. We don't actually see the bruiser too much, you know, getting those first place finishes. Sabo was close. Sabo had the bruiser, and I believe it was the weapon master that Sabo was running. Well, this one, Sen ZT was an early. He had the early Yuzhong buildup that he had, and then he had the 6 bruiser, and then I think it was the Exorcist that really helped him out too. So, but again, even that Yuzhong, the 3-star Yuzhong with the items that he had were just really, really good. And it was enough to take down Shadow QC. So congratulations on the first place finish there for Sen ZT. But obviously Shadow QC still getting solid points, sitting at second place in this game 4. And then Sabo definitely building up there. Moon getting that 4th place. So that was our top 4 there. Sen ZT, Shadow QC, Sabo, and Moon.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I would say, right, Sen ZT did a very good job of picking up that Yuzong, right? Identifying, it's the same play that identifying the gaps in your opponent's strategies, right? Knowing which pieces are much more available than the others, which pieces are much more viable to 3-star than the others as well. So he saw that gap with the bruiser, right? Originally, he was going for bruiser, but there was no Yuzong in his build. And he was like, oh, wait a minute. I could just pivot into Exorcist. And this is a very good key thinking that actually saved him from securing that top place, right? But Shadow QC, once again, consistent, top 2. I think he secured a grand final spot, man.
Yeah, I would assume so, man. After the 3 first place finishes and then the second place, it should have locked him in, but yeah, again, nobody not getting the results he was looking for, man. And I feel bad. Buds, he brought out the Alice when I was like, man, I'd love to see it, Alice. And, you know, Buds ends up finishing 8th. Just not enough either. And we see a whole lot of Defender just not work out too well for at least currently with a lot of the line we're seeing here. Looking at this lineup, like Moon, I like what Moon... I liked his idea. You know, I like to see the Stargazer some more with. You know, I like to see the magic, man, the magic or the mana buildups, the mixes that you can do there. But yeah, just Bruiser, Exorcist, and even Bruiser and Weapon Master just seem to be it for this game 4 for our players.
Yeah, Exorcist really, together with the Yuzong, is one of the key DPS dealers. I mean, of course, with the dragon able to pierce through the front lines as well, you're able to get the shower residue off. And yeah, there's a lot of damage coming through from the side of the Yuzong. And I'm surprised why a lot of people, they don't play this more often. I'm surprised why we're so many Defender into Heart bot. It's maybe be just the luck of the draw where Mia and Minotaur happen to be in the board where, yeah, you see it on the board, you see the possibility. It's like, oh, there's a Mia, there's a Minotaur. Yeah, I can go for the Mia Minotaur, the Defender Heartbond build. Well, this build is not that good if everyone else is doing it, right? The build gets weaker when more players are doing it because you don't get the pieces needed because you need a 3-star 3 cost. And that's a lot of pieces. That's 9 pieces. You need 9 pieces of that hero, and it's not going to be that easy.
I think the Heart Bond is it's good in, like, let's say early, just because it can, you know, buy you a little bit of that time. And then even, I guess, depending on how it plays out towards the late game. But for the most part, that early to mid game where you just have that Heart Bond. Also, like you said, that's still just part of the luck of the draw of what you get in that the first draw of heroes and everything and what you can build from there. Because even looking at this match overview, you guys see it a lot, right? There's multiple Heart Bond in every single round that we've seen so far between the players. But yeah, so far, I'm just glad because I did mention, like, I like to see the bear also. And so that ends up winning it for Senzi T here. Now, across the board, man, I think one of the most prevalent, aside from what we've seen with Bruiser, is what do we mention? The Defender. Like, Defender, I guess it's there, but it's only for maybe certain commanders. Even so, wasn't this the Minotaur? Was it going to have the Minotaur? Yeah. I mean, think how dominant it was back in round 1, you know, with the Minotaur, the Defender, and then playing around that. So I think, again, there's a good mix of strategy for Magic Chess Go-Go. Just what worked in round 1 or round 2 won't necessarily work forward. And that's what we've seen from the players here, especially as we look at his lineup that he had, the cards that he went with. Again, having that Kagura commander, went with the cards there into economy. And then the last Go-Go card, I can't recall, but it just allowed him to go ahead and play the tempo. I feel like that said, because when it came down to the last 3, it was so close. It was very close between the 3 last players.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the Solid Alliance, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah,
the one that
maybe
gives you the hybrid defense, given the amount of synergies that you have. But yeah, it didn't really come into play that much, right? Exorcist Bruiser was one of the main key standouts coming in, but Shadow QC still remains at the top with 31 points to his name. Now, Sense following close by with 24 points. Now, the 4 players that are at risk of elimination here. Sabo is on the chopping block. Moon, Buds, Soon Nobody, and Muffin. So all 4 players. And Nobody and Muffin, they're at the bottom with 9 points. So if they get 8 points here, right, that puts them at 17. Is that enough? That means Buds needs to get last place. So I think Nobody and Muffin are out of the running.
Yeah, I'm wondering how that actually... Yeah, I guess depending on how all the points fall into place here, but it's looking very grim, I would say, for Sue Nobody and Muffin both. Hopefully they can somehow turn it around here, get a better ending. But I think that solid standing in the top 4 already, Mo, is pretty dominant. You saw how many first place finishes again that Shadow QC had. So I'm wondering if Shadow QC will even change his game plan here, just because he's managed to win so many rounds. Like, if he's just gonna, maybe he'll pick one of the commanders that isn't necessarily meta and just kind of go with that, or if he'll bring a different game plan here, because every single round has essentially been a different game plan, partially in due to the fact that, you know, he's got a different commander each time. But like I said, you saw some brilliance from Senzi T, from I think even whether what Sabo tried to do, Moon. So that's why it's always interesting to see that initial phase. I feel like, you know, most people will say, well, the early game is the early game, you know, but that's the makings of the strategy. And I feel like if you don't already have that game plan in mind, that's why we talked about this back in the earlier rounds, Mo. We were like, you know, some of the best players out there, which we're seeing here right now during the stream, is they come in with a game plan, but they're so quick to change it. And that's what I'm always impressed by. I think if there's anything when I watch these matches with these amazing players, is just how quickly they can pivot and change up the board or change up the strategy if they need to.
Yeah, and what I learned a lot about this is also, right, in terms of auto battlers, when we talk about, MCGG or any other auto battlers as well, economy is key when it comes to auto battlers. And that's why all these pro players, right, when they go for when they go for synergies, they go for scavengers first. You see a lot of scavengers in the mid game where it secures you a lot of the economy going in. And yeah, this has been to a point where you want to get to the level 7s, you want to get to the level 8s, you want to unlock the 4 costs, you want to unlock the 5 costs as much as possible.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, taking a look at Muffin and Nobody. I think they know the position that they're in here. Still keeping up spirits, though. I like to see it, man. The emotion that we got to see from Nobody, but I don't know. I don't know what it's going to take for them to turn it around. Sometimes you have to just say, you know what, man, the RNG just wasn't in my favor. But, multiple rounds in a row now, it makes me think, what can those guys do to get potentially in a better finish here? Or I don't know how much of the chances, because just how dominant we've seen from the top 2, especially the top 2, top 3 players right now, how strong it's been for them. We're going to the drafting phase, so let's see what ends up getting picked up. There's our 4 last games that we've had here. You guys can see the heroes that have really been focused on. That's going to be the Minotaur being picked up first for Buds. And then, a whole lot more. This is the Angela again, so the defensive route for Muffin. What else do we see here? Anything new? What about from Shadow QC too when we see him? There's a Lancelot, so going for the economy.
Yeah, the Valier coming out from the side of Nobody as well. So, yeah, what the Valier does is, well, you get the Valier card, then afterwards you get a random card, right? So it's a very gamble character. And for the previous Go On, right, the Indonesians, they were saying that they don't really like to play gamble characters, right? They want to play more towards economy. And yeah, it's true. Economy gives you a very stable game sense. If you see how Shadow QC has played game 1 to game 4, he has been very focused on the economy, right? Building the Neo Beast, swapping out, pivoting out of the Neo Beast when he got that 300 Neo Beast energy into the Dauntless Stargazer, and then afterwards deciding the game plan onwards. He could have not went Dauntless the Stargazer. He just went for economy. He just made sure that he got the money to do it. Then he did it.
Yeah, sometimes it's just, economy is the way to go. That's why so when I first picked up Magic Chess Go-Go, Lancelot was the way I went, just because it kind of helped. If I could recommend anything to our viewers out there and you're looking to pick up a commander, Lancelot's probably one of them, because again, it kind of just helps you with economy and you don't really have to worry too much about upgrading the commander. So something that can come into play here for Gideon, as he's the one that brought it out, but we'll see. We're going to be jumping into our final game here, game number 5 for our first group. Don't forget, guys, we still have one more group after this of another set of 8 players. So we'll see who locks it in. You can see who's top of the standings right now as well. Shadow QC in first, Sen in second, Gideon there in the third, and then Sabo in fourth. So only our top 4, Moon and Buds, are very close to getting themselves into that top 4.
Yeah, so going into the game itself, we see the points, we see the standings, but now it's going to be about the go-go cards at the start. Lucas's power has been picked up by Nobody, who went for the Valier, right? So yeah, you get a statue, it deals damage, then it leaves the battlefield. So not really too useful in terms of economy. So Nobody didn't get a very good gamble in terms of the early game, but still, that's damage. That's damage on the board, which secures you a bit of the early game as well. And Moon with that very early Heartbond Stargazer into Weapon Master synergy. So this is a very good synergy, given the fact that you're able to get a win streak going. Hopefully Moon does not blunder or does not meet up too hard opponents. And interesting pick, right? Sense going for that Diggy, and yeah, with that Kagura card as well. So very interesting pick from Sense, our winner of last round as well. So for Diggy, right? You do get a sigil. Yeah, you get a random roll synergy, and then you grant them a random synergy as well. Then you get 7 gold. So you can refresh the role synergy, but it seems
Yeah.
like he's going for the Neo B synergy right now.
People like to do that, man. You know, I go for the Neo B synergy early on. We have seen that some players have chosen to pop that chest open a little bit earlier than we originally expected, which, you know, is fine. Like, if that's part of the game plan here. Muffin, much better start, obviously. Also, because he went with the Angela, like we talked about with the Angela Commander, just, you know, being a little more defensive. We'll take a look at Buds. What's he got going on? Buds, okay, with that Minotaur, like we've seen so much of, he should be able to win the crown as he does, utilizing that winner crown, doing a little damage to Sen. Sen will go ahead and level up as well, so good start here, I would say, across the board, except before maybe Sunobody, man.
Yeah, I mean, Sunobody, I was talking about him not getting the perfect card, right? He got the Lucas card, so not really good in terms of helping him with the economy, but he's still going to keep himself at 20 gold just to get the interest going, get the lose streak going. Yeah, you can take a lot of HP damage, sure. Doesn't matter. You want to find the pivot pieces going into that 4 cost or the 3 cost, right? Your first 4 cost or the 3 cost really decides what kind of build that you're going towards. And it shouldn't be from the first get-go, right? Oh, I want to do this, I want to build this no matter what. What if other people get it first? And that's something that these pro players, they're always keeping in the back of their heads right now. Moon with a very early Heartborn synergy, but everybody else has Heartborn as well. Once again, Shadow QC, Sabo, and Gideon, all with the Heartborn synergies.
That's what we've seen, at least so far, early Heartborn synergies. Now we're jumping into the carousel. See what's taking up. Win a crown, just doing so much work, I feel like, for everybody, especially if you get it early on. So Sen grabs that golden staff over here. That extra damage, the BOD, still being slept on, man. This is the first carousel. No one's gonna grab it.
Yo,
So-
this is so different, man. The Holy Crystal being picked up ahead of the BOD. Wow, that's a statement right there. But now, for the first time ever, I believe I'm seeing a Hayabusa. So yeah, so finally.
Are you a Hayabusa fan?
Yes, I am a Hayabusa fan.
Well, I mean, it comes through. Also, let's see what Shadow QC is building up here. He's got his not too much in terms of like synergy power, but it's more so just kind of like evenly spread out. Tanky enough, I'd say, in a sense too, just with having the Heart Guard, but I don't know if he's going to be able to deal with this Beatrix back to line, have that golden staff. Looks like he's just going to get through the Minotaur here, but oh, the Beatrix will survive. Oh no, it doesn't survive. The Esmeralda.
Yeah,
Actually pretty
Esmeralda.
good.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, like, Winter Crown is not going to help you, my friend. Like, yeah, I know you picked up the Winter Crown, but if you picked up the BOD for the Beatrix, you would have probably won that fight.
But it's a late game play. That's what we. If there's anything that Shadow QC has taught us, Mo, it's the late game. Wait for the late game. Looking at Sunobody. What's he going for? He's still just got the so he's got Glory League. He's got this Swift Blade building in, and then over here for Shadow QC, he's actually got the Stargazer now. Heartbound still. See if Shadow QC ends up winning this one.
Yeah, Shadow QC right now, he does have that 4 hot bond into that Dauntless build, and Stargazer in the back as well, right? So he's not going to lean towards the heart bond. 6 heart bond, of course, very strong synergy, but at the same time, you want the damage coming out from the Dauntless Stargazer. So that's something that he's looking to pivot towards, keeping it as an option. And at the same time, picking up the Toy Mischief will be coming through on the side of Moon as well. Moon, his showing has been somewhat subpar, right? Coming in all the way from Peru, and him and Sabo are sitting at the same number of points now. They need to perform, at least get themselves in the top 3 and distance themselves into that top 4.
Okay, we'll see if they can do it. Economy still playing here a part for Sen. Creep around right now too. think is he holding off? Okay, he's got, like you mentioned, he's got the toy mischief going on. He's got his items pretty much locked in. He went and put the weapon crystal on Mia. So now he's got the 2 activated weapon master. See what cards end up going into play here too. Hey, it's about time. I can't remember if you mentioned this, but if we finally got a gold card, man.
Yeah, we
It's our
finally
first.
got a gold card. So there are going to be a lot of economy changes here. Most people will pick up the premium client too, because when you refresh the shop, there's a 48% chance of getting a free shop refresh, right? So you see a lot of economy pieces, but Moon going for a very interesting piece here, right? You gain 53 gold with the territory agreement, but you cap your level at level 7 for Moon here. So he wants to accelerate the game, gets that 6 synergy for Toy Mischief, and wants to go in as fast as possible.
Still taking a look at Sen here now with the 4 weapon master defender. He's up against Gideon though, who's hasn't lost yet. See what ended up happening. Gideon, he's pretty tanky though. That's the problem. It's again this Fredrin. We've seen the Fredrin so much. Even a 2-star Fredrin with early items, like defensive items like this, are pretty good. The Aulus has been the same, so I don't know if Fredrin's going to clear this out. He does take out the Aulus pretty quickly, so Fred is fine.
Fred is a monster, brother. I never doubted him for a second.
He's that good in this game too.
Yeah. So, thing is, Moon is not playing for the late game at all. So, yeah, he's trying to accelerate the game as much as possible with the go-go cards. And I don't like this, right? Everyone else is going for premium. Everyone else is going for either economy. And Moon just straight up went for territory agreement. He straight up went for the gold. And now he's forcing himself to go into 3 stars. So hopefully he does get that going. And Gideon, another surprising pick coming out from him as well. He went for Breath of Berserk 3, which is Hybrid Lifesteal.
Yep.
So with Hybrid Lifesteal, Weapon Master becomes way more viable because your units don't die. So that's why Gideon's Fredrin looks disgusting right now. So that's something that he can look towards going.
See how nasty the Fredrin keeps looking. Right now, Sue Nobody not having a good time. Again, not really able to capitalize on the synergy that he's going with. I know he's got the Glory League, but even the 2 across the board that he has, just not really doing much. We're taking a look at Moon now. Moon building out his board, looking to potentially go with that 3-star Harith if he can get it, or the Aulus. Again, as Mo mentioned, he's stuck at level 7 because his gold card that he picked up. So he got a bunch of gold off of that, and then he's just playing for these powered up, beefed up 3 stars, which can be attenuated because of having a Toy Mischief synergy. So they can actually do quite a bit more damage than expected because of the way this works. So really good push in to start here. He's actually, again, you can just see how much damage he's got already early on. And it's like you mentioned, Mo, it's these rockets. It's the party rockets.
Yeah, the party rocket's able to deal a lot of damage, but something that I'm scared about is, whether or not it can burst through the lifesteal, and he does. He managed to take down Gideon for now, finally giving him a lose streak, finally putting a chip in his perfect armor as we go into the next round of Carousel. Sabo will be the first to go. That +1 cap looking very juicy, and he does pick it up. Now, with the Toy Mischief synergy that Muffin gets, well, he's going for more towards the Toy synergy and the Luminexes as well, maybe going for a 4-4 synergy. Meanwhile, looking at what Shadow QC picked, he picked up the Cursed Helmet. So yeah, you can see, right? He's going very defensive, picking up the Winter Crown into the Cursed Helmet. So he's playing the long game, making sure that he has the tank ability as well. And then he pivots towards damage, because right now it seems like he does not have any damage, but he's still making it through.
Yeah, it's a little deceptive, but it's a long play for Sabo to eventually get there. You don't see even the Odette too often, and this just overall lineup. He's got the stacks, at least on the Neo Beast chest. I'm wondering how long he'll wait to open this one, since we have seen it kind of be varied, even though we mentioned usually that 300 mark. But Sabo trying to clear out this. It's just too tanky right now in that Allness, like we were talking about. This shield that he gets with the Toy Mischief and the Party Rockets is just doing so much damage that, you know, it's... Right now, at this point in the game, you just really don't have that survivability that you need to deal with that. So he's sitting at now 2-2-2 stacks on the Neo Beast. We'll see if he takes one more round and then opens that up, and that might change the course of things for Sabo, as he's now sitting at 37 health here left in this last game, game 5.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, game number 5, Sabo still tied up with Moon, right? You want to get points to accelerate yourself into the top 4. Shadow QC looking set so far, but taking a look back at the synergy, Buds not having a good game in the previous one. Right now, going for the same thing, Defender into Heartbond, but lucky for him, Shadow QC is going to pivot out of the Heartbond really soon. Moon is going to pivot out of the Heartbond really soon, so he might get a chance to get into that 3-star rhythm.
Yeah, Buds right now rocking the Mia like we've seen so much of, plus the Defender. So his front line's great, and then that gives enough time for the Mia to go ahead and pop off. And so he'll be fine, at least for this round. So Buds will go ahead and get that, giving some damage over to Gideon, who Gideon, again, hasn't lost too many rounds. And, you know, you have to keep an eye on it because Buds is relatively close. Like, as long as Buds can secure himself a good finish in this one, he can be one of the top 4 players moving to the grand finals. He's just behind Moon and Sabo, who are both sitting at 18 points. So Buds will be definitely one of the players you guys really want to pay attention to and watch as this game, the last one for this group, unfolds. Let's look at the last cards being picked up here. Okay. So we got some, the crystal chest for the prime selections. We've got a lot of healing fountains, man. They want to go ahead and keep those commanders healed up for Muffin, Sabo, and Shadow QC. Then we got the purest power over here. So some extra hybrid attack.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, right? It's really a big gamble here for Sabo to go for the Fanny with the Neo Beast. He's still keeping, and now I think he opened the chest right now, so he has that 82 gold. So finally able to play and pivot, but what will be his choice? Buds already getting that 2-star Mia, very close to that 3-star as well. Gideon still keeping a hold on that Heartbond, and now Buds with another 2-star Minotaur. He's trying to work towards the 3-star, and meanwhile, for the side of Moon, he's been sitting at 90 HP for the longest time, but he's still stuck at level 7.
Yeah, he's going to be stuck at level 7, so the rest of the players will have to kind of deal with that at this point. Let's check out Sen. Taking a shot from the Lucas there. Power, but still Sen quite healthy with the Iori Yagami, and that should be just fine for him to win this round against Sunobody. Again, that kick, that reset, the itemization that he has on it too, that's going to be what he's playing into, at least for now. We'll see, especially with the Bruiser. Again, this is similar to what we saw previously, but you have Bruiser plus the Weapon Master. See if he continues to build out that way. Meanwhile, up top, I'm wondering with the way that this is going to work for Moon, is he's going to have multiple 3-stars, it looks like, that he's going to have. Sunobody, though, this is not looking good, Mo. Sitting at 12 HP, could potentially be his last one.
The scary thing is he's playing Toy Mischief, right? He's putting Toy Mischief inside, and Toy Mischief is being hogged up by Moon right now. So that's not going to be a viable angle for him to go towards. Going for Scavenger, and I don't really like this, because at this point, the Rafaela is not really well protected. All he has is that statue, but if the Lancelot is able to peel for him, that's gonna be good.
Oh no.
But I don't think it's gonna stay alive for long, man.
No, you're Rafaela! Not looking good. Just not really what he's looking for. Even with the Cyclops, the Haas Claws, that's just not going to be enough. So Sunobody, he takes a bow out. GG WP gives us the salute, man. Sunobody, good try. But he is going to be the first one to get knocked out here of Game 5. We'll see if Muffin can stay in it. You know, Muffin around the middle area right now. We'll see if he's able to go ahead and carry on through. We're taking a look at Sabo, as Sabo's potentially the next one to get knocked out here. He's built up, what has he got? Stargazer, Dauntless, still with the Scavenger, bit of Exorcist, Heartbound, and KOF. I'm not sure if this is exactly what he wanted to go for. Who's he got on the platform here? Is that the Rafaela? Yeah, he's got the Rafaela there. I don't know. I just don't feel like he has even the items that he needs with this kind of lineup, and he might have to do some fishing, but he's got no gold to work with. So Sabo up against Muffin. Let's see how this works out. His Rafaela has some items, but now, those are 3 stacked Guardian Helms for the Benedetta. Oh, he might be able to clear this out. Oh, so close, but the Electo final blow. And he still tried, but Sabo, not enough, man, as he gets knocked down as well. Man, that was close.
Yeah, so that means Moon is more likely going to make it at the point. I think Moon identified that, I'm probably not going to get top 1, right? Let's go for this territory agreement so that I get the gold, I get the synergy going, accelerate the state of the game, I take out the competition.
Yeah.
Now he's top 4. So he's top 6. So now he took out Sabo. Now he just needs to survive ahead of Buds and Gideon. And then that will propel himself even further. Now, Muffin, on the other hand, he needs first place to kind of secure himself, I guess? No, not even first place is not enough.
Oh, yeah. I don't know.
First place isn't enough.
Yeah. It might be. Should be. The math is there. Let's see what ends up happening here, though, as Sen ZT might be the next one to get knocked out. He is sitting at second place with the 24. Obviously, he definitely still wants to stay into this. This is like we were saying, game 4 and game 5, crucial for the players here to lock in that top 4 spot. And so for Sen, he's got at least two 3 stars here. We'll see if it's going to be enough for him to go ahead and Actually, wait, hold on, Sen. Does he have enough with the 2 stars? My bad. He's got 2 stars. He's actually able to do quite a bit, though, because of the fact that his 2 stars are a Yu Zhong and a Yoriyagami.
Yeah, the Bruiser into that Weapon Master emblem, able to deal quite a bit of damage. He's currently sitting at level 9 at the point as well. So now with Moon and Gideon, right? Moon still getting that win streak. He does have a 3-star Owless, trying to build towards that 3-star Kufra and also a 3-star Harif on the board. So yeah, this is going to be very scary coming out from Moon, especially if he can get in a mage synergy. Maybe sack the Heartbond for a mage synergy. But if he gets a 3-star Heartbond, then maybe he can keep it just for the added peel when it comes down to the Harif damage. But what I wanted to say about the UI UX here, right? The UI really looks like I'm looking at Wall Street here, right? Every single round, I'm looking at green and red. I'm looking like, I'm looking at stocks dropping, stocks going up. And these players, these HPs, they get even more and more tense. And every time it hits red, I feel for them, man.
Oh, man, this is such a fast clear out, too. Senzi team might have just found a great combination between the Yori and the Yu Zhong, like we've seen before, plus the Bruiser and Weapon Master. He's going to go ahead and do some damage to Moon. And you guys, again, you have to remember just how close it is right now, even for someone like Buds. And Buds just took some damage, so Buds is trying to get out and get some of those points so he can get into the top 4. Moon, which is just slightly ahead of him, same thing. So this is such a close one for that top 4 spot. Obviously, Shadow QC sitting at 4 HP. If he loses this, he'll be fine. He won multiple rounds. But this is a tough one. This is a tough one for the players all in that middle area.
Yeah, he's taking a break right now, it's like he's just chilling, but at the same time, he has a very good build. Dauntless 6 already secured, Stargazer 6 already secured as well. All he needs to do is get up the stars. So yeah, AOT, Mr. Shadow QC doing extremely well in his department for synergy, but Sens might be the spoiler here. He does have the Luminexus into Bruiser, into Weapon Master that we talked about just now, that Yuzong. Once again, if he gets a 3-star, that's going to spoil Shadow QC's plans.
We'll see what happens. We've seen Shadow QC do it before, man. Even at, 5, 7 HP, whatever he has, he's able to make something happen. He's going to see what's available for him to go ahead and grab and then switch out, make that pivot. Doesn't have too much gold left, but he is making plays here. Still ended up with, of course, the 6 Dauntless, that Stargazer that Mo just mentioned. He's got a little bit of Luminexus to go ahead and help alleviate some of that defense. And we'll see how he ends up working here. Again, playing into that Farsa up against Gideon's lineup. He's got so many shields, though, too, along with this lineup. So that Electro Final Blow, clearing out some of the low health here of Gideon, but still that Farsa just dropping down on that defense. Finally, though, that Benedetta targets on that Farsa, pops the winner crown, and will deal with it. So a great play from Gideon. And Gideon looking to take out Shadow QC. And he'll have to bow out there for this game 5.
Yeah, but that puts him at 34 points, I believe.
I think so, yeah.
And yeah, he's still top of the leaderboard, because even if anyone else adds 8 points right now, there's no way they add up 34. So yeah, Shadow QC, well done. He secures himself a spot in the grand finals. We'll see him tomorrow. And I believe the interview is going to be with Shadow QC. So yeah, AOT Shadow QC. I wonder if AOT stands for Attack on Titan, man.
That's what I was going to ask him.
Yeah, but now looking at top 5 players left over, right? We still need to think about who's going to go into that top 4 position. It can't be anyone. It's anyone's game. Sensed, he is secure, but looking at Gideon, Moon, and Buds, they need to get a higher point score than Sabo.
We'll see if they can get that above Sabo. Right now, Buds trying to hold on with that Mia, that 3-star Mia. Popping off of the backside. Oh, but he's not going to be enough to clear out. He did have that winner crown. Heartbound as well. Back to the Kufra, but just not enough to withstand that front line. So, Buds taking it out. He will be the 4th one eliminated here. So we're down to the last 4. Sen, Muffin, Moon, Gideon. This is much better performance from Muffin, at least in game 5, but it might have been a little bit too late, unless for some reason he's able to go ahead and maybe he can surprise us and Muffin can get that first place finish. That would give him what, 17?
I don't think that's enough, man.
Yeah, that might not be enough. Yeah, because Bud's already got Bud's is already up there. So tough one for Muffin. We'll see if he can just end out on a high note. Taking a look, SenZT.
Yeah, SenZT at this point right now, he does have the Bruisers, he does have the Weapon Masters, but there is a huge problem on the board, which is a 3-star Alice, and he handles it. So he is able to take out Moon so far, take out some of his HP, but still, the top 4 remain standing. Their HPs are still up. It is anyone's game as Muffin gets taken out, but it was a great last hurrah. It's not going to be enough. Even if he got the first place, it's not going to be enough for him to enter into the top 4. But now with the carousel round sensed, he does get another Heartbond synergy.
Yep. Down to the last 3. Heartbond synergy there. Looking better. It's looking pretty good for Gideon. Maybe one of the, not the first times, but maybe one of the few Glory League Weapon Master combos we've seen actually be this strong. Part of it also due to his items that he's got. The Benedetta has been phenomenal, I would say, for Gideon so far. SenZT, we'll see if he is able to withstand this. Again, this is a similar combination to what we've seen before. He's going to switch over the Origami and the Yuzhong over to the right side alongside that Roger. He is going to face off against Gideon, as I was just mentioning. So a good start there. But again, this Benedetta, man, just clearing out so quickly, especially with the Sea Halberd there. Oh, but actually, the turnaround. Oh, the kick is so good, man. Gideon.
Yeah, it's a great kick coming in from Gideon. But at the same time, I would like to thank Nobody Muffin for playing in this tournament, but they won't be able to represent EECA in the grand finals here at MRS 5. And of course, the Philippines region as well, Sabo and Buzz, it seems like they're going to be the bottom 4. So EECA and Philippines, I'm sad for you, Naisu, but
That's
we say
okay.
goodbye to them in this game because looking at the minimum number of points, I did the math in my head. Even if Moon gets the minimum of 5 points, he's already through with 23 points. So yeah, these are the top 4 that you're seeing go to head right now. Now they're just going for placements, and Sens with that 6 bruiser, with that 6 weapon master, he looks very poised to take that top spot. But it's always about the 3-star surprise. Can anybody get it?
See if he ends up happening, if he ends up getting it. He's on a 6-win streak right now as we look. Sen's going to be going up against the Moon here. Just clearing it out. Again, the Yori is just so good with kicking the right targets where you need to. They'll try to do quick work here once again. I don't know if you're going to be able to stop this. It's just he's got the way of the dragon every single time. It's him versus the Alice. Alice. Oh, win a crown. There's the kick and the follow through. Sen will take out Moon.
Yeah, so this puts Gideon and Sens in the top 2 right now. Gideon with a very similar build with the Glory League as well. So yeah, that's gonna be the Lord round. Finally, we do get to see another Lord round, but today the games have been extremely fast, right? The Iori, the Cho able to just keep kicking, and the economy not really there for both players to go for that 3-star as of the moment, but Gideon picks up that 3-star Roger.
Oof.
Well, that's gonna be game for Gideon, man.
Yeah, 3-star Roger. He'll get some extra damage out of this too. Again, solid game though. I think even for Sen ZT to get himself in a better position throughout game 5, definitely worked out. But I don't know. Sen's been on that win streak, even with that Roger by Gideon. See if he's able to end in that first place. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to fish for anything, and Sen doesn't really have any gold to make that happen. Gideon, on the other hand, does have some, but he's got 15. I don't know if there's more that he can grab here.
Yeah, the 3-star Roger versus a 2-star Cho. It's a very close fight, right? They both have Winter's Crown, but it's all about the Siphon Cloak coming in from the side of Gideon, whether the cloak can proc at the perfect time, whether the Scythe can proc at the perfect time, whether or not the Face Warper comes in at the correct time. But the kick, oh my god, the kick.
Oh, the kick was so good, but the Roger's going to go ahead and heal back up, utilizing that lifesteal too, and he's still got the Winter Crown with it. So the Roger is going to be fine. That 3-star Roger, like you mentioned, there's the kick.
Oh.
Winter Crowns might come into play. Oh, no! Gideon will go ahead and get the dub, a first place finish. Congratulations to Gideon there. What a round 5 we had there.
Yeah, congratulations to our top 4 that have made it. Gideon will be securing himself a spot in the grand finals. Of course, not forgetting the others that have made it through. Shadow QC, I believe, is also on that board. Sens and also Moon, they will be your top 4 grand finalists for this group. But don't go away, guys. We still have another group that are going to play later on. But of course, our condolences and our commiserations to the players that are leaving us, our EECA representatives, Muffin, and also Sue Nobody. I'm so sorry, guys. You did your best today, but it was just not good enough.
Hey, man, even the Filipinos, good try, good try. You know, it was nice to see. Again, you can just see, Mo, the brilliance here, I would say, between, of course, both these, or all these players, and what they've been able to bring out for the synergies, the different commanders, the different game styles that we've actually seen in these 5 rounds. So I'm wondering, I know we have to wait a little bit, but I'm wondering if we'll see similar things or completely different from our second group later on.
Yeah, I mean, the second group is definitely a lot different regions, right? We saw the EECA, the Indo region over here, and of course, for the first time ever, the Vietnamese region going into the grand finals, and a very strong players as well. Shadow QC, soon nobody, saying his goodbye there, and yeah, you can see. All smiles, dude. This guy has very positive vibes. I really love him. I really love his energy. When we did the rehearsals yesterday, he was all like, yeah, man, let's go. Yeah, very interesting, man. Hope to see him go further, but sadly has to stop here. Hopefully see him in the next season.
There's always another season, you know, and for a lot of the hopefuls out there, or for a lot of the potential rising stars, you know, you guys can always join in on the action. Whenever you see those qualifiers going on, try to join. You never know if you're going to be able to go ahead and find yourself here on one of the broadcasts as well. And who knows, eventually getting to travel as well for Magic Chess Go-Go. And, you know, this is always fun to watch just because, again, there's a certain amount of brilliance that comes with it. And the strategies that we've seen, especially from Shadow QC. I think you just watched Shadow QC play alone in those first 3 games that we had. You could just see how good he was with it, man. And I mean, especially, I think that's the perfect word for what you mentioned with the pivot, you know, what you learned from Mr. Professor KB over there from Indonesia when he talked about, you know, being able to have that kind of insight and understanding of the game when you're going to pivot, on how you're going to pivot on certain heroes. You know, that's all like super advanced stuff. Like, so that's more advanced stuff for our viewers out there or potential players that want to get into Magic Chess Go-Go. Don't worry. You don't have to do all the super in-depth, you know, stuff you're seeing from the pro players here. You can still enjoy Magic Chess Go-Go, and we'd love to have you guys go ahead and join us. You know, and it's a fun game to see, and I think you can play it at more of a, I guess, casual level if you want to, but you can play it super in-depth. But also, we have an interview. Hey, there it is. AOT Shadow QT. Hello, can you hear us okay? Can you hear us? Can we get an audio check? Can we get a thumbs up? Can you hear us, Shadow QT? Hello. Oh, we must have the Indonesians, the Indonesian casters there too.
Naisu. Oke.
Yes, hello.
Nampaknya kita masih belum tersambung ya teman-teman untuk interviewnya.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
AOTC DQC sudah dipastikan posisi pertama ya di semi final grup A teman-teman.
Congratulations AOTC DQC. Kita masih menunggu nih kira-kira.
Oke, sudah tersambung kah? Halo teman-teman dari Naisu AOTC DQC.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Nah teman-teman ya yang sudah nggak sabar nanti untuk semifinal grup B ya. Masih ada 8 player lagi tentunya yang berjuang untuk merebutkan 4 tiket sisa menuju grand final tentunya.
Betul sekali.
Yang kalian tunggu-tunggu ada Cinta MCGG dari tadi. Mana nih Cinta MCGG? Salah satu perwakilan dari Indonesia juga. Dan nanti juga ada player EVOS, Mogron FXL tentunya. Yang dimana dia berhasil mendapatkan posisi pertama ya di MCT Invitational.
Betul.
Little Hope.
Itu kayaknya diingat sampai kapan?
Wah, sampai kapanpun akan terus diingat ya tentunya.
Oke, masih menunggu untuk tersambungnya.
Ya.
Sang winner kita. Wah, ini gameplay bagus banget sih dari
keren banget sih. Ini harus diwaspadai bagi player-player Indonesia. Halo.
Halo.
Halo Naisu, halo AOT Sedokisi.
Halo.
You want to interview me?
I think there is a bit of an issue there. But hello, Mo, can you hear me?
Oh yes, I can hear you. Yes, I just won the group stages. Yeah, it's me, Shadow QT. You know, yeah, not Shadow
Shadow Mo.
QC, Shadow QT. You know, yeah, that's me.
Yeah. Okay.
But-
Wait. I think we're gonna look at the match overview for now. Definitely, it was great. And I know Shadow QC ended up in 6th for this one. It would have been great to go ahead and hear some of insights because he really did dominate the beginning of the rounds here. Round 1, 2, and 3, he got first place finish. But this one going over to Gideon, man. Gideon. Ending out on top, sends CT also very, very close. This was just a great, I feel like, final round that we had with very different and interesting compositions for each one, Mo.
Yeah, I mean, there is so much variety when it comes down to pro games because it's not going to be like your competitive games, right? Everybody's going for the same thing. Everybody knows Stargazer and Dauntless works, right? Everybody knows what are the best plays available. So you can't go for the same things. When it comes down to 8 players that think like you, 7 other players that know what you're going to do, what exactly you want to play with your board, it becomes a lot harder to hide your strategies, keep them fresh, especially when you are on a rotating commander basis as well, right? Because you're not playing the same commander every single time. And right now, Gideon showing his prowess on the Lancelot. I was very impressed with him. During game 1, I identified that he had the skills, and he finally showed me it in full fruition in game number 5.
He did. It was interesting too, man, that we only had 1 gold card for the go-go cards come up, and it was the final game that we saw that come through. So just makes me wonder. Again, we saw a lot of the, I feel like, meta commanders come through. There were some non-meta-ish commanders. Hopefully we get to see some more variety in our second group later on through the stream. And there you go. That's our standings for Group A, guys, right there. You can see across the board the top 4 players. Shadow QC, SenZT, Gideon there, Moon. And like Mo mentioned, it was unfortunate, but we had to say GGWP to Sabo, Buds, Muffin, and Su Nobody. So, again, good try. You guys got close to get 20 points there, 20 points both for the Filipino representatives. Very close to that 24 spot, but they just couldn't get the wins that they needed there, the placing that they needed to finalize in the top 4. So, I think off these top 4, man, obviously, if you guys tune into the grand finals tomorrow, definitely keep your eye on Shadow QC. He looks to be on a different level, I would say, in terms of when he brought his A game from round 1, 2, 3. He was just he was doing something different. His strategies that he implemented with the different kind of synergies, because each one of those games was very different. It makes me wonder what more Shadow QC has under his sleeve. And I think he'll show us in the grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah, but at the same time, right? Has he shown everything? Has he shown everything? Because, there were people that showed everything during the MRS, right? Season 4, Season 3. And Floxy, our grand champion for Go 1, he kept everything hidden. We didn't really identify Floxy as a champion until it came to the grand finals itself, where Floxy was like coming up with new fresh strategies, coming up with new fresh counters. And yeah, that was a breath of fresh air coming in from Floxy, especially from the EECA region, because that was a region that we totally did not expect to win Go 1. And speaking of Floxy, of course, stay tuned for Group B, where he will be playing in.
So I think if you've been following along for some time, especially if you got to tune in for Go 1, then there's going to be a lot of eyes on once we get to Group B, man. Because like you mentioned, and you never know, he probably either shows us here in the qualifying round how he's adapted to the new season, but just because of what he showed us in Go 1, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't reveal all his cards here just in the semifinals, because there's a pretty good chance that he makes it to the finals tomorrow. But even so, you never know, because I think just the way the nature of, the changing metas, the changing seasons, you're really could be surprised. We could be surprised here. So hope you guys have enjoyed Group A. Again, that was our first 8 players. We still have 8 more players. We have Group B after this. We are going to be taking a short break, a very short break. So hold on tight. It's me, Naisu. That's Mo. We'll be back after the break.
Me too.
Man, I'm drained.
Yeah, same here. Oh, have you heard the rumors about that group of masked vigilantes?
Of course, the ones fighting evil and upholding justice every night.
Some say their power gives off a bright flash, but no one knows who they are behind those masks.
Ah, a light in the darkness. Sure sounds like justice.
Well, I hope they're the real deal.
Yeah, the nights would feel a lot safer.
Mommy! Mommy! Is the lady with the glowing lollipop coming tonight?
You mean that brave young lady? She only appears in the darkest places.
Really? She's not scared of the dark?
That's right. So we should all be brave, just like her. As long as you believe in her light, she'll be there to protect everyone.
A new crisis is brewing.
Once more, the masked guardians must unite. To defend the city. And she will return.
Man, I'm drained.
Yeah, same here. Oh, have you heard the rumors about that group of masked vigilantes?
Of course, the ones fighting evil and upholding justice every night.
Some say their power gives off a bright flash, but no one knows who they are behind those masks.
Ah, a light in the darkness. Sure sounds like justice.
Well, I hope they're the real deal.
Yeah, the nights would feel a lot safer.
Mommy! Mommy! Is the lady with the glowing lollipop coming tonight?
You mean that brave young lady? She only appears in the darkest places.
Really? She's not scared of the dark?
That's right. So we should all be brave, just like her. As long as you believe in her light, she'll be there to protect everyone.
A new crisis is brewing.
Once more, the masked guardians must unite. To defend the city. And she will return.
Man, I'm drained.
Yeah, same here. Oh, have you heard the rumors about that group of masked vigilantes?
Of course, the ones fighting evil and upholding justice every night.
Some say their power gives off a bright flash, but no one knows who they are behind those masks.
Ah, a light in the darkness. Sure sounds like justice.
Well, I hope they're the real deal.
Yeah, the nights would feel a lot safer.
Mommy! Mommy! Is the lady with the glowing lollipop coming tonight?
You mean that brave young lady? She only appears in the darkest places.
Really? She's not scared of the dark?
That's right. So we should all be brave, just like her. As long as you believe in her light, she'll be there to protect everyone.
A new crisis is brewing.
Once more, the masked guardians must unite. To defend the city. And she will return.
Man, I'm drained.
Yeah, same here. Oh, have you heard the rumors about that group of masked vigilantes?
Of course, the ones fighting evil and upholding justice every night.
Some say their power gives off a bright flash, but no one knows who they are behind those masks.
Ah, a light in the darkness. Sure sounds like justice.
Well, I hope they're the real deal.
Yeah, the nights would feel a lot safer.
Mommy! Mommy! Is the lady with the glowing lollipop coming tonight?
You mean that brave young lady? She only appears in the darkest places.
Really? She's not scared of the dark?
That's right. So we should all be brave, just like her. As long as you believe in her light, she'll be there to protect everyone.
A new crisis is brewing.
Once more, the masked guardians must unite. To defend the city.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the short break here. It's Magic Chess Rising Stars. It's season 5. It's me, Naisu, Mo-Man. We're still joining you for our second half of today's semi-final. If you guys missed it, we had an incredible first half of our first 8 players battling it out for a spot to the grand finals happening tomorrow, April 26th. And now we're down to our final 8, our other half here. Mo-Man, how are we feeling after the first half?
Well, I'm very excited about the new players that are joining into this top 8 as well. A lot of new faces that are seen, and there is a statistic, right? 75% of these players are actually new players as well. I believe a lot of new players are entering into MCGG every single day. If you want to learn the tips, the tricks, the latest events that are going on, just a reminder to you guys to follow our official Facebook account at Magic Chess Go Go, right? You'll find the latest and most comprehensive game news, the most luxurious rewards, activities, exclusive official tournament live. This is one of our exclusive official tournaments, by the way, and even the chance to directly interact with the game development team. So don't hesitate, search for Magic Chess Go Go on Facebook and follow us now via this QR code.
And we got some more for you guys as well. Don't forget to also check out our official channels over there on TikTok. You can check out the account at Magic Chess Go Go Global. This is on TikTok. You can scan the QR code on your screen right now too. There you'll find the latest news, the latest happenings, the latest events for everything Magic Chess Go Go. So don't forget to check it out. This is the official spot for all you guys on TikTok. So follow us now. Now, with that out of the way, we're going to go ahead and talk about our second half of today. If you guys missed it earlier, again, the players that have found themselves here in the semifinals have gone through a whole range of qualifiers. And we do want to make note, as Mo mentioned, a lot of the players competing now, are 75% of them or so, are new players. And that's great because we've got a whole bunch of you guys joining the fun of Magic Chess Go-Go. And you could potentially be here too. That's the great thing about it for the rising stars, the rising stars in the future. So maybe that's you guys. This is our tournament format, as we've talked about. We're here right now on the 25th of April, the semifinal. We've already seen, like I mentioned, 8 players go on through. This was made up of 14 division winners, and then we, of course, had 2 wild cards to make up 16 players. And then tomorrow, they all head on to the final. This is where we have 8 players, so that's going to be the top 4 from both of these groups, duking it out in the finals, and all off this point system here. This is very familiar for all you guys that have been watching Magic Chess Go-Go for some time now. We've got this point system where first place gets a 8-point score, and then all the way down there, 876, all the way down to the 8th place where they just get 1 point. And we play it in rounds, where there are going to be 5 rounds today in the semifinal to find out which are the players hitting that top 4 spot to move on to the grand final. And Mo, here's the prize pool.
Yeah, the prize pool, well, you're not going to leave empty-handed, right? Champion, you go home with $3,000. Second place, $1,800. Third place, $1,000. Of course, if you end up 9 to 16, $250. Then, of course, times 2 if you're in top 8, 5th to 8, $500. And for the 4th place, $800 as well. So nobody leaves without money today. Everybody that has played today, well, you're leaving with something, even the players that have just been eliminated. And that's the great part about MCGG, where if you are competing online, you go through, and these players, they're all from online as well. Itagaki Kanoe, all the way from Myanmar. All the way from Malaysia, I'm sorry. Long Mat Pro coming from Vietnam. Zero Mertens from Turkey. Sinta MCGG from Indonesia. And Luin from Myanmar. TTTS Floxy, our Goal 1 champion from the EECA region, and Gran from Indonesia, and Moondance from Myanmar as well.
Yep, we just have a ton of really good players here across from us. And I will say this, especially for our second half, because we have a Go champion, right? Go 1 champion. This is, I feel like for a lot of people, they're going to be looking at Floxy, man. They're going to be trying to see what he's got cooking in our current meta, I'd say, because we have seen this. We've talked about it throughout the first half of today, Mo, and I think it's going to be rather impressive to see what everybody has for us.
Yeah, and this is even harder for everybody else because this is known as the group of death, right? It's not just Floxy that's inside. Zero Mertens is also inside. Zero Mertens was one of the competitors for Go 1 as well. And look at the Go 1 crown, man. Oh, man, what a flex, Floxy. Wow, nice place. Go 1 crown behind. And now Gran is here as well, our wildcard winner. So I mean, the Evo's boys are very strong, right? I've heard their training regimes, their scrims are, instead of just playing against each other, they will pair them up into teams as well. So they got that strategy going on. And Moondance all the way from Myanmar, my brother, man, I miss Myanmar, man. Dude, I wish they could be here, and I hope they make it to Turkey.
Man, I don't know. There's so many promising players here. That's what I was saying. It's just it's going to be great to see. Floxy, obviously, if you got to see him in Go 1, I think like Moman was talking about earlier, he had some surprises, and I think a lot of people didn't expect specific synergies that he showed there. So if you guys missed that, definitely check out the VODs from that. But I think what it does show us is that there's just this precedent that these newer players or newer faces, because again, in certain parts of the world, MCGG competitively has been, it's been a thing for a while. Only certain parts of the world are starting to really catch up to it, Mo, and I think to have a champion in Go 1 that was from the EECA region is phenomenal. It's great to have, and it can also get a lot more players from around the world interested in MCGG, because again, as we get through the drafting phase here, I think it's just simply amazing to have this opportunity for a lot of the rising stars out there who could potentially find themselves in this position, competing eventually on this stage, even here in this online format, to go ahead and compete from the comfort of their homes. You know, I think that's really, really cool. And there's not that many other opportunities or games that you can actually have that happen. So, you know, we're going to wait here to see exactly what unfolds as we get to our round one. But you already saw the draft come through. Anything sticking out? These are pretty familiar from what we saw in the first half.
So the newer picks that are coming through are the
PNK.
Popo and Koopa. Yeah, Popo and Koopa, and also the Wan, right? Coming out from Moondance as well. So that's going to be extra added damage. And for PNK, with the traps, you're playing a very dangerous game. You're hoping that your opponents are good and good enough for you to trap and copy their units as well.
All right. So we're going to jump in. We'll keep you guys up to pace on this one. Expect, depending on how things play out in the early game, we have seen a whole lot of Neo-B synergies, Heart Bond synergies, be the move for a lot of our players in the early phase. As you can see, Neo-Beast, I believe, by a couple at least so far. We'll see what cards are going to be picked up as well. And of course, like early synergies. So a lot of the first cards are being picked up just as they are with their commanders, except you've got the Ling for Floxy on his Lancelot, Kagura for Kagura. Yeah. What else do we have here? Anything else? Yeah, the Angela for the Angela. Of course, the Karina power. Yeah, a lot of similar things here. But there is some variations from what we saw previously.
Yes, there are a lot of different variations. This is going to be a very different group, right? And outlook of the game is very different as well. I mean, when you have different regions coming in, for the first time ever, we have the Myanmar region coming in, and the Philippines region is not present here. So with the Myanmar region, they don't really like to go for gambles as well. They like to go for this kind of early game damage or in terms of late game sustainability. So if we learn anything from Go 1, where Jerry and I believe Willow Sue were the Burmese representatives, they like to go for these kind of economy builds as well, very similar to how was that Shadow QC was playing.
Shadow QC,
Yep. Floxy, on the other hand, he's a total wild card. He likes to switches things up. He can play economy. He can play cheese play styles. He can go into any build and you won't even see it coming. Floxy and Zero Merchants are really wild cards here because I've seen them pull weird strategies where they will be like, for Weapon Master into 4 Marksman, and they're gonna make it work.
That's what I'm saying about just, the IQ of some of these players that have been playing Magic Chess Go-Go for a while now. It's sometimes it's at a really different level, and if you're used to seeing certain things in the early game, things can change that way because, again, for our viewers that might just be tuning in, again, with the format here and everything else, the commanders that are chosen right now, they have to change throughout each game. So that obviously plays a part into it, and you get to go ahead and see how they play with economy early on. We did see in the last half, the Minotaur, I feel like, was probably one of the more prevalent picks for commanders. This time it's in the hands of Lungmat Pro, so you can also see he's got a bit of a synergy going up right now. Scavenger is usually there for that early game economy play as well. As we look at him, again, it's just you got the couple bit of defenders, bit of Heartbound to go ahead and help your early game, but either way, when you talk about early game and economy and trying to get your pacing, we've seen that just completely flipped over if a game gets to the end game, and that's what we're talking about, like pivots, those decisions that you can make on a fly, and some of the best players in this group in MCGG are here, so keep an eye out for all of that.
Yeah, definitely. Going into the first carousel round, Lewin finds himself at extremely low HP, but 80 HP, still respectable, goes for the Claude's Theft device. Not really a lot of game-changing pieces. Hanabi, Yuzong might be a game-changing piece if you were going to pivot into it, but not a lot of these players want to force themselves into it. But Kanoi really knows what he wants, right? He picks up that Yuzong. This could be good and bad, right? Picking up a 4 cost in the first carousel is a double-edged sword because at the same time, you get a 4 cost, but you have to build around the 4 cost. So if you haven't been building around the 4 cost, or if you don't have the opportunity to build into that 2-star, you don't have the economy to do it, then it suddenly becomes much more taxing on your economy to get there.
Yeah, we're taking a look at Ciro Mertens too, and I think, you know, he's someone that's not too worried about economy, at least for now. He's had a really good early game leading into the stage 2 now. Not only that, but again, just the Ruby in general. We've seen a whole lot of Ruby work pretty well for a lot of our players so far. This is tanky enough too that it's tough to deal with until you get the proper, you know, itemization to deal with or items that you need to kind of get through that tankiness here. So looks like Kanoe went ahead and won that against Cinta. So honestly, the only one right now for Lewin is, what is he going to end up doing? Because he went with Neo Beasts, and then he's got the Beyond the Clouds. He gets the 3 Scavenger built up. I think he's in a position where he's still got to go ahead and fish for what he wants to. And he did pick up that claw device in the first carousel. Yeah.
He's still going for full eco here. Like, looking at the build, there's nothing to pivot towards, right? He picked up the Florin. That might be a potential pivot, but I'm not too sure whether he's going to even keep it. He picked up the Karina and sold it as well instantly. So yeah, he's still just looking for pieces, haven't found anything that he wants to commit to. So yeah, still keeping those Neo Beast synergy together with the Scavenger for now.
I wonder if we'll see what he ends up. He did pick up Fredgen towards the end there. So Floxy, how's Floxy doing? Let's go ahead and check in on him. He's fine. He's at 87 HP. Elwin, back to see what Elwin ends up doing, because he is one of the players. This is, you know, at this point when you're down this low in terms of health and you're not really getting the draws that you want, can be a little dicey. So he's going to be swapping things around. He's still running with a Neo Beast. He might be in just a position where he's got to pop this chest early on. Looking at the second go cards coming through, we see a lot of refreshes, a whole lot of Commander XP as well. And then, yeah, you've got just, I think everybody wants to fish in the shop, man.
Yeah, I think at this point for Luen at 56 HP, only 89? No, 62 Neo Beast energy. So yeah, not even close to that 300 mark. So you want to pop it maybe around at the 100 mark. But of course, if you're able to keep on to the 200 mark, that might be a good spot as well. But he's unable to find a secondary synergy that really complements well. Okay, he did find the Luminex's Scavenger piece. So that is something that he might think about going towards Luminex's into the later stages of the game with the Florin. Hopefully, I guess, Luminex's KOF. That might be a certain pivot that he might go for, but Foxy's already building towards that KOF. If he builds towards that Lumi, it's going to be a very good endgame build as well.
And we saw this before too with Gron, Mr. Weapon Master. We did see a lot of this, you know, and in this sense too, he's got a pretty beefed up Fredren, leading a lot of that charge here. So Gron in a pretty good position. Now over here, it's one of those things where when we get to that mid game, you see the Mia from Lung might be a problem. We have found out that a lot of teams can actually handle the Mia later on, but that happens later, you know, towards this end game. Now Floxy, back to Gron. What is he building for?
Yeah. At this point, Floxy, well, I would say that he still has a very good economy because, you know, Lancelot, you don't really have to worry about economy. But at the same time, he already has that KOF into Exorcist, right? So he might try to go into something like a Luminex's, but knowing Floxy, he's very unpredictable. For all we know, he might build KOF into maybe Marksman, because Ciro and Floxy, they went against the grain for every single play. They never played the Guinevere, they never played the Bruiser strats. They were going against the grain. And I mean, Floxy was one of the first few that came up with the Luminexus and the Stargazer synergy doing the Go 1. Yeah, where he destroyed most of the Bruiser synergies.
Yeah, that was again, I don't know if we're ever going to get into a season or like a meta without Luminexus, but I wouldn't be mad about it if it does, because it just seems like it's such an integral part. I mean, you see quite a few Luminexus builds happening here with the meta currently. I mean, right now, I believe it's only Gron that has it, at least for now, built up. Let's see exactly how Gron handles this one. Again, man, that Fredrin is he's just deleting people.
Okay, so the interesting thing now is that Lin has the Ling. So he found his 5-cost Neo Beast, but he's currently sitting at 22 HP on 228 energy. So does he pop it here? He is really at the threat of death going into the next carousel. He will be first. That is one key thing about going first. Does he go for the +1 cap here? Instantly does. So might be that the pivot is coming soon. Since now he's level 9, he has 10 units on that board as well. He's going to have the synergies, but looking at the energy, is it gonna be enough gold though? Hopefully it's enough, man. Lin, I hope this pivot on this PNK debut pick works out for you.
Oh, okay. I know we're looking at Moondance right now though too, but Lewin actually has good pickups. Moondance as well, in threat of being eliminated early on. You know, still got the defender. He hasn't gotten the stacks he wants just yet on the Neo Beast chest. So that's one thing. I feel like, you know, that kind of synergy that we usually see from the players here, it's a bit of a risk. It's a risk and reward. You do get quite low, obviously, in terms of health, but you end up getting to turn things around if you get what you want from that chest. So he's going to lose this round too. Not much that he can do, even with that Edith there. But the pieces are there. Like, the pieces are in place. That Mia's still up. Actually, the Heartbound's doing pretty good, but this should be cleared out by the K.
Yeah.
So Moondance will take that loss there for that one. But again, this is all part of building up that Neo Beast chest. So, interestingly enough, too, it looked like Lewin, he's really low, man. 11 HP.
Yeah,
what's he gonna
has
do
to
here?
all in.
Okay, he is. That's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, goes for the straight up pivot. Is he able to find the pieces that he needs? I think he's going for the Stargazer into Dauntless.
Yep.
The 4/4 has been secured. The Scavenger is there. Heartbound together with the Luminexus. Yeah, that could work, but his front line is not that strong. His Barats and Glue are still pretty weak.
Oh, and then he's up against Gron. So this is the play that he wanted to make. It's a bit of a risk, but it should actually clear out okay. Yep, he's going to be fine. So Lewin will exactly buy the time you need. Great pivot, as you mentioned, Mo. Does some damage over to Gron. That'll buy him some of that momentary time that he needs. So him and Moondance pretty low here. Obviously, Lungmat Pro still up top. We got a creep round coming up. We'll see how this ends up changing the course of things when some of these items and these last cards, the last go cards, are going to be picked up here. Over across the board, we've of course got the Defender badge here. What else? We got the refreshes for Syntha. Weapon Master badge, so still building up into that Weapon Mastery. Still some free shop refreshes. A mirror device for Moondance.
Yeah.
Let's see what the last card for Lewin is going to be.
I mean, the interesting thing is the Luminexus and the Weapon Master badge, right? Weapon Master for Zero Merchants, well, you do get the 4 Weapon Masters, but where are you going to put it on? So, for Luen, he picks up Magic Immersion with Equipment Restore. So, he's fully committing into the Stargazer. Hopefully, no one else steals it from him. That's probably his train of thought right now. But at the same time, right, we talked about the Zero Merchants having that Weapon Master. I'm not too sure whether he's gonna place it on he does. Yes, yeah. I expected this, right? He puts it on the B-Trick, so he might be going for a Glory League into Weapon Master, and hopefully he can pivot into that Marksman as well. So yeah, he's going for his signature, right? Weapon Master and Marksman out of nowhere.
Weapon Master, Marksman, and then meanwhile over here for Lewin, because Lewin is at threat here. He got a couple 2-stars locked in between the Florin and the Farsa. Farsa's pretty much kitted out in terms of items. Interesting setup here, but should be enough to still buy him enough time to get another round here because of the Barretts as well. Like we've seen previously in the previous group, that Barretts, that Farsa combo this works out really well. And then, like we mentioned, having the ability to have some of that burst of mana early on because of that Magic Immersion card that he picked up, plus that Stargazer synergy. You get to kind of unleash early on, and having a Farsa to be able to go ahead and do that is a lot of early game damage, plus, the hybrid defense that's knocked out there. So good plays, honestly, across the board by all our players for this round 1. We'll see if it's enough to continue to stay in. What does he look to 3-star here? He does pick up now 2-star Esmeralda. What is he playing for? Is it, and like we've seen, the 2-star Rafaela too could be enough damage output if he decides to go there.
Yeah, the 2-star Ruby might be an option as well that he can go for, but he really needs to beef up his front line. So yeah, he does have the Esmeralda now hoping to get even more 2-stars because he has the synergy. That 4/4 synergy is really strong, and picks up an Iori Yagami just to spike Floxy, right? Because Floxy at this point, he has a 2-star Iori Yagami, and he's not letting him get the 3-star.
Yeah, again, a great round here for Lewin. As rough of a start as it was, he played the cards correctly. Lungmat Pro will go ahead and get a win there. Still sitting at top, so doing well. First knockout, though, is Moondance as he bows out of our first game here. Our first round 1. Moondance will be the first one to be knocked out.
Yeah, Moondance getting knocked out first here. Not looking too good for the Burmese representatives, as Lwin is also next to get knocked out, but he gets a 2-star Rafaela, right? Rafaela and a 2-star Ruby as well. Okay. We're looking good here, Lwin. We're cooking here. But what are the rest cooking, right? Zero Mertens right now with that 6-weapon master. He, instead of going for the marksman build, he has opted out for the Ling instead. So hopefully he gets a 2-star Ling, but at this point, even if he doesn't get it, I don't think it's gonna be a very big deal. I don't think he's gonna have a problem hitting top 4.
Yeah, let's see. The win's still solid, man. I mean, this was such a good play. Good timing on his end too. So that'll go ahead and keep him solidified. Could potentially get himself to the top 4 with that. Now Itadaki looks like he's going to be able to deal with this, but the Mia, the 3-star, no, 2-star Mia, but then having that Kufra there, this is the combination that we see a lot of times. So we're jumping into a carousel. This one could provide some good. We got 2 capacities on here, actually. I'm not sure. Other than that, you've got the BOD. We'll see if anyone prioritizes the Blade of Despair here. Couple capacities, maybe some defense. Yep, there he goes. Lungmat Pro will go ahead and grab that. Again, he's the healthiest right now of everyone. So go the defensive route.
I mean, that Kufra is going to be extremely good at peeling as well. But Lwin, at this point, right, he secures that Luminexus and Dauntless into Stargazer synergy as well. So he excuse me, he got the Stargazer badge. Same. So he got the 6 Stargazer, and yeah, that's gonna be pretty insane because 6 Stargazer, you recover 6 mana per second, and Stargazers recover 16 mana per second. So you're gonna just be blasting spells left and right.
Yeah, we'll see this right now. This is gonna be punches left and right with the Bruiser combo plus that Luminexus. And I believe, yeah, I think he just got the 2-star Itadori. You're going to have to deal with this Ling, but it's a good enough damage potential throughput that you can actually win this. Look at that shield, too. Just a decisive win there coming through for Itadaki. Now looking at Lungmat. Again, looking for that 3-star Minotaur. He's close, but not quite there, and he'll take a loss to Elwin. Elwin's just been on the streak now, constantly, ever since that turnaround a few rounds ago. So Mo, in the last group, we didn't have a round 1 like this. Like, this is about as close as it gets between everybody except for Lungmat Pro. And, even in his case, he's getting close to that middle grounds now to be here neck and neck with everybody else, because as deceptive as is, Elwin, he's pretty deadly, man, and he's looking to take that top spot here.
Yeah, but Floxy is going to be someone to watch too, right? We know that the Toy Mischief is something that you need to watch out for, especially if you can get the KOF going. So with the party rockets and the KOF synergy, if he can get the magic penetration, the items needed to burst through Luen before the fight even starts, then yeah, maybe he has a chance. But now Luen looking like he's gonna be the top dog here. But looking at Zero Merchants, his build is not working out well for him. Weapon Master not pulling through here as he gets taken out by Luen.
We've had so much Weapon Master today.
Yeah, man. Weapon Master, man. Why?
Weapon Master. Yeah, we've had so much Weapon Master today. You know, we've said it multiple times. It's still a synergy that can work. It just needs the right timing and then, of course, the right itemization. So we'll see here. Zero Mertens is knocked out. So we got him and Moon Dance here. We're down to our 6 players. Itadaki very close, 4 HP. Elwin still sitting at his 11. Meanwhile, up top, Lungmat Pro definitely feeling the pain now as he's taken a couple losses back to back. They're going to go for this orange creep round now. We'll see what items they end up building out. Could be crucial here for especially the top side as we take a look at Itadaki. Him building into that Bruiser Luminexus synergy, really playing into his Itadori. What else do we have here building up? Let's take a look. Cinta.
Yeah. Cinta at this point, he still is keeping the Scavenger, which I'm very curious about, right? When is he gonna pivot out of the Scavenger? But right now, his main damage dealer is still a Ling and also the Benedetta. So that's gonna be a lot of damage coming through in terms of AoE damage. But at the same time, right? I don't think he has a lot of peel available in the front line. Terry Bogard with a Purify, I don't think that's going to be enough. A 1-star Minotaur, that's not going to be enough. All he has is damage at this point.
Yeah, it could be kind of crucial here for Cinta. Let's take a look at Itadaki. If he can still survive this, though. Looking pretty rough. He's still got the Itadori to rely on, but it might just not be enough. Even with the shield, he does get the freeze off. Oh! Very, very close there. So Itadaki, Konoe will make it happen, man. He stays alive. What an effect, by the way.
Yeah, what a nice skin, by the way.
What a nice skin.
Yeah.
That's 2 eliminated in that one round, by the way.
Yeah, and surprisingly, Floxy gets taken out. Couldn't find the combo in time. But looking at Luen getting taken out too. Oh my god. Luen, he had the builds. But it wasn't enough.
Wasn't enough. That's what I was saying. You know, that orange creep round, man. Sometimes you see how much of a power shift it is just after that one. And it was really neck and neck for a lot of the players here. And even this, very crucial. Itadaki's done well to go ahead and maintain his bit of a lead, especially with the Iori Agami build. Now that he's also got the Valentina there. But meanwhile, for Cinta, can he actually get... Is he going for the Roger play? Like, if he's able to go ahead and stay alive in this and get the 3-star Roger, we've seen that before. So he's going to go for it. Him up against Itadaki. Can he take out Itadaki here? Cinta definitely trying with a Ling. We've seen this before. Goes in. Should get the Tempest of Blades off, but it's going to be a Ling to the Itadori matchup. And the kick is too good as Itadaki will win the round. So Cinta brought down to 13. Lungmat Pro also 13.
Yeah, I mean the Cho, the Iori, just dealing too much with the kicks, the Way of the Dragon, going crazy, right? I mean, this is one of the strongest parts of having that Bruiser build, having that lockdown with the Way of the Dragon. That's why the Guinevere was such a great powerhouse when combined together with Iori, right? But now, Itagaki Kanoe, he got the 3-star Yuzong. We know what happens when you get a 3-star Yuzong with a 6 Bruiser strategy and a 2-star Iori. Man, this is gonna look ugly.
Dude, his Yuzhong is beefed up if I've ever seen one. Like, this is about as buffed as it gets. Let's see if Itadaki can go ahead, take out Lungmat Pro. He's got what he needs, but that is a 3-star Minotaur, but it gets kicked with that Way of the Dragon while his Yuzhong's still working on the 3-star over here. It might come down to it, man. Ooh. Again, even with the Exorcist, the Kufra has just taken so much time The shielding there for the Yuzhong. You still got to get through this, though. But that Mia now has free fire on the backside. Yuzhong taking it off, but it'll be enough as Itadaki will make it happen.
There's no way. There's no way. There's a 3-star Yuzhong with a Kagura's umbrella, Luminex's emblem, lowering your defense. This is a monster unit, man. Itagaki Kanoi showing the world, right? Showing the world that 3-star Yuzhong, you know, we can beat out the Rafaela, we can beat out the Stargazer Dauntless combo coming in from Luen as well. And Luen, I mean, his rolldowns were pretty unlucky, but at the same time, his gamble paid off, right? Top 4, but now Longmat Pro, playing slow and steady, playing with that Mia, Kufra, and also that Minotaur. Will it be enough to withstand the Kagura? I don't think so, man. The Kagura shield together with the Yuzhong? Nah, man.
Yeah, Kagura shield, what is that, 60% or 60% of their max HP. He actually just switched things out too. Itadaki went with the 6 now. He's triggered the 6 Luminexus. So we'll see how this plays out against Lugamat Pro. The beefed up me in the back line on that 3-star with the Yuzhong pumping out the damage. Iori Yagami too. I mean, there's just so much resetting happening here with the Way of the Dragons. Mia still unleashing. Again, you have to watch for the shield. There's the shield, and that's going to be it. Itadaki Kanoi makes it happen in game 1. There you go. That was so close, Mo.
That was close indeed, but the 3-star Yuzhong really pulling through. This guy from Malaysia, Itagaki Kanoi. Congratulations on getting game 1 here, but can he continue this consistency, or was it just pure luck, right? Was it just pure RNG?
It was all part of the plan, man. It's crazy how close it went, like down to the wire for the especially the last 4. Because like, when we look at the lineups here for our players, the match overview, there was so many good synergies happening in this one. Even for us, you know, like the 2 weapon master synergies that we ended up seeing through this round 1. Of course, even someone like we talked about, you know, what are we going to see from Floxy, our Go 1 champion? He finished 5th in game 1.
Yep.
You know, and I just feel like he wasn't able to go ahead and lock in what he wanted to. He did have, I believe it was the 6 KOF synergy to roll with. He also had a Yorigami, but it's just that combination works out so well. One of the first combinations that I played in this new season was that the Bruiser Luminexus as well, having the Yuzhong and the Yorigami, the Cho, for those out there. It works so well, especially when you get the items that he had locked in here as we look at the highlights for our round 1.
Yeah, and there's a very different nuance about this game as well, right? If you take a look at the minor details in this game, not everybody was going for the same build. There were no 2 identical players going for the same build. It seems like all these players are at a higher plane in terms of thinking, in terms of chess piece, in terms of, you know, supply control. They know that there are a certain amount of supply in that chess piece, and everybody went for a different build. There were no overlaps in terms of 3 stars at all. Of course, there was Iori coming out from 2 of the players, but that's a 5 cost, right? When we get to the 5 cost, well, when you're committed, you're committed. But we see a lot of the players trying to pivot out as early as possible. And Kanoi with that 3-star Kagura into Yuzhong, man. That's just crazy defense, crazy damage.
That's why you said that in our first half, when you saw the Kaguras come through, you know, it's really playing into that long game, that defensive strategy. Like, how many times do we see that umbrella come into play? You know, that shield is just so much. Even if you have itemization to kind of help with that, it just sometimes it comes down to the wire. And in those last like couple of rounds, that's literally what we saw, where it was if it wasn't a Kagura commander, you would have lost. You know, so it's one of those. But again, for our viewers out there, that Kagura will not be able to be used by Itadaki again. So, you know, he played that card in his first round. I'm sure we'll see the Kagura picked up elsewhere, obviously, as it's one of the current meta heroes, one of the current meta commanders that we're seeing currently. So That one was still relatively close, though. I mean, at that point, you really couldn't see who was going to win it until I would say the last stage of it, because once, we even had a point where I think 2 players were knocked out right away together. So that's just how close neck and neck it was. And this is, I don't know, we'll have to see. Maybe I can make the statement after one more round, though. Like, this seems like a very closely competitive group compared to our first group. Like, this one feels like it's got the heavy hitters in it, man.
Yeah, this is I feel that this is like the group of death here. If you take a look at all the synergies that they were playing, none of it were really kind of overlapping against each other, right? Luen only played into Rafaela when Moondance Rafaela's got taken out back into the pool when he got eliminated. And meanwhile, for Zero Mertens, he was building a unique build with the Ling as the carrier for that weapon master. He was trying something new. This is something that I didn't really see before, but it's a fresh take on the meta as well, because Ling together with a weapon master giving him hybrid lifesteal, that's actually kind of smart, because with the iframes as well and with the amount that he's not dying, if he managed to get a winter crown, that is going to be a very hard Ling to kill. But looking at Itagaki Kanoi, the champions lineup, right? You were talking about this Luminexus into Bruiser. Well, this is the end game here, right? Luminex is, on theory, highest damage. Bruiser, on theory as well, right? You're able to hit twice at a 50% rate. That's going to be crazy. But the fact of the matter is that 3-star Yuzong is that hard carry with that Kagura umbrella.
It's so funny because remember when Yuzong used to actually go in Black Dragon form? and not use the blast that he has now, So, like, that's what I'm saying. That's why, if you guys haven't taken the time to like get into Magic Chess Go-Go, it's really fun to see it develop over the seasons, over the metas, even the nature of the heroes themselves on the board kind of change the way that they work. So it's always fun to see that kind of unfold, I would say. And yeah, we have yet to see, I guess you mentioned this, the only thing we haven't seen much of, Mo, would be the Hayabusa play, like the move for the Hayabusa. We saw it, once maybe? I think in the first half, one time, and it wasn't memorable, So, and even for the Leslie, like, we haven't seen a Leslie pop off yet either. Like, there's been a couple 2-star Leslies come through, but really, I feel like at least from what we're seeing from our players today, that mid-game shift right now, where you maybe focus a little bit on the 4 cost, maybe once you get to the 5 cost, then you can see that. But we don't actually get to see too much of that right now. It's really been these lineups that solidify the early game to mid-game, and that's usually, again, like the Hardbound, for example, that's always constantly there. So I don't know. We'll see if this ends up changing at all before we get into our game 2.
Yeah, and the commanders, right? Commanders really define whether or not you're going to go fast, whether or not you're going to go slow. And despite the fact that there was a PNK in the game, because, with PNK, when it comes down to playing mirror lineups, you can suddenly add more chess pieces into the pool where you're landing in your copy traps, you get extra pieces. If the opponent is playing what you're playing, then, of course, you're happy as a PNK. But at this point right now, it seems like a lot of these players, they're trying to accelerate the game with commanders that actually do well and scale well into the early to mid game, because when you get the win streaks, your economy is secured, right? But I want to see something different. I want to see something like, what Shadow QC did, AOT Shadow QC did. Play the Nana. Play the lose streak. Don't go for the early game. Go for the late game later.
Mo, is that... you missed it on the camera there, but I think that was the crown. The crown. Was that the crown from Go 1? Was that because I didn't get to see the trophy. Did you get to see Go 1 in person? Because I was busy casting. I wonder if that was the crown from Go 1.
Yeah, that is the crown from Go 1.
Oh.
So yeah, Floxy has the crown from Go 1 in the back on the shelf right there at the top. So yeah he's going for the crown.
Second. Well, I
crown
guess
number 2.
eventually, right? So right now, obviously, the players are getting set up here for round 2. We'll see what the move is going to be. I wish there's a, I don't know if we have a counter someday for all the heroes that are picked up or the commanders that are picked up. I know we have this like during our drafting phase, but it'd be really interesting to see from like, for example, qualifiers up to the tournament itself, like how many commanders are picked up. But I know that the seasons and the metas do shift, so that can change the commanders to an extent too. But I also think, again, for our more new or newish players, our new viewers out there, again, I would recommend you guys just pick a commander you really like, that you and maybe enjoy playing in MLBB or just like the aesthetic of, and just play that commander. You know, meta commanders are definitely a thing, but you can. I'm always going to be a proponent for non-meta, Mo.
Yeah, I'm a proponent for non-meta myself, brother. My favorite commander is Harley, the most non-meta character around. I don't think
I'm
they're
gonna
gonna
have to
pick
give
it,
him a try after you tell me that and your reason. I'm gonna have to go give Harley a try. Actually, I think he's one of the newest commanders I unlocked.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, currently right now, Ruby seems to be, the top tier meta in terms of competitive and ranked, because not for a professional, because Ruby works very well on paper, right? The cloak, the scythe, it provides way more than what the Karina blades provide, and plus you get provided in 2 units, and you have the perfect 2 units to use the cloak and scythe now, which is the Kufra and the Mia with the Heart Bond synergy.
Ooh. Okay. Let's see what ends up happening here. Those are our selections for round 2 across the board. I don't know. I think even to an extent, it's nothing too different from what we saw so far. I'm still waiting for that non-meta commander to pop out, but so far, let's look at the early state of the game once we get the first go cards coming through after we get the first initial items too. Again, a whole lot of this is early Heartbound Scavenger, of course. Let's see what cards are picked up if everybody just ended up going with their commander cards. You can see early synergies being built up too. Again, one of the Neo Beast chests. Usually we see 1 or 2 of those in the early game. Here we go. Cards are being picked up.
Yeah, I mean, talking about non-meta commanders, yeah, there is one right there, right? Shinta is playing the Diggy. Not very commonly seen, not very popular in terms of pro gameplay, in terms of competitive gameplay as well. I believe it's one of the lowest picked commanders when it comes down to those ranked games, especially in the higher elos as well. But once in a while, we're gonna have people who just love the commander. And really, the commander really dictates the pace of the game. Yes, it has a certain say. It has certain aspects of whether they are good in fighting, they are good in gaining economy, they're good in sustaining or defense. But at the same time, what strategies that you make, whatever pieces that you pick up really dictates the gameplay. So the commander is not the end-all be-all of your game style, whether or not it's a commander limitation. That's only when it comes to min-maxing, right? So I believe you can win with any commander. So Shinta, I believe in you. I think you're going to win with Diggy, man.
Yeah, we, as proponents of non-meta commanders and heroes, please. But off to a good start, I would say, for the Ruby, of course, because that is, you have I would say there are certain commanders that obviously give you a bit of an early advantage, but depending on your RNG to an extent, and then the synergy you pan out with, that's where we're talking about that you get to see it develop over the game. And that's what they've been showing us already throughout the day. So this time around, let's keep an eye on what Floxy ends up doing. Again, the Go 1 champion, finishing middle of the pack in round 1. We'll see if he takes game 2 any differently. Meanwhile, for Grand, still rolling with this. He should win this round all good because he's got that early 2-star. Oh, dead? Hold on. Okay, yeah, it takes care of them. Yeah, he's good to go.
This is so irritating to deal with, right? Shinta, he got the super early Kufra into Mia as well. So, yeah, you see the potential there. If he managed to get the 2-star Kufra and Mia, that's gonna be very irritating to deal with because the Mia is gonna be consistently able to dish out the damage, and this is why this is so prevalent in the meta for right now. But now we see a kind of Gron's board as well with the cloak and the scythe, putting the scythe on that Odette actually.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I was saying. You know, this there's a reason why the Ruby is constantly picked. I just feel like it gives you a really good early advantage, but you know, at some point, teams get the itemization they need. But Ruby's scythe and the way that she plays into the board really works out. Plus her, of course, even when you grab the card, the Ruby Power, you know, it gives you some extra gold to go ahead and work out with economy-wise, and that's something about Magic Chess Go-Go, like you need that economy. So we're going to jump into the carousel here. Let's see what... Okay, Floxy goes with the anti-Cuirass. He goes and gets the defense. A lot of our players are going for those defensive items. Oracle picked up the Guardian Helm over there. There's a Hayabusa, man. It's actually going to be picked up and brought into play for the second time.
Gron, picking up the Hayabusa, one of my favorite characters to play. I mean, one of my favorite heroes to play. I mean, the animation just looks so cool right now, right? You don't actually see the Ogi Shadow kill much in MLBB, right? Because when you see it, it's just slashes. But for MCGG, they make the animation way cooler. Where you're like a Hanzo, you're putting out that little split. You know, Kage Bunshin that comes out and that Shadow Clone. Oh man, Hayabusa. Intricacies of the skin, man. It's so good.
I gotta say, every time I see the Shadow Kill, I can't help it but think of my dear friend Leo saying, Shadow Kill. It's what you end up seeing with it. But right now, we're taking a look at this. Elwin should be able to win this round. Of course, his Uranus is pretty stacked up. He's got the Dom Ice. Once they clear out that Mia. Oh, but this Kufra could be a problem. This is what you were talking about earlier, and the Heartbound is there.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what Mo was mentioning, man. This early combo of the Kufra Mia with the Heartbond is annoying to deal with in the early game.
Yeah, it's extremely annoying to deal with early game. But now, taking a look at the players that have went for Neo Beast, whether or not they have the energy or the Neo Beast, the Neo Beast energy. Wait, let me check Gron's board. Now, only at 19 energy so far, but we're still at round number 2. But going into that creep round, that go-go card round, it is purple. So purple means that there is a chance to boost the economy. There's a chance to accelerate the game. Some players are going to go faster than the others. There might be a territorial agreement where, well, you get the gold, but you accelerate way faster, but you receive a cap on your levels as well. Go-go cards are the main point of the game, right? That's why it's called Magic Chess Go-Go as well.
Would you say that what do you think is more impactful, the go-go cards or the commanders?
I believe the go-go cards are much more impactful. At the same time, there's a commander that affects the go-go cards. So if I say that, then wouldn't that make Yuzong the best commander? You know, because he upgrades the go-go cards. So yeah, I mean, they gotta go hand in hand, man.
Yeah, it's a trick question. You can't have one without the other, you know? Right now, too, taking a look at the go-go cards being picked up, this is what we're talking about. So yeah, it's that purple card. We see a lot of playing for, of course, equipment, but then the gold as well. Some allied lifesteal, some hybrid lifesteal, though, for Lungmat Pro. Right now, by the way, the win streak is going over to the Fanny for Itagaki again, and he's building into his economy. So someone's got to stop him. He's pretty much neck and neck there with Gron. No one relatively in the danger zone. That's something definitely that's different this time. No one's getting too far low, so this could be more of one of those longer games, like getting to the late game for us here in our game 2.
Yeah, looking at the go-go cards that coming in, there is that fully loaded coming in from the side of Floxy. He wants to accelerate the gameplay. This is where the first go-go card really starts to accelerate the state of the game, right? There are players that go for economy, but they go for a weaker board. And that's when you start to lose more HP.
Yeah, we'll see this. All right. Looking at Pro, he's going to take a hit from Moondance here, but again, I think he just needs a little bit more time to go ahead and build up in the synergy that he's deciding to play there. Cinta, this is not looking good for him, even the Heartbound, but he's really looking to, I feel like, get that Mia, get the Kufra combination that we were talking about, maybe even the Barretts later on. I don't know if he's actually going to try to build that out here. So we've got some things falling into place. Not sure what Cinta still is capable of doing here. Again, this is who Mo is low-key rooting for with the non-meta pick, the Diggy here. He does have the Esmeralda now. I think he needs the economy, right? He's only sitting on 3 gold, so obviously he needs a lot more time to go ahead and build up what he needs.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right, he might be going for a non-meta hero, but he's going for a meta gameplay, right, where you're picking up the Kufra and the Mia. I mean, it's boring, it's meta, but on paper, it's what works, right? And we've seen it time and time again, just coming out with those wins. But something that we need to keep in the back of our heads is that Itagaki Kanoe is currently at level 8 with a 6-win streak, and he picked up a gold card during the gold card stages as well. So there's going to be a lot of economy if he finally faces his first loss, but that's a long win streak to build up the economy right now. Currently at 30 gold, he's going to be starting to rolling into that 5 cost.
Yeah, and it looks like he faced off. He actually had his win streak broken. So that's at least because the movement's happening up on that top side now, top 4. Looking at Elwin here, what's the move here for him? Still rolling with a scavenger because I think, he's saving up. He's got 48 gold to go ahead and play around with. And, even his Hayabusa, this is what you were hoping for too. We'll see if it's able to go ahead and play its part later on. I think he's just waiting for the next stage once we get to stage 3. He won't be able to survive this round because Hanabi is going to be a problem from Itagaki, like we were mentioning earlier on. So you just take the loss here. But again, he's actually going to be fine towards the later. This is kind of what we saw from Elwin previously in round 1 or in game 1, where he just popped off towards the end. If we get a glimpse here of Gron, he gets a win over Zero. So this is where we start to see, once we get to this carousel, if anyone's going to pivot, if anyone's going to make some big moves, it could happen after this carousel.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Luen does get the +1 capacity. Cinta going for that, wait, who's that if I'm not wrong? That's
Cinta
a 5 cost, right?
5 costs, yeah.
Yep, so there is that Claude's Death Device. Moondance with the Heart Bond synergy. I mean, is he going to pivot into that 6 Heart Bond right now? I don't really like a 6 Heart Bond, but
Cinta picked up on Lancelot, by the way. That's what that was, Lancelot.
Oh, yeah, Lancelot. Yeah, Lancelot. So, yeah, more in towards that synergy of trying to get that damage through to the back lines. But right now, there's no one playing backline damage still. Gron still keeping that 4 Neo Beast. That's something that he has not cashed out from yet. Still at 213 energy, but he's very healthy, right? 87 HP as of this stage.
All right, let's see what Elwin does here. Still building in the Stargazer here. I don't know. Yeah, he just needs time to get his 2 stars, I would say, but because this is going to be the problem, obviously the Fredrin, like we've seen for a lot of the compositions that are rolling that Moondance has. So Elwin's play is now to start to star up. See if that happens. Long Matt Pro going against this should be fun against Zero. So a bit of a trade across the board right now too. Oh, little Lancelot. That's what we were talking about. So Cinta picked up the Lancelot, and you notice he stacked them up with the items, right? Sea Halberd. He's got that brute force. Then he's got I believe it was the Winter Crown on him as well. So playing into a Lancelot, that was a really good pickup during that carousel. Taking a look at Gron, and you notice Floxy up there up the top with a win streak. This is what we were keeping an eye on, the Go 1 champion. But for Gron could have an answer to Floxy throughout this. We see a whole lot of this, right? The Lings, and like you mentioned, the chest hasn't been opened yet, and he doesn't need to, so he's actually going to be able to take that chest up to that 300 mark, and you're going to see this. He's going to be battling it out with Itagaki, also one of the forefronts right now. The Sling is going to be able to go ahead and pop off here, and once the rest of the board is wiped out, the Tempest Blades will be popped, but the Heartbound keeps him going so that he can just continue to plume here. So eventually, that buys his Ling enough time. Just get the Tempest Blades off, clear up, and get the win against Itagaki.
And Floxy's going for a very safe play here, right? I mean, as we said before, Floxy, until like maybe the grand finals, he's not going to show a lot of the strategies, and he's going for the cookie cutter build right now. He's going for the 3-star mid, for the 3-star Kofra, 3-star Mia as much as possible, with these enhanced items as well. So now with the enhanced Oracle that he got, well, he's really just trying to save up.
Yep. Also, before this creep round, Garan went ahead and opened up his Neo Beast chest. That's what we were looking to potentially see if he went with. I think he opened it. So there it is. We go for this creep round. This is where we see the change here. Oh, no, so he's still building chest. And then over here for Floxy, this I don't know, man. It's like you said, it might be a little boring, but it just works so good, right? The Kufra Mia combo, especially when you have this kind of itemization, it just works out great. So he had the blessing activated over for this Kufra that he went, switches the course over to him, and will build up. He's so close to the 3-star Mia. Does go for the 2-star Uranus, so that front line with these 3 alone are so good to protect your Mia. Not to mention that Oracle kind of helps your front line last a little bit longer. And all this is enhanced, by the way. Now we'll see this. As lowest health right now, 15 HP. Can he actually survive this against Synta?
Yeah, so right now, Synta, with that build, he's kind of facing it, and a bit of a cap, right? Because he went for the Soul, the Heartbound as well. So right now, Floxy is holding onto a lot of the Heartbound pieces, but that Lancelot actually able to pull through. That was a great carousel for him. Going into the Lancelot, just pulling off of that Mia, now putting all the eggs into the Lancelot basket. Now Luen being the first person to get eliminated. He wasn't doing too hot all game as well. As 1-1, you want to secure the early game win streak, but instead the win streak went to the hands of Itagaki Kanoe.
Yeah, Floxy on that win streak too, the 8-game win streak right now. See if someone has an answer for him. We've got Zero checking things out, see what's available here across the board. He's potentially the next one at risk. He's playing the Toy Mischief. We've seen this quite a bit, man. Toy Mischief, Stargazer. You got Beyond the Clouds. You know, he's buffing up his Cyclops to go ahead and utilize the Cloud, but also just having the Party Rockets. We'll see if this is enough damage to deal to Synta. His Cyclops can make it happen with the damage. Supported by the Farsa, but it's quite tanky. Oh, and man, this Lancelot again is just able to move so well, utilize execution, and there you go. Synta, like you mentioned, so much value, man. And Zero, he'll have to bow out of game 2 as he's the second player knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, for Zero Mertens, that has got to hurt, right? Getting bottom 2 games in a row. Meanwhile, for Luen, he did place top 3 in the previous game, so that'll put him at, I believe, 6 points. So not too bad, but at the same time, Itagaki Kanoe looking to pull ahead, currently at 8 points. Of course, he was our winner during game 1. So now we do see the board coming in from Synta right now. It is still that heart bond into the 6 Glory League, and the Glory League buff coming on the Minotaur as well. That 2-star Lancelot, man, is gonna be a very good carry in terms of just having that heart bond buff. But in terms of late game, when we go into that bronze build, right, 6 Swiftblade, I don't think it's gonna be enough.
Yeah, you can see it moving, the way it moves around the map right now. It's actually it's enough for now. That's the main thing. Also having a Roger there to kind of deal with the distraction, but even Benedetta, like that plays a role in allowing that Lancelot to move that way. So Carousel, we're jumping into it. We still have 6 players. We'll see what the move is going to be here. Capacities are up, 2 of them. Sinta will take 1 of them. Lungmat Pro grabbed the other. Itagaki actually going with the defender here. Foxy getting a little more defense with the Guardian Helm. And then, okay, so good pickups. Nothing, I would say nothing too crazy, but enough to go ahead and set things in pace, I'd say, towards now where this is kind of like the danger zone, right? You've got a 6 heart bond going up for Sinta. That's what he's playing around. Moon Dance. I don't know if Moon Dance is just going to try to shift things over. He doesn't have much gold to work with. This could be a bit desperate for what he's going for. He's, I don't think he's got many options here, Mo.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he doesn't have a lot of options at all. I mean, 5 out of 7 units. And yeah, Floxy's just putting the wound into an even worse place, showing him heart bond synergy. Yeah, he does have the 6 heart bond synergy, but where's the damage coming from? There's no damage.
Yeah, there's no damage. You're just going to be over flooded here by Floxy. So Moon Dance going to be bowing out of this one. 3rd player eliminated here in game 2. Anyone else follows suit. Still very close here, but yeah, Sinta will do some damage. Sinta, man, we're talking about a turnaround and for the Diggy, right, Mo? Like for the Diggy.
Yeah,
Sinta's making it happen.
Hopefully he can get into top 4 with the Diggy here. Of course, he is going with that Heart Bond build as well. He has that 6 Heart Bond, but in terms of damage, he does have that Lancelot in ready. Meanwhile, Floxy, it's more all hands on deck, trying to look for that 3-star Mia, still unable to get it because a lot of the players this time, they are clashing, right? We have a Mia, we have Minotaur as well. Mia playing with Mia and having that marksman force synergy. Well, it's gonna be good, but you need the 3-star.
We'll see if they make it happen here. Taking a look at Lungmat Pro. Quite low in terms of HP. Can he survive? It always Mia. The heart bond's gonna be procced, but it's just too much. I think he's gonna get overloaded and not protected enough. Still firing off though. Again, the heart bond's gonna be there, but still the Minotaur and the rest of the DPS coming out from Sinta is just too much. Even with this, still thrown up, Sinta will take out Lungmat Pro as our 4th player will be knocked out here. So we're down to 4. We're gonna go into a creep round, see what items are picked up. Gron has good economy in place. Sinta's been on a win streak though. 5-game win streak so far, 5-round win streak. Level 9, Floxy obviously still trying to build up. We'll see what this, what items are presented from here, because always around this, that orange creep round, could be some big items that change the course of the game. Sinta's been pretty dominant just by the fact that he's been able to go ahead and build out his game plan with the Lancelot. Now he just needs to beef up the rest of his lineup if he wants to, depending on the approach he takes.
Yeah, this is truly the group of death, right? You can see that everyone, when they go for the Mia, when they go for the Kufra as well, they're being very smart about it. They're just holding the pieces, making sure that, yeah, your opponent is not getting the piece that they need. Meanwhile, the smart players like Gron and Kanoya as well, they went for a separate direction, right? Gron, we saw him early game with the Neo Beast. He decided to pivot out of it. He went into Heartbond first and realized how many people were in Heartbond, ditched the idea. Right now, he's sitting at 62 HP, but he went into Swiftblade and Exorcist as well. Now, taking a look at Sinta's board, and no, this is actually Floxy's board. He's 1 away from getting that 3-star Mia, and he can't find it.
He wants it, man. He'll eventually get there, I'm sure. We'll see if he's able to go ahead and win this round against Sinta. Sinta been pretty dominant again with a 5-game win streak. So far, so good. But that Lancelot again is just hitting the right marks. Proccing the heart bond. And I don't think it's going to be able to deal with the Lancelot, honestly. It's just, it's so tanky in itself. And then even with that invulnerability with the Win of Crown, so Sinta will get another win under his belt here.
Yeah, at this point, Sinta doing extremely well, but Floxy pulls out the 3-star Mia. Yes, this heart bond is gonna pay dividends, but is it enough, right? I mean, the enhanced golden staff, I love that item. I believe it is. Together, I mean, I hope that he can get that +2 marksman synergy for the Mia, but I doubt it at this stage.
Yeah, we'll see if this ends up being enough. We've talked about the synergy between the Kufra and the Mia, especially now that they're both 3-star. If he's actually able to go ahead and now get some wins here to keep himself from being eliminated. See what ends up happening. Floxy versus Gron. Gron has been pretty dominant. Even so, the Mia is going to be unleashing in the back, but the Ling could be a problem. Does get a couple kills through. Still pumping out that damage, but even with the Edith on the other side, the Mia heart bond procced. Not going to be enough, and Floxy will get knocked out of game 2, finishing in at 4th place. We're down to 3.
Yeah, Gron with a great rotate, right? He pivoted into that Swift Blade, perfect against the Mia because you're able to deal the damage to the backline, and especially if he has that Ling as well, he's able to make sure that the Ling is consistently on the backline where, you know, you don't want to place Mia anywhere else other than the backline. Why would you place a Mia in the front line? And that's exactly what Floxy did, and Gron took advantage of that positioning.
Okay, let's see what the move is. Gron has been so hard to deal with, you know, just because of how much of I feel like he had such a great early start. And that's where we talk about, you know, having the early start, while so again, we had the discussion about the Ruby being very strong, you know, kind of giving you a bit of an advantage, getting out to go ahead and play into that mid game. We'll see if Mertens can make something happen. Or no, not Mertens, Cinta. Oh, he still got it. Still able to make it happen. Oh no! Even with the heart bond. A little bit of time, little invulnerability, but Cinta still unstoppable, man. 8-game win streak. We'll see if Gron can do something, or maybe the carousel changes the course of the game here.
Yeah, Cinta with the crazy rotate, right? The crazy pivot into the Lancelot during the carousel round. He found his footing with the Glory League as well. So yeah, very good play. But with that 6 heart bond, is something that makes gives Gron a super hard time, right? Because you gain 50% hybrid attack, and bonded heroes, they gain extra 60%. So it's like 110% on whoever that Cinta chooses to bond, which is currently almost all his units.
Yeah. I mean, this is so interesting too, Mo, because, you know, both these players, I mean, think about it. Gron had 3 points in the previous round. Now he's definitely going to finish at least in the top 2 for this one. Same with Cinta, finished middle of the pack previously. So very, very good. Solid game 2 for both the players here. Taking a look at this unfolding. Cinta fighting as much as he can, but Gron's lineup is also just very strong. But this Ling and this Lancelot, able to clear out so much. It's going to be maybe potentially coming down to the last hope of the Ling, but man, even with the winter crowd, Cinta has just been on a roll.
Man, this guy on the diggy as well. Yeah, you know, just pulling up.
You called it, Mo. You called it.
Pulling up, it's like, oh man, guys, I'm not playing a meta champion. I'm playing Diggy, by the way, and I'm gonna destroy every single one of you. Go one champion playing the most meta build, right? Playing the Heartbond Mia into Defender, into Minotaur, Kanoe playing his best, and having that 8-win streak early. Despite the fact that all that happened, Cinta still manages to find the weirdest build that I've ever seen. The Lancelot, 6 Heartbond into 6 Glory build, 6 Glory League, and 2 Marksman just for the attack speed. That is crazy work. This is not even in your gallery, by the way. You're not gonna find this build anywhere. Cinta just came up with it on the fly.
Yeah, he came up with it. Right now could be a little bit tough though. Gron trying to do what he can. He's still going to be working through it. The Lancelot needs to be worked with. Even so, oh, he gets one. Cinta takes a loss. Good change by Gron. Now, what changed for Gron? He got the 3-star K, or the Gushin, and now this leads into the Lord Creep round here. We'll see what ends up happening, because honestly, it could go either way. It's been so close. Now the Lancelot. Whoa, okay, hold on. Roger also 2-starring for Cinta. Lancelot, what did Lancelot end up with? 2-star for the Lancelot. He's doing a little bit of a change here. I'm not sure what more Cinta's going to try to change.
Cinta's going for it. Cinta might be the first person to try to go for a 3-star 5 cost here. If he gets it, he wins, right? He's all inning right now. He's not going for Roger, guys. He's going for the 5 cost. He's going for the Lancelot 21 gold right now. Taking a look at the board.
Can he get it?
Yeah.
Oh, he's rolling. He's rolling.
Precision is the art of fencing.
Oh, he's so close. Oh, he got it.
He got it.
He made the roll.
Ladies and gentlemen,
roll. Oh,
this is the first 3-star 5 cost here. Naisu, I'm telling you, if this is not enough, I've nothing to say, man, because this is a 3-star 5 cost. 3-star 5 costs are impossible to make in almost any competitive game, man.
Well, Cinta just made it happen. Look at the health. Look at the stats. Oh my goodness, the damage is there. There's no way this loses. The 3-star Lancelot is just going to go ahead and clean up the board. Cinta making it happen. Ling is going to be there, but yeah, you can't take down a 3-star 5 cost. The smile on Cinta's face as he locked that in with the Diggy amongst it all, Mo.
What a statement, man. What a statement by Cinta. Coming out with that Diggy, pulling out that 3-star Lancelot. Man, it's just... Cinta's playing a different game, man. Cinta's playing a different game. But, of course, we see this all the time in the semifinals, where a lot of players, they show a lot of themselves in the semifinals, but when it comes to the grand finals, they might fall a bit short, because some players, they've been holding back strats, right? Floxy hasn't showed too much of his hand yet. Zero Merchant, well, not doing too hot. Meanwhile, the Burmese players as well, they haven't been doing too hot in this region. It looks like Indonesia coming out on top of Group B so far.
It's not going to be often, even in your own games, that you get to see a 3-star 5 cost hero, man. And you saw, like, as soon as it started, you just saw all the big numbers, all the big numbers everywhere. Incredible work, honestly, to be able to get to that point, because you got to remember, it started with Cinta, like, just picking up the Lancelot in the carousel, like the early carousel round, and it just changed the course of the game.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, right, Gron was probably thinking, like, why is there boss music playing? Why is there a boss music playing? Oh my god. Then when he went into the battlefield, he saw the Lancelot, and he was like, at that point, I believe you can sell every other unit and leave a Lancelot there, and it's gonna be able to decimate the entire board. That's how crazy a 3-star 5 cost is. Because the last time I saw this, it was only during Go 1 rehearsals, where someone managed to get a 3-star 5 cost Sun, and then they destroyed the entire board. And now, for the first time ever, man, I didn't believe. Oh man, we saw this live, dude. We saw this live. This is amazing.
Blessed. We've been blessed by the RNG gods to see a 3-star 5 cost.
Dude, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to history in the making. This is probably the first 3-star 5 cost that you'll see in a very long time. And Cinta MCGG has done it here today.
Look at those.
Of course, he might not go on to win. He might not go on to win, but still, it's kind of a feat, man.
I was going to say that the smile alone basically says, just how good that feels to be able to lock that in, because like you mentioned, Mo, he went all in for it. At the end there, he was like, you know what? Might as well just make this attempt. Ends up going for the 3-star. And that makes me wonder, like, what if you just cleared the board? Like, because his base I think his base attack was like 1,000 or something, or maybe that was with the items, but he was already basically beefed up as a whole board. And it's a Lancelot, you know, so just a great showcase. Again, that one, like our game 2 there, relatively close, you know, relatively close. And that's why we say this is kind of, we would say this is the group of death here. And even looking at the breakdown, like, you know, our top 2 finishers finished last place in the previous game and then around the middle grounds. So really good here between Gran and Cinta. This is going to make it very competitive. I feel like by the time we get to even game 5, I don't know if we're going to have it all figured out, man. You're going to have to do the mental math later on.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right now, it's anybody's game, right? It seems like everybody's evenly matched in terms of commander picks, in terms of whatever synergies that they're going for, go-go cards, in terms of pivots. It seems so evenly matched. But Group A might look like, oh yeah, we can identify like stronger players here and there, and some that are, you know, clearly not performing as well. And yeah, Shadow QC was performing way better. But if Shadow QC were in this Group B, might be a totally different story here. So yeah, there's really a lot of luck going into these championships, right? Where you're able to play against the likes of Cinta MCGG, but of course, nobody leaves empty-handed here. So whoever gets eliminated, they still get $250 as well.
Yeah, definitely a lot still up to grabs for our players out there competing. And again, if you guys ever wanted to go ahead and get a chance to try to do this, you guys can compete in the qualifiers in your own homes. So if you're just joining us and maybe the stream's popping up on your stream for the first time, you're like, whoa, what is this? Magic Chess Go-Go Rising Stars has a season 5. Where have I been for the past seasons? Well, now you guys know, all right? And we're so glad to be able to bring you guys the English stream as well. Again, wherever you guys are watching us, please don't forget to like and follow the official pages so that you guys can keep up to date. You know, because a lot of the information, a lot of the news out there, especially for a lot of the developing news for Magic Chess Go-Go, comes out through those official global channels. So make sure you guys pay attention to that. I couldn't even imagine, Mo. Like, imagine telling your family eventually. Let's just we have this isn't confirmed, but let's just say you're going to travel for Go 2 at some point later on in the year. Like, imagine telling your family, like, hey, I'm going to go travel to this part of the world for Go 2, you know, for Magic Chess.
Yeah. It's like, oh, what? The game that you've been playing on your phone? I was like, yeah, I won $3,000 playing that game on your phone. It's like, wow, that's huge money right there.
To be fair, and for those that may have not known either, because I recently found this out, you don't just have to play it on your phone, guys. You can play Magic Chess Go-Go even on your PC, your laptops if you want to. It was kind of low key when they I feel like they officially released like the official PC version of Magic Chess Go-Go, but ever since the PC program like Magic Chess Go-Go actually released and I didn't have to play it on an emulator, dude, it's been so fun to play because it's one of those things that you can do passively if you want to, or you can be much more proactive with if you want to play it at this level. So definitely you guys should check it out online, get Magic Chess Go-Go, and join us. We're going to be jumping into our draft here for Game 3. Let's go ahead and take a look at what's going to be picked up. Of course, there goes the Ruby. So Ruby already. Yeah. Oh, a Dairoth. So we haven't seen the Dairoth yet.
This is interesting. Picking up the Dairoth? Okay. Sir Mertens, his gambling strategies has come up once again, right? He's known as the top tier gambler when he was playing in Go 1, right? Because he would go for all these like super gambling strategies. And yeah, right now, he picked up the Dairoth. He might pick up the Harley. He was the one to pick up the Harley too, by the way. He's the one that made me fall in love with the Harley. So yeah, let's see what he can bring to the board this round. And Floxy picking up the Veil. We got Moondance going with the Minotaur. I believe there's still the Mia available for Cinta if he wants to go for the Mia. There's still a lot of options available. Oh, he's going for the Gushin for the extra crystals and the extra economy as well.
Okay. I'm glad to see I'm glad to see some changes, of course, here through at least I would say more so like one commander is different each round from what we saw earlier today. I think the Dairoth is going to be interesting just because, again, just like we saw the Diggy, for example, we can see how that ends up playing out here. Also on top of that, because for the Dairoth, how does he work? That's the Abyssal Devour is what he ends up getting.
Yep.
So he can actually like eat one of his heroes.
Yep. You eat and you return a higher cost. So it's like gambling, right? You want to see what's the next cost you get. It's gacha. Yeah, it's basically gacha.
All right. Jumping into it. Game 3. Semifinals for Group B. We still, let's see what we end up going here when we get our first cards rolling through.
Weapon Master?
Weapon Master. A couple Weapon Masters.
Yeah.
Of course, the Neo Beast as well. Any difference to the Go cards right off the bat? I guess the Kagura. Kagura for Lancelot. Yeah, Minnow for Minnow, Ruby for Ruby, Angela for Angela, Veil for Veil. That's about it on Kagura. Okay, yeah, so let's say pretty standard. Early
so Cyril Mertens. Yeah, Cyril Mertens wants to push the tempo early on, right? Dairoth is a hero that really pushes the tempo early on, but at the same time, you don't have a lot of late game tempo. So this Ogi Shadow Kill coming through, but it's not going to be enough because he's going up against Itagaki Kanoe, who went for that Dauntless build, but surprisingly has a Fredrin too.
That's one tanky Aurora, man. Okay, she's going to eventually die, but yeah. Moondance will take some damage. What else do we have building in here? So, I'm just, there's a Defender, another Neo Beast. Floxy goes with that. Meanwhile, over here for Itagaki, what is he going to build out? One of the things about, again, having a Lancelot is you can just kind of play the economy move here, chill a bit, and you kind of get that passive economy to go ahead and play into. So keep an eye on Itagaki, how he tempos into this game 3.
Yeah. And, Floxy playing the Veil as well. We didn't see a very good representation of Veil in the Group A, but Veil is a very strong hero in terms that you can influence the refresh, right? In terms of having the synergy of what you really want to have. Sometimes it might not turn out well. Sometimes you might get duplicates. But yeah, if you're going for certain things like Neo Beast, you want to get them early. You can get them with the Veil very early as well.
Okay.
This is getting interesting.
Let's see. This one's. It's always hard to say with this group because of just the different styles we've seen so far. If you had to say, Mo, I don't know if it's too early to say, but who would your top 3 be in this group? Who would your top 3? I know we usually have a top 4 go through, but who would your top 3 be?
Yeah, so my top 3, so far it's gonna be okay. I gotta put Floxy up there. I gotta put Cinta up there, and I'm gonna put from Group A. Actually, I'm gonna put Shadow QC up there.
Oh, so you're gonna put Shadow QC? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I think I would have to. Yeah, I'll have to put. So for champions, I would have to definitely put, after what we saw earlier with Shadow QC, got to put Shadow QC out there. I don't know if the chat, you guys want to go ahead and tell us as well who you think your champions are going to be. Let's say top 3. I know championship is tomorrow, and obviously out of these 8 players, we still have to see what 4 qualify going on. But you guys can let us know who you think is going to be this champion for Season 5 of our Rising Stars. Looking at this first carousel, whole lot of items being picked up here, of course. Couple heroes this time though too.
Yeah, this is really
Feather of Heaven.
A scary stack group. Top 3. What's it gonna be? Is there going to be a chance for them to take out the scavengers here? A lot of people are going for the economy, trying to build up into that mid stages of the game, but I'm not too sure whether or not this is a very good move, right? Given the fact that there's a Lancelot and a Dairoff in the pool, I see that Dairoff already has a Rafaela and a Ling. It's just
That's
crazy.
very early, yeah. Very early on, but Cinta, on the other hand, very common. Again, it's this combination that we're used to seeing right now. Also battling up against a Yuzhong. That Yuzhong from Itagaki will go ahead, be a nuisance and build up. But right now, this Mia early game just so strong. Not sure it's going to be strong enough to deal with this though, just because like look at the pressure that this lineup that Itagaki has early on. I mean, imagine stage 2, round 1. He's got the Yuzhong, I was gonna say the Paquito, but the Terry Bogard. He's got the Terry Bogard
Yes,
here.
sir.
And then the early Cyclops already with the rockets here. This is the cudgel, the whimsical cudgel. So this is the gameplay that we've seen before. But this early on, I feel like this is such a strong start. So Cinta, on the other hand, our first place finisher from last time, he's dealing with some early pressure himself. But I think as we've seen, as we've witnessed, we got to wait to see how it plays out.
Yeah, so he's going for the Glory League, right? The flat percentage hybrid attack with the shield as well. So yeah, he does have that going for him together with the Defender and the Heart Bond as well, right? Of course, the special Mia into Kufra is something that you can look forward to, but suddenly currently he does not have the Kufra yet. So he's running it with an Alucard.
Oh, yes. I was going to say the Alucard and the Mia combo actually worked there. Alucard is in such a weird, I feel like he's such in a weird position. I mean, it's not something you usually see built out, but definitely kind of one of those pieces there, the fodder pieces that can work. Let's see what ends up, building through this. The Glory League is just pretty interesting too, because like you said, you know, you gain a bit of hybrid attack, you gain a little bit of shield, but from that, it just really complements, I feel like, the composition or the synergy. Second cards are being picked up here too. Before we jump into this creep round, let's see.
Yeah.
Shop refreshes, gold. It's a whole lot of shop refreshes, man. And they're really going to be looking for these heroes they want to build out.
Yeah, so what's interesting right now about the build is that Floxy's at a 5 Loon streak. But at the same time, he's going for Neo Beasts and Scavengers. The two most lose streak heroes, right? With economy, with the chess. They provide nothing on the board, but they provide everything else later. Currently on 60 HP, he's gambling a lot of his HP, using his HP as a resource to try and trade it for the gold as much as possible. But looking at Itagaki and also Zero, they have access to the 5 stars first. Meanwhile, Floxy still looking for a pivot piece to go into.
Yeah, we'll see what he ends up doing. The chess with the Neo Beast chess is always, I feel like it's such a fun little mechanic, you know, because you clearly have to lose. Like that's the strategy, which feels a little weird, especially for newer players that are getting into Magic chess going on. They're like, wait, what do you mean I have to lose? But that's just kind of how the chess works, and then eventually you're able to go ahead and pivot. It's just really up to you. How far do you want to take that? But yeah. I feel like what we've seen from a lot of these professional players is, you know, it doesn't really matter. Like, even if they're sitting at 10 HP, like, they're still confident in being able to go ahead and stay within even potentially the top 4 finish with 10 HP, like we've seen previously. You know, Elwin's been someone that's been able to do that too, but you know, now that he's got the Ruby for this game 3, I think he'll be able to set himself up at least in a comfortable position leading towards that mid game, late game, like we've seen from most of the Rubies. But for Lungmat Pro also, he's been very highly competitive. You know, right now he doesn't have too much built out other than the Weapon Master, but he's got 6 out of 6 already. I'm just, we've seen this before, Mo. Like, we've seen this many times. The Fredrin is going to be your main guy just duking out all this damage. But where does it go from there?
I mean, at that point, right, you want to build the heart bond, you want to try and get the Weapon Master crystal, and then make a pivot, right? Preferably to something like a marksman, preferably to something like a Yuzong as well. That's what we saw from the previous groups as well, where the Yuzong Weapon Master was proving to be too much to handle. And also at the same time, right, Zero Merchants and Sinta MCGG, they're facing a clash in terms of lineup where they both want to go for that Stargazer, but the Dauntless has been picked up by the hands of Luen and Floxy as well. So Dauntless Stargazer doesn't look like an option because there are a lot of pickups there. So Weapon Master might actually be a good call here from Longmat Pro, and he's identified it perfectly.
Yeah, we'll see what he ends up doing. Again, just a lot of the stuff that you're seeing here, this early game pressure and some of the synergies that our players are going for just is going to take some time to build up into. And so you obviously have this power spike momentum for, you know, a player like Longmat Pro with what he's rolled out. Now Moondance, on the other hand, still playing into that Mia. It's 2-star now. As of the Golden Staff, see how they're in DHS. So the damage output's going to be actually really good. Oh, so close. Barely surviving against Sinta, but will come through with Moondance. So still fishing for that 3-star Mia that we're used to seeing. So Carousel number 2, let's head on into it. Capacity 1's going to be taken by Floxy. Again, Floxy, the plan here was to go ahead and get pretty low, build up the Neo Beast chest. We'll see if he starts to turn it around after this, now that he's going to have Capacity, the 9. And last pick over there for the Feather.
I'm worried about Floxy, man. He's at 24 HP with 266 in terms of just having that Neo Beast energy, right? So he's not going to pop it yet, but at the same time, if he doesn't pop it, he might lose.
Yeah, how many I don't know if I saw, how many stacks does he have right now? It's 266, so maybe after this round?
Yeah.
I would assume after this round he has to, like, he's got no choice. He's got to go ahead and pop that. We'll see what he ends up doing. Because, yeah, I mean, he's been playing the economy, the long game. Well, this is the time to do it. Because he's just going to lose this against Sinta. And then that chest usually is the one to go ahead and change things quite a bit. And that's why you see this often, guys. If you've been tuning in today, you can see, yep, hits that 300 mark.
Okay.
You see a lot of Neo Beast early on. So he's got 8 HP. Now, what does he do? Oh, he gets a Lancelot.
Yep,
Foxy
pops
got the
it.
Lancelot.
Got the Lancelot. He's gonna pop it. He's gotta pop it right now, right? There's no way he keeps it under 8 HP under threat. Yeah, eventually he does pop it. He has the Hayabusa in the shop. He can go for Exorcist. Yes, he does. Okay, that's great. Yuzong as well. So the Exorcists are showing themselves, right? Oh. So he might be going for Ruby. Yes, sir.
Yep, he's got the 2-star Ruby. He's switching things through. He's got the 4 Exorcist. Oh man, he's got the 2-star Hayabusa too. He doesn't have that great of items, but he's got a good pivot and plenty of gold now. 37 gold. So him up against Zero. Let's see what he ends up doing here. The Ruby tanky enough. Does he have enough damage through it? But he should actually. It's going to be fine. So he'll come through. Yep. That's what we've been talking about this Neo Beast playing dangerously low in terms of health. But once you unlock that chest and then, you know, get what you need to, this is what happens.
Yeah, so that was a perfectly calculated play by Floxy. Getting his HP low while building up the economy at the same time. He's currently at level 8. He found the rubies that he need, and now currently he's sitting on, I believe that's a 2-star ruby and also a 2-star Hayabusa as well. So now he has a 2-star Lancelot. Yeah, so that's going to be a very scary board to deal with. I mean, if he gets a 3-star Lancelot, that's going to be even crazier, right?
Yeah.
Not again, right?
Yeah, you remember when you said you don't see it often? Well, imagine seeing it back to back. Oh, man. And the last go cards on this creep round are going to be picked up too. So Floxy was able to go ahead and get a 2-star 4 gold heroes off his card. What do you pick up? Yeah, reinforcements plus. You got the free refreshes here. He's got the capacity. He's going for potentially a 3-star Hayabusa if he can get it. Swapping things around. Yep, he's got the 6 out of 10 Exorcist plus the Defender here, so he's actually in a really good position. Is he selling the Harpon around? Is he going for it? Oh, he's okay. He's just going to go ahead and bring in Terry Bogard.
Yeah, he needs the Defender synergy because he wants to make sure that the burst damage does not go through too hard, right? If it does and takes out the Ruby, his main bulk of damage will be gone. Despite the fact that Ruby is a brawler, you want to keep her in the front line. Yeah, you still need a lot of defense with offensive items. That's what makes the Ruby so difficult as a 5-cost unit.
Yeah, not only that, but it's also a really good answer to this Mia here in the corner. Having the Hayabusa there, the Ruby is going to be dealt with, but yeah, this Mia just unleashed in the back. Can the Lancelot get here, pop off that Phantom Execution with that Thorn Rose? But man, the Heart Bond still playing in with the Exorcist. Oh no, it might not be enough. Even with the winner crown, Floxy gonna be eliminated alongside Zero.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. That was Moondance just having the greatest game of the, cookie cutter meta. Never goes wrong. Pick Minotaur, play Mia, play Kufra, and then play the defenders, right? 6 defenders, 2 Heart Bond. That's what you need. And this is what we've been seeing, right? This is the Guinevere of this meta, right? If you pick Guinevere, you pick Brawlers, you pick the Bruisers, in the previous season, that's what is going to win. And yeah, despite the fact that Floxy came with a cool strat, meta is still meta.
Yep, meta is the name of the game, especially at this level. We look at Gron here. Gron, about mid-pack right now. I'm not sure if he's able to withstand what Cinta actually brought to this time. Even with he's got, it's Bogard versus Bogard, but Cinta's is just stronger right now with that lineup that he's got. So he does the damage over to Gron. Now you are pretty much in the danger zone if you're Gron here. And Elwin, he's still doing all right. Let's see if they do some shifting over. What's the move here for Gron? Is he actually going to take the 2-star? Yep. He's got to. Anyway, yeah, I was going to say, right, that is such a great idea from the side of Cinta to actually go into the Weapon Master at first, then afterwards just swap into the Glory League, right? And now he has a Stargazer as well with the Defender synergy. Cinta really has a lot of synergies on the board, and I'm surprised, right? We haven't been seeing much of the Mystic Meows because we haven't reached that state of the game, right? We haven't reached a state of the game where it's super late. We gotta go exponential. We gotta go way above the synergies. And right now, it feels like 4-4 synergies. That's just enough. Yeah, that's the synergies that are the focus there. So Gron's gonna be out. What a strong showing from Itagaki again. Moondance though too. I don't know if anyone's gonna be able to stop Moondance right now. This is just the cookie cutter we were talking about. Moondance over there rolling with what he's got. Now over here, Elwin will take a hit from Cinta. So, there's a reason why we see so much of what Moondance is rolling with. You can see it there on the upper right. It's the Defender, the Heart Bond, plus the Marksman. Here in the carousel, though, we'll see what he ends up taking. Elwin will go grab Stargazer. You got Weapon Master for Salung Mat Pro, Capacity for Cinta, Moondance. Not sure if there's... What's he going to use here? Okay, the Claw device. Might as well go ahead and get some items for his already beefy, strong lineup.
Yeah, at this point, very, very beefy, very, very strong, but the damage is still a bit lacking, right? That's something that's coming out that I think Lin should be worried about. Yeah, he has a very strong Ruby. Yes, he has that Farsa in the backline, but where's the damage, right? Are you just relying on the Esmeralda to get the damage through? I hope that's not the case, man.
Well, right now, it could be the Rafaela, man. He's putting the Scythe over here. He's got the 2-star, even the Holy Crystal. Right. This is... You wanted damage, Mo?
Yes, sir.
Elwin's going to show you some damage. Let's see if he's got enough to deal with the Mirror of Itagaki here. is Raphael takes quite a bit of damage, but with the Winter Crown, still going to be up. Does kill 3, but just not enough because guess who else has a Rafaela? But with a beefed up, powered up Kyo Kusanagi. 2-star there.
Yeah.
So unfortunate.
Yeah, and for the side of Itagaki Kanoe as well, right? Going into that main synergy with the Kyo Kusanagi, very clutch because not a lot of people are going for the magic damage at the point. So he can actually hoard all the magic damage items. So remember when I said everyone goes for physical damage items because that's the end cap right now?
Yeah.
Feels like in the pro games, it's smarter to go for the magic items because you know that there's no one going to contest you for it, right? They won't actually jump for it in the carousel. You can take your time to grab it. And meanwhile, with Itagaki Kanoe, he went for the mage build with the Stargazer. So yeah, there's not really anyone else that has a magic build here.
Yeah, it's also just interesting the way it works with the KOF synergy, right? So you get a lot of that extra damage for the KOFs and the extra HP as well for the captains here. So let's take a look at what Cinta is going to have to deal against Moondance. Again, that Mia in the back is usually what we're focused on here. His Roger will be able to go for it. So this might be able to solve Moondance as Cinta definitely has the damage, procs the Heart Bond. Mia's back up, but he's got plenty of heroes still up. So, again, another Heart Bond. This should just be an easy one. Go ahead and clear out for Cinta. And yet another Heart Bond. There you go. Moondance taking another hit. So, he was pretty much on a win streak. But now, after back-to-back losses, this is the change of some of the itemization, but of course, the synergy progression for our top 4 players here. Terry Bogart hitting that level 2 for Itagaki, but this creep round, we'll see what ends up changing. I'm not sure if Cinta wants to change too much. Again, with the Defender, the Glory League combo, we've seen this before, the Weapon Master, just itemization now at this point, and then potentially getting some 3-stars here.
Yeah, the potential is high to get the 3-stars here as well, but Itagaki Kanoe, right? Has a very strong scaling lineup towards that end game. He still has room to make with the scavengers to actually remove out, maybe get that 6 Luminexes as well. Meanwhile, for Cinta MCGG, I'm seeing a cap in the build, right? Where he has all the board space already taken up. He has the Defenders in, he has the Glory League in, he has the Weapon Master in, but he doesn't have the damage scaling in. So yeah, depending on his itemizations, I'm just hoping that he does have the items to pull through. He has Demon Hunter Sword, War Axe. I don't think that's enough. He needs BOD and a Golden Staff for the Edith.
Yeah, it might just come down to if he's able to get it by the next carousel, if he survives, right? At this point, you're at the stage 4, round 4 here. Lungmat Pro is who we're going to be looking at against Moondance. He played into the fact that, yes, he's got this Allus. We've seen this before with the Toy Mischief. Is it enough to pump out the damage? He's actually going to be able to deal with this Kufra, but the Mia, he's got to deal with the Mia. Unfortunately, he can't get there. Even with the rockets, they're shooting off, but it's just not enough damage. So close to getting rid of the Mia. So unfortunate, Lungmat Pro will be sitting at 2 HP, taking a brunt of that damage off of that. So I'm not sure if there's, I mean, he's got 32 gold. He's already got the 3-star Arlos, so I'm not sure what else he wants to go with here.
I mean, at this point, there is very little room to wiggle, right? A lot of your builds are set. You don't have a lot of economy to wiggle out. Cinta MCGG currently at 0 gold, so unable to just even think about going into the next one, right? It's just taking it one roll at a time, and it's one natural roll. You can't even force out the roll. So yeah, it really depends on what the game is going to give you right now. Meanwhile, Itagaki Kanoe, I bet he's trying to roll for the Luminexus at this point.
Yeah, he's already got the 4. He's up against Moondance. I feel like he's got a good ways to get to the back line, but the Mia, again, still just going to be the problem, especially just how tanky this Minotaur is. So with those Heart Bonds, it should be able to clear out, even with a Kyo Sanagi.
Ooh.
Yeah, just not enough. So tanky. Heart Bond just keeping the Mia up. So Good attempt there, but Itagaki gonna bow out of this one. We're down to 3 with Lungmat Pro actually holding on with 2 HP. See what he ends up shifting around.
I'm surprised the scaling wasn't enough. On paper, Itagaki Kanoi, he wins the Mia Minotaur combo every single time. I think he just made an error in placement. He made a few errors in terms of just putting the K on the back line where he's trying to access the Mia instead of trying to kill the Kufa first. If you kill the Kufa first, maybe you would have gotten it. There's a slight error in placement right there. But I mean, great showing from Itagaki Kanoi. He's been doing great so far. Moondance has a very hard build to go through.
Yeah, again, you got to think about it this way, Mo. Like, Moondance sitting at the bottom right now in terms of points. If he can get the first place finish here, that's going to be massive for Moondance. And off to a good start, I'd say, for this one. Lungmat Pro, though, tough. He's going to have to bow out. So we are down to 2. Moondance and Cinta. We'll see if Moondance can get that first place finish here. That'll definitely put him up here towards the middle of the pack. If he does solidify the 8 points, he'll be sitting at 12, just under Cinta. Or no, sorry, just under Gran. Put him in closer in the top 4. Again, it's a carousel. Cinta's going to go ahead and grab the Ruby. Moondance, what's he going to go for here?
Bruiser Synergy.
Right, Bruiser Synergy. Man, Cinta, again, imagine he pulls this off, just like he did in the previous game. Game 2, first place finish there. Now there's something. Can he actually do this? He's got a solid lineup around the defender. The Glory League doesn't really have any 3 stars. Just no economy left to really do much. So he's kind of just going for it. We'll see if it works against Moondance.
Yeah, we'll have to see, right? Moondance, believe at this point he is still not much changing his build. He still has the defender, still has the heart bond. Right now, putting the bruiser on the Mia. Okay, that's interesting, right? Extra chance to hit twice, 10% extra chance to hit twice. That might mean quite a bit of extra damage here. Extra 10% damage is still damage.
Good damage there. Benedetta hitting that back line though. Already using that like the final blow. Meanwhile, they're still trying to deal with this mid portion of the chessboard, but right now, just the Mia has the free reign on the members of Cinta. This might be easy one for Moondance to pick up, as Mia is unstoppable. So true and steady. The combination we've seen time and time again will win game 3 here for Moondance with the Minotaur Commander.
We are teaching the competitors, we're teaching the viewers the wrong thing, right? I don't want you guys to see this, right? I don't want my games to be littered with Minotaurs and Mias and more
They
Minotaurs.
already are. They already are, Mo.
Yeah, that's the problem right there. So it is strong. It's what makes it meta, right? When you have the Kufra and the Mia together, it just works so well together with the Heart Bond combo because they just both don't die and they just consistently deal so much damage. And when you combine that with the Defender synergy, having that Minotaur in the front line, well, there's added CC, added defense, added peel. That Mia is just going to go ham.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I don't know, you can see the same thing in metas across games, right? And you have one of those cases where it's just it's such a power play because you can set it up from early on, you know, and depending on your draw, depending on how things start for you, it really sets you up for the late game here. And that's what we saw from Moondance. The way that he was able to actually maintain quite a bit of a win streak, but then even when he faced a couple losses, he was still able to get the level 3s where he needed to. So really good adjustments. Standard meta, what we have seen, Mo, that, you know, some of these synergies, some of the things we haven't seen can actually still beat that. It's just unfortunately in this game 3, no one could continue the chance to take out Moondance before I got to this point, I'd say, because yeah, it's just so deadly, especially when you had the items that he had too, and you pair it up with having the Minotaur who can enhance those items. That's why we see the Minotaur pop up so much, for the other players throughout this. So Moondance won't get to pick the Minotaur for the next one.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's more like who's gonna get the Minotaur next, right? Like there's been so much Minotaurs in the entire day as well. And the same thing happened in Group A, by the way. First game of the day, the winner was a Minotaur Mia, Minotaur Defender synergy together with the Kufra as well. So that's something that it might have worked, right? And we saw a lot of blunders with the opponents as well. They went with the greedier setups. Some still kept scavengers despite the fact that there was a Minotaur going crazy in the background, getting all these kill streaks. It could have been prevented. But at the same time, you never thought that the scaling would have become a problem. But what I'm interested in is how Moondance broke that scaling ceiling with that Bruiser emblem, right? Putting that Bruiser emblem onto the Mia, getting that 10% extra damage. That could be an answer in terms of most scenarios. Even a Weapon Master giving the hybrid lifesteal would give Mia way more survivability as well.
I don't know, man. I think, what did you say was the Guinevere of, what were you saying was the Guinevere of Go 1? It's this, right?
Yeah, this is the build. The Heartbomb Kufra Mia. Yeah.
Even when I found it out through this new season, I was like, I got to play this. And I played it for a couple times. But then, it's one of those things where it works, but it's not like, I guess if you want to go ahead and like do something a little fancy or something a little risky, this is as meta as it gets. It's like one of those things where you should finish top 4 if you decide to play that, especially with the Minotaur Commander. So we'll see if things ends up changing. It was nice to see the Dairoth. It was unfortunate that it ended up in 8th place. So the Dairoth Commander didn't do too well. We're gonna take a look at the lineup here that Moondance brought to the table and that we were talking about. Again, look at all. That's all
glittering refreshes, man.
I was gonna say that's all refreshes, right? Like my guy was just hunting.
Yeah, man. The fact of the matter is he knew that what he's going for right now. We're looking at the standings, right? We are at the halfway mark. Hump day is over. Wednesday is gone. We are now at Thursday. We're going into game number 4, and it's still neck and neck. Zero Merchants, the only one at single digit, but he has been gambling too hard and really not having a great performance in this bracket at all. But this is a hard bracket to perform in because everybody is performing to a stellar degree, right? Luin, the lowest is at 10 points, and he could overtake if he gets a first place, right? Longmat Pro, he's in the fear of also going into that bottom 4 if he gets last place here.
That's why I was saying, Mo. I think this group, we're going to get to round 5 without a total lock-in, for the top 4. Because again, for those that might just be joining us, the top 4 out of these 8 players will be joining our other 4 players from earlier today in the grand final tomorrow. So, gonna be interesting because I think this one is so neck and neck. That's why we're calling it the group of death here. We'll see if Zero Merchants here, as you see him on screen, can get things together. He's in high spirits. If he's able to go ahead and get a win here, 1905. He's pointing out. I wonder what. Maybe that's his. What do you think that is, Mo? Is that his
birthday? I'm not too sure. Like 19th of May.
Birthday, 1905.
Nah, not birth year, sir. Not birth year. Birthday. The 19th of May. Yeah, maybe that's that. I'm not saying man is 100 years old.
Hey. All right, this is what we have to talk about too. Floxy here, the Go 1 champions, a bit struggling, I'd say, and we were wondering exactly how it would fare for him in this current new season, new meta. And do you think he's still holding things back, man? Do you think it's like this is now that we get ready for round 4, where he's just going to go and have to bring out one of the secret strats that we've seen him do previously in Go 1? Like, is this the move?
I think just now when he was on the Veil, that was his strat, right? That was his strat, but it got ruined. it got ruined too fast. Where he was getting back, he didn't give himself enough buffer HP. Where he left himself at 8 HP, hoping for maybe a rock solid, the shield card, or maybe the healing card with the healing fountain. He was hoping for that, but that didn't come through. And then Floxy, well, right now he's going up against the best here, so he's pulling out the Ruby as well, and Gron pulling out the Minotaur. I mean, in every game we're gonna see the Minotaur, man. Feels like we're never gonna see the Minotaur.
You can't give up the Minotaur. Again, just the I feel like it's just the enhanced items are so good. It's nice to see the Lilia. Yeah, the Lilia here. There is going to be another Diggy coming through from this time from Itagaki. So we saw that earlier from Cinta. Did really well. Won him the game. We'll see if Itagaki can replicate that. Also, any other new commanders?
Ooh.
Oh, I don't think so.
Is that that's a Zilong?
Never mind. Yep, a Zilong.
Yeah, that's a Zilong, and Cinta going for Nana as well, right? This is a Nana. So yeah, we're gonna have Nana gameplay. Yo, Nana is my first love as a commander because back in the day, right? First ever MCGG when it came out on the app itself. The build was Eruditio, right? You kill yourself building Eruditio. It's similar to how Newbies has been played right now. You want a lose streak, you build up the chest, and then you open it for a big payout. And yeah, that was the thing that I did.
I don't think I played Nana at all, man. I think gosh, what was my first commander? First commander would have been, because I'm thinking about before when they weren't heroes, right? When they were actual commanders. I think it was Lancelot's, what's his name? Remy, I think it was Remy. I think that was my first commander. I like that they did that though too. Before we go into the discussion here after this early game starts, it's nice that they brought for like the OG players that had them, like those versions of skins to the main game here for Magic Chess. So we're looking at the items, looking at the synergies, looking at the cards being picked up off the bat. I guess one of the biggest changes here obviously is seeing the Lilia. So Lilia, is this just as kind of non-meta as the Diggy was that we see in the hands of Itagaki now?
I mean, Zero Merchants, right? Lilia is a super gamble, right? When you reach level 7, you get that level 5 cost character together with an equipment. So it's a very, very big gamble in terms of whether or not you can actually get a good 5 cost. I mean, at that point, if you get a Ling, you're cruising. But if you get something like a Leslie without the Mystic Meow combination, that's not going to be in your favor at all.
Yeah, I think because I was seeing that even, upon losing, you grant 15% hybrid attack. It's the highest cost hero deployed, so that's why it would be great for a Ling if you actually end up getting it. So we'll see. What do we have over here right now? We're taking a look at Floxy. Again, this time around with the Ruby, I think this is a much more solidified start for him. He's already got the 2 Weapon Master. Checking things out, going to go with the 2 Stargazer as well with the Heart Bond. So he's rolling with that. He's already got the Odette with the... What's he got over there? Yeah, the Purify plus the Scythe. So see how this ends up playing out for Floxy in the early game, because I just feel like he really hasn't been able to play the strategy he's wanted to. And that's one of the constants about Magic Chess Go-Go, again, is sometimes you just don't get either the Go-Go cards or the draws you want in the shop, and that's why we've seen a lot of the players prioritize. So if they get the option to, in terms of the Go-Go cards, is to take the refreshes, play around the shop, play around that opportunity to get those heroes that you need. Wow, very close there. Moondance will take a hit from Elwin.
Yeah, you know the saying, right? Money
What's
does
the saying?
not buy happiness, but it's better to cry in a Porsche than to cry with no car. So yeah, this is what's
tears.
going on. Yeah, this is what's going on. The economy is super important, so people are going for glittering jewels. You want to get the gold cars as much as possible. So yeah, money is very important in this game as well. So when you start to get better at the game, when you start to get better at MCGG, you start to focus on economy way more, right? And that's what all these pro players are doing. They're focusing on economy. But meanwhile, Zero Merchants has a different take on the game, right? His take on the game is one good gamble can change everything. So yeah, that's what he's doing by picking up the Lilia. He's
And that's
playing
your
the
play
lottery
style,
here.
isn't it?
Yeah, that's
So
my play style.
is this the other version of a Harley commander? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah. Lilia is
In a
very
way.
similar.
Because I know Harley, he plays around the shop, you mentioned, right? So
Yeah.
you have that. So first carousel, we've got a lot of the items being prioritized. Obviously, this is usually what we see, but this is a little bit more offensive, though. Even Grand going with the Demon Hunter Sword and BOD by Moondance. So offense is the focus, I would say, for the majority of our players right now. At this point, I'm interested. What I do see, Elwin's building into the soul vessels. We haven't seen too many focus on soul vessels or even getting that 2-star, 3-star Dejang. We'll see if he actually ends up building around this. Meanwhile, Dagaki with that Diggy, still looking, I feel like, for his placement in what he wants to go with synergy, because right now you don't see the mage too often. He's just something he's like kind of placing in for now.
Yeah, so at this point, we've reached game 4 and still anyone's game, right? If Zero Merchants gets 2 top finishers, he puts himself at 21 points. So 21 points, is not a bad score, but I believe it's going to be maybe around 23 to 24 to hit top 4, especially in this bracket, but we'll just have to wait and see. Right now, Cinta still very consistent in terms of getting the points. Now playing the Nana, I would expect him to want to go for Scavengers. I expect him to want to go for Neo Beast, but he's not doing it, right? The cards, I mean, not the cards, the pieces have not been pointing towards Neo Beast for him so far, so he's just been having a great economy. And a win streak even, on a Nana.
Yeah, yep, on a Nana. It's funny because, like, in this one, Mo, you actually don't see what we were I don't know if we've had a game like this yet where it's, what is it, only one Neo Beast, I think, synergy going through, or do we have one? Actually, no, it's swapped out, so we don't have one. And I feel like even from first half of the groups, there was always at least 1 or 2, more often 2 than anything. So a bit of a different approach here. We might even get to see the Toy Mischief built out, at least in the hands of Itagaki, if he actually continues to this. He's got to deal with this Alucard, pretty beefed up. He's got an Alice, and I don't know if the rockets are going to be enough yet. So he'll take another shot here by Lungmat Pro.
Yeah, I think everyone's feeling the heat, right?
Yeah, that's what it feels like. I'll just say it's very different from our previous game.
It's everyone's feeling the heat. Everyone's not giving room for everything to anyone to breathe at all, right? Because you know that Moondance and Luen, they went for heroes that are crazy in the early game. Well, with Luen, you pump the economy. With Moondance, you get the Great Dragon Sphere. Zero Merchants, you get a random as 5 cost as well, and Floxy as well, with the Cloak and the Scythe. That is also a very good scaling unit. But what I'm even more surprised about is how Cinta is not giving any, despite being on a Nana, and is still building towards the Exorcist Mage combinations.
Gucci.
Yeah, Exorcist is interesting, just because you get to go ahead and obviously play around having that proc, on the death. Still keeping an eye on Itadaki here. Zero Merchants, I want to see that. I want to see the risk pay off, though. I know he's at the bottom there in terms of health, but I think he's just waiting. He's waiting for that moment to go ahead and utilize the Exorcist that he's got. Still building into that. Over on the top side, though, man, Cinta solidifying, and he's got economy to go ahead and play with. So one thing we're not, well, no, I take that back. I was gonna say one thing we're not seeing. Moondance is doing it. Never mind. He's going with the defender heart bond synergy that we've seen so much of.
So we're going back to square one. Meanwhile, Floxy has secured a very good kind of win streak for himself, and also at the same time, he's the only one that has Neobeast in his lineup, so he can access the chest when he wishes to do so. Very good win streak, and also that heart bond with at level 4, right? So yeah, he looks set for that mid game, scaling into that late game as well. When he goes and find that 4 cost, he's gonna have a much better time than let's say any other player, because he has the best economy right now.
Let's talk about that, because we've been talking about Neobeast's opportunity for a lot of the players, even since the first group. If you're in a position like Floxy here, because like we said, Neobeast, you kind of want to lose, so you get more stacks on the Neobeast chest, and then you can proc it, right? But if you're in Floxy's position and you're winning like this, what's the move for the Neobeast chest?
I mean, at that point, right? If you're winning at the Neobeast chest and you're playing a 2, you can see that he's not fully committing towards the Neobeast. He could be playing for Neobeast right now, but even if he wins, even if he loses, he's gonna proc it at maybe 100 Neobeast. It's just an added economy boost, because he's winning regardless. He's just adding that synergy in just to push him that slightly further ahead. This is where Floxy shines, right? When it comes to these kind of micro little calculations that pushes him further ahead, this is what made him the Go 1 champion, where he starts to do this kind of little optimizations to gameplay that pushes him further ahead of the pack.
We'll see if the micro decisions here actually play a part, because right now, you know, that middle area of our standings currently, very neck and neck, very close. So a first place finish for Floxy, if he can get there, would be very beneficial for him. As we go ahead and take a look at Gron here. Gron has also been a contender, I feel like, throughout this group. He's been very strong, and now because he's got the Minotaur and he's got the enhanced items over here on this Mia, he should be able to clear this out, because he's already got a 2-star Kufra too. So this is what we were talking about, as he did do the damage over to Floxy. So you're going to see this actually even over by Moondance, you know? So this is why we were saying it's very meta. I think it's just, in a sense, if it's paired with a Minotaur Commander, it's like slightly better, because you can enhance those items. So going into a carousel, we're going to see what's picked up. Cyril Merton's so low, man. He's got to make something happen here. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough for him, grabbing up the hero. We'll see what Floxy and Lungmat Pro take. He takes an Ice Queen 1, BOD to Lungmat Pro. Senta picked up the KOF synergy. So now that we enter the stage 3, we'll see what shifts happen here. Note too that Gron, what is he sitting at? Yeah, he's only at level 6. So Gron level 6.
Yeah, I mean,
he's holding on to that economy.
Cyril went for the all-in play because he got the Rafaela as the 5 costs, and he went for another 5 costs, and now he's able to get a 2-star Rafaela, but does not have any Stargazer synergy, right? So mana-wise is going to be a huge issue. You're not going to be able to deal that much damage per second. So yeah, he's slightly at a disadvantage. This is Gron, especially with this Mia.
Okay, well, yeah, this is... So the idea is there. It's just, as you're seeing, it might not have been enough time. Even with a 2-star Rafaela, like we've been talking about, you know, it can be quite deadly, but if you don't have I would say the support to make that work, even though he's got some decent items on the Rafaela, but, you know, you just want to be able to go ahead and proc what he needs. So he could potentially still be looking to take like to a 3-star, but he doesn't have enough economy for it either. So I'm not sure what Cyril Mertens will be able to do. Might just be a last-ditch effort.
Yeah, at this point, Cyril Mertens at 4 HP, a bit tough to play. He went for Scavengers, which is really weird, right? Like, you don't really go for Scavengers on Lilia, but he did. And yeah, it just seems like he's just doing whatever, just trying to have fun at this point. But still, he has that 2-star Rafaela. Hopefully it does pull through for him. Sinta MCGG with the Scavengers Luminexus. Not going to be able to pull through against Floxy for now. The Scythe pulling to be a bit too strong.
Yeah, and that's Cyril Mertens being knocked out too. First one in game 4. We say goodbye to him. Lungmat Pro, so pretty solid, of course, over here. Does some damage over to Moondance. So still building it. Looks like he's still going for that 3-star Aulis. We're going to be entering a creep round here. Itagaki quite low. Elwyn as well. Itagaki has been pretty strong throughout so far. The semifinals B here, sitting at 19 points in second place behind Sinta. So Sinta's still pretty healthy through this. Let's see what these third and last go cards are going to be picked up here. What do we got, Mo?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right, Sinta going for that Luminexus Scavengers. He has a very good economy. He still has that safety for that Molina's gift. So yeah, it's gonna be very good. But at this point, he hasn't picked up any go-go cards. I'm curious to what go-go cards he might want to go for here. But now with the last go-go card being a blue go-go card, it could be a shield, it could be a healing fountain that he's trying to keep under wraps from the other players. So I'm not too sure, right? But Sinta has been doing an extremely good job. Meanwhile, Longmat Pro with that Toy Mischief synergy still pulling ahead of the pack with a 7-win streak so far. And this is a Kagura, right? So we saw what a Kagura can do when, especially if you pair it up with a very good shield. Yes, very good unit. And it's a 3-star Aulis.
Yeah, Lungmat Pro in a really healthy position here, man. And not only that, but I like that he's pretty much maintained Toy Mischief, you know, and since he's got the 6 synergy with it, he's got a bunch of extra rockets to deal with this too, and that's why he's actually been able to really deal with a lot of these other synergies built up here. So we'll see if he's able to withstand Elwyn. There goes the rockets firing off. Gron also still maintaining this. We've seen it so many times. Amiya's popping off of the back line. Should be able to get another kill here. Still has the heart bond and will be able to deal alongside with that Kufra, doing some damage to Sinta. Meanwhile, rest of the standings, some shifting going on here. Low health now for Itagaki and Elwyn. Potentially the next to get knocked out here as we get down into the crunch time of stage 3.
Yeah, Luen falling very low into that 14 HP mark. Has that 6 KOF to start with. I still don't know why he's keeping the Scavengers at this point. He could be trying to rotate to another build, but at the same time, right? The Lumi and the KOF, maybe that's why. Yeah, his Hybrid Blessing, of course, is on the Karina. So yeah, he has no choice but to keep the Scavengers. He doesn't have the board space, only 10 out of 10 right now. He wants to maximize the Lumi, but right now, the KOF, hopefully the Kyo Kusanagi is enough with that Mage synergy. Could be slightly improved on the itemization, but that Winter Crown is going to come in very clutch here.
Okay, let's see. This is a dicey one for Elwyn specifically. Is he able to go ahead and survive this against Floxy? It looks like he should be able to. Yep, comes on through. Really good usage here. This might be one of those moments again with Elwyn where we see him stay in the late game. Lungmat Pro is going to take some damage from Itagaki. So because of how things went in the last round, you have, once again, some momentum shifting here. But still sitting at the top, Gron on a Minotaur, man. It's like everybody just taking turns on the Minotaur. The Minotaur is going to most likely get you a top 4 placing. We'll see if that ends up changing or not.
Yeah, but technically Luen's build is going to outscale if he can find more stars, right? If he can find more stars, it's going to outscale. But Gron, so far, he has the enhanced items. That's that's the thing that always worries me about the Minotaur. The Minotaur Mia is just proving to be crazy in this scene right now, especially in the pro games. And Floxy, as expected, took out the Neo Beast. Right now, he's searching for a separate way out. He's going for the Dauntless Stargazer, already has the Exorcist and also the Lumi combo. But looking at, of course, Luen right now, he's getting the damage through. This is the full build, right? Coming in as KOF Luminexus. But yeah, still very close.
Oh, this one's also really close. Elwin is going to pull this off. No, I don't know if he can. Oh, man, Itagaki will go ahead and bring Elwin to 2 HP, man. Sitting at 2 HP, we'll hop into the carousel. This is the one where we usually see a big shift. 2 capacities obviously open here. Elwin's going to go for the Luminexus, building out that synergy. Itagaki will go for the Toy Mischief again. He's been building this out, so he's going to get closer to some more of those procs here. What is Gron going to go ahead and take? I don't know if there's much for him to take, and he's going to go with the Benedetta. So, all right, let's see what ends up happening in this phase. Now that stage 4, you know, you got to this point, you still got 7 players on the board. Quite impressive on that one. I think Gron's still one of the big problems. Again, just such a meta lineup that he's running with. We'll see if anyone's got the answer for that. 2-star Edith for Cinta being locked in. Meanwhile, for Elwin, could be his last round here. I'm not sure if he actually picked up what he needed to survive this round. Still really playing into his Kyo Kusanagi, which he got to the 2-star now. He is pretty kitted out as well. He's going to swap him over to the other side, and with the Luminexus, we'll see if he's able to go ahead and deal with Gron. Again, the meta lineup. The Kufra, the Mia in that back line. This Kusanagi actually can do quite a bit of damage, and that's right on the Mia. Proccing the Heart Bond. It might have just been enough. Another one with a Fireball. Can they clear it out? Oh, no, it might be a little bit too much. Oh, survives it. Great job there from Elwin, coming out clutch, having the winter crown, man.
Yeah, the scaling coming through, man. The scaling coming through. It's a 6-6 right now. It's 6 KOF, 6 Luminexus. Luen has the full synergy right now. Can he keep up the tempo, right? He needs to keep up the tempo, gets a lucky roll, hopefully get some stars going, because in terms of scaling, their other members are also scaling as well, right? Lungmat Pro going for the KOF as well. No, actually he's going for the Toy Mischief, my mistake. The KOF coming only for Cinta with a Valentina. So that's going to be very interesting. He also has that 6-4, but Luen achieved that 6-6. That's so much damage coming through with that KOF.
Yeah, let's see if he's still able to go ahead and survive here. This time we're taking a look at Moondance as he's sitting at 4 HP. Shooting off for what he can down on that long lane. But man, I don't know if the Mia... Can he survive this? He's still got to get through a Raphael and the Edith. It might be a little bit too much, and that's going to be it for Moondance as he goes out alongside Elwin. So 3 players being taken care of as Gron takes a hit too. So a good shift here up on top for the top players right now as we go into the Orange Creep round. See what ends up happening here. So far, I would say for Lungmat Pro, he's been running this, man. The Toy Mischief. I like this because this is a little bit different than what we've seen for the previous games, Mo. You know, Toy Mischief being at 6. You know, we've seen the 3-star Allus do quite a bit before, but I feel like this is just, and it's working out for him. It's a mix of the items that he has, even on the Fredrin. But you know, I don't know if he's gonna get. Maybe he gets better items off of this creep round. Gron as well. Standard, right? I don't know how else he's going to build this out other than getting that 3-star Minotaur. And once he does, that might be a problem for everybody else.
I mean, at this point, it's going to be Floxy's game to play as well. So the man to watch is currently Floxy, right? He's trying to build towards either the Exorcist lineup or also the, what's that called? The Stargazer lineup as well. So he's consistently trying to roll, but he has been stuck on that 10 gold economy. He hasn't been able to gain that much interest. So yeah, he's getting the wins in, but at the same time, his HP is not really prime, but he is at level 9. When you compare that to Gron, when you compare that to Longmat Pro, Cinta and Floxy, they are way leaps and bounds ahead in terms of scaling, in terms of going into the later stages.
All right, let's see if they survive this stage. Taking a look here at Itagaki. Seeing a whole lot of this Raphael move as well. Should be able to clear that out. That Mia procs the Heart Bond because he has the ultimate, and that's going to be actually enough to take and do some damage to Gron. So good shot there. Gron now starting to feel the pressure on this one. And right now sitting up at top, Lungamat Pro, but he does get hit now sitting there. Getting hit for that 20 damage. This is, once again, Mo, we're like neck and neck here for these players. So close as we approach this. Some big moves.
Ooh. Yeah, Cinta rolling it down. He's looking for a particular card at the moment. Unable to... The Valentina's there. Yep, he gets a 3-star. Yep, there we go. He does get the 3-star Valentina with the KOF Luminex's synergy. That's going to be a lot of minus defense. Cinta, first to complete his so-called dream build so far. Now, the next player that we're going to look at is going to be Floxy. Whether or not can he find that 3-star Farsa, actually, yeah.
Man, a 3-star Farsa would be great, but even then, look at this, the damage output with a Valentina, man. 3-star, but it's a Ling. Or it's not, wait, yeah, it is the Ling, man. The Ling just does so much, especially with the Toy Mischief items from Itagaki. So very close once again. Everybody getting very low on HP. Cinta sitting at 8 now at this point. And this is, this is what we look forward to when we get to this late game. We have this many players still up. Could be anyone's game. Floxy has definitely made this one work for him in his favor. See if he actually maintains that first place for now. Sitting at 7 overall at 11 points. Big win if he is able to go ahead and get it.
Did I see that correctly? Okay. So Longmat Pro, he's going for the Ling toy combo, right? Get the toy mischief on the Ling, yeah. All right.
That's what won him the previous one. I was like, dang, the Ling with the toy.
But no, that's Itagaki Kanoe that won. But
Itagaki, yeah.
Yeah, Longmat Pro is trying to go for it, but he cannot go for it because they're going for the same build. They're going for the similar builds.
Oh man, the Valentina, look at this. I think this Valentina and the Raft's just going to be fine enough. Yep. They'll go ahead and take the damage to Gron. So Lungmat Pro's gone. He was going for it. Didn't end up happening. Gron sits at 1 HP. This is looking a little dicey now at this point. We've got our 4. Yeah, we've got our top 4 now. We're heading to a carousel. 1 HP for Gron, man.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough, right? Gron, at this point, we hyped this enough, right? This is not supposed to win, by the way. Minotaur Mia, Minotaur Defender synergy together with the Heart Bond synergy with the Kufra. It's a very solid synergy to get you into top 4, but it should not be winning games, especially not on the professional level. But when you high roll, you just high roll, and they have proven time and time again that, yeah, if you consistently can high roll, get the Bruiser emblem on the Mia, if you can get the correct items on the Mia and the 3-star Kufra, the 3-star Minotaur, you consistently can win as well, because it's just such an easy build up, right? You go into that level 7, you want all those 3-star 3 costs. It's not 4 costs, it's not 5 costs. So it's not going to be that low of a percentage as well. Now, looking at Floxy's build, has that 6 Stargazer. I don't think it's enough to go against the Ling toy combo.
Yeah, might not be. Interesting. I mean, this is just overloading on all those missiles, too, that you see shot out here. Still going for it, though. Itagaki is actually going to be able to pull this through. Yep. Gron bowing out of this one. We're down to 3.
Yeah, right now Itagaki has the dream build so far, right? Getting that Ling 2-star Ling, by the way. 2-star Ling with the Toy Mischief at 6 synergy, able to put it down. If he gets maybe a 3-star Cyclops or a 2-star Uranus, that's going to be a min-max that he can add on to the rest of the build. The Beyond the Clouds, the combo as well with the rocks and the extra damage that's given. And now the 3-star Farsa coming out from the side of Floxy. I hope that this is enough.
We're about to find out if it's enough, Mo.
I hope so,
Let's
man.
see here. Itagaki. He's got that Ling just locked in, though, too. You know, this is going to be so close. You got Lings jumping all over the map here on both sides. Oh, but he's got the missiles. It's kind of... Is this unfair? Oh, yeah, he comes through. Gonna win the reset. Sinta's going to take the hit. Sinta's out. We're down. No, he's got 1 HP. So we're down to Itagaki and Sinta.
Yeah, and Floxy was not... didn't have enough, right? That 3-star Farsa, yeah, despite the fact that you got a 6 Stargazer build, the cap coming in from this build is way higher. The damage cap is just insane. There's an exponential damage cap that's coming through. And of course, with the Toy Mischief items as well, your Ling splits into 2. So yeah, there's gonna be 2 Lings running around in the battlefield. That's something that you gotta worry about. Now, given the Lord round, can Sinta change anything here?
Oh, I don't know. See what items they picked up. Maybe the items end up helping this, but Itagaki. Let's see here. So we want Sinta got the 2-star Terry. With this Valentina, what are they switching over? Okay, little blessing shift over. Obviously, still running with the KOF here, and then for Itagaki. He's got the... What is this? He's got a whole lot, actually. Between the Toy Mischief, having a Cyclops, plus the Rafaela. And also the defensiveness now with the Edith. Having the Oracle plus the Winter Crown. That might be enough, plus the Primal Wrath, to keep him in. Let's see if Itagaki stays in, gets the win here. He's going to be duking out. A whole lot of Ling once again, but the Valentina just unleashing in the backside. Oh my goodness. Ling, though, coming through. Sinta will be knocked out, getting the 2nd place finish. And there you go. Congratulations, man. Itagaki making this work. A Diggy again getting 1st place, Mo.
Gucci. Getting the 1st place. Oh man, I'm so happy every time a non-meta hero manages to get the 1st place here. Now Itagaki Kanoe, the man on the Diggy. I'm just so happy that it's not a Minotaur once again, because yeah, it has been that cookie cutter build. I remember in Go 1, I was like, yeah, no more Guinevere's, please, no more Guinevere Bruiser 6 meta. And yeah, just keep coming for me. And right now, I believe in Game 5, we are going to have a Minotaur.
There's always going to be a Minotaur, man. There's always going to be a Minotaur. And you know what? That's okay. That's okay. I think at this point, you just have to admit that Minotaur fits really well. The enhanced items are always nice, I would say. And it was just nice to go ahead and see that, again, we had another situation where it was very close, down to, I don't know, I'd say the last 5 players here, especially in this one. You know, and also with this, Floxy got himself up in the top 4. He got 3rd place finish. He really needed this, for example, to go ahead and solidify in. So good. I would say just a good battle overall as we look at the highlights here. Unfortunate for Cyril Mertens, because I think this pretty much, you know, means that he doesn't have the hope to get to the top 4 to the grand final tomorrow. Really tough. But nonetheless, this is just a group of death for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, right, there was a min-max that Itagaki did as well, right? Going for the Beyond the Clouds, going for the Stargazer behind everything, having the Stargazer emblem being placed on the Edith as well. That just gave Edith much more easier access to the Primal Wrath, where when he goes into the form, there's much more AoE damage being done, so the front line just gets cleared, but of course, that was not even the full potential of the Ling, right? We saw the Ling splitting into two only at the end of the fight. So it could have been done way earlier if, he didn't even have that combo. So this combo is also very strong, the Ling and the Toy Mischief.
Toy Mischief is so fun, man. It's I guess I haven't seen it too much on the Ling, but it's nice to see, and it's another twist on what we've seen so far. I don't even think we've seen too many six synergy Toy Mischiefs. Usually it's like, we'd see the 4, and this time it ended up working out well, and I think that was a bit of a pivot towards the end where he had the 6 Mischief for a while. But then eventually when the Lings got brought up and then he had the right itemization, he went ahead and just made it work. And of course, that little bit of extra damage and then that you get from the Beyond the Clouds, but then the Stargazer. And this is why you've been talking about the Stargazer since we started today's broadcast, Mo. The Stargazer, it's such an important synergy, I feel like, to pair up with a lot of these, especially like the magic-based. Obviously the magic-based synergies that are going through, because we've seen where you can have the heroes, you can have the items that you need, but if that Stargazer is lacking, you don't have that mana to go ahead and proc those abilities, those ultimates off soon enough. You lose a lot of the potential with it, So I agree with you, though. I think we need to stop seeing the defenders, man. The defenders winning, and this was a change of pace as we look at the match overview here. And you can see, I want to say, even in a sense, we were talking about Zero Mertens really building into the Luminexus, but if you just look, he just did not get to where I feel like he needed to be with the game plan he had in mind. And I don't want to say it was because of the Lilia. We're all for the Lilia. We're all for the non-meta commanders coming through. But in this case, I think it's just like he couldn't get the rolls. He couldn't get the RNG in his favor for Zero Mertens.
Yeah, and Moondance with the Zilong pick as well, going for that very, very early similar build into the Defender Hardbond as well, but couldn't find the same success because, he did not have the 3-star Kufra that was needed. And by the time that he got that Mia, Gron already was able to build up into that 3-star Kufra, which is much more important for the peel. But now taking a look at Kanoi's lineup, looking at the go-go cards, of course, he went for the glittering refreshes at the end and also getting that rogue mercenary, right? I believe he managed to get the Barats from the Rogue Mercenary. So that actually just really leaned into the Toy Mischief way more than he should have. But then again, he found an out with the Ling and found an extremely good combo.
Ling is just such an interesting, hero, because obviously the way that he works, like the way he works on the platform, and then you kind of, especially depending on the itemization that you have, not just having the Toy Mischief, but just the ability to, do that damage, kind of avoid it, and then pop off with your Tempest Blades, like if you're the last person and the board is clear. So there's a lot that can happen there with playing into a Ling, and this is why we were talking about the 5 gold cost heroes being so good in certain synergies, because you can get a 5 gold cost hero and the common misconception before was like, oh, I'm going to automatically have this power spike. But if you don't have the right items or the right synergy with it, it doesn't work out so well. Like, for example, we saw the Leslie, right? We saw the Leslie happen a couple times. We haven't seen her too much through this group. Mm-hmm. But here we are in the drafting phase for our last game, our round 5. Again, up at the top, you see, even there, it's close, man. Sinta at 28. Itagaki at 27, and then you've got Lungmat Pro at 21. So those 3 spots alone are pretty close. We'll see who ends up getting to this top 4, though. So heroes are coming through. Of course, yep, we are going to see it's pretty much what we used to see. A Lancelot, a Ruby. What do we got here? A Angela. Is that a Gushin? Yeah, is that a Vexana, too? Do we get to see another Vexana?
I think that's an Aurora, no?
Oh yeah, there is an Aurora. Yeah, there's an Aurora. Minotaur.
Zero Merchants are just bringing everything crazy. We did see a Vexana as well.
Oh, there is a Vexana,
but Yeah, we were talking about the points being tied neck and neck as well, right? So Floxy, Moondance, and Evos, right? We're looking at these three who is possibly going to hit into that top four, and only 4 can go into the grand finals. Right now, Sinta and Itagaki, they look set at the top 2 right now. But meanwhile, Floxy and Gron and Moondance, they're a dice roll away from getting into that top 4, and yeah, there might be a tiebreaker here.
Yeah, I actually don't know how that is going to end up working. Maybe there's a little stipulation there, but let's go ahead and jump into this final game 5 for semifinals B. Early start. Once again, let's talk about the commanders that we haven't seen too much of so far. I know the Vexana popped up earlier. I just gotta give my appreciation to Ciro Mertens. At least he's playing commanders that are different, right? Different flavor. We'll see if he gets a better start this time. What else do we actually see here? Because
different is one thing, but Aurora is just bad. No,
Aurora. No. We don't want to call her bad. I mean, yeah, does not really go towards economy, does not really go towards, any kind of play. He's playing your style, man. He's taking a risk.
It's not a gamble, man. That's just a bad investment, sir.
Hey, you know what? Let's see if it works out better though for him this time.
Yeah, hopefully.
Because Aurora is her mechanic is interesting. I'll say that it's a very interesting mechanic because she plays around the treasure, and it's like the more
AFK.
It's like the more you don't draw, you get to go ahead and use your frost energy to see if you get something. Also, let's take a look at the cards are pretty much standard. We got 2 Neo Beasts. This is what we were talking about. Itagaki Kanoe is actually going to be one of them. Oh no, he changes things out. I thought he was going to stick with that, but we do have Floxy going Neo Beast. And then what else? He decides to go ahead and change. I think he keeps that in. All right, a little bit different start here for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, slight miscalculations coming out for the players as well. Ciro Mertens, I mean, at this point, he's just going to be AFK, right? He's just going to be AFK for the first 5 rounds, and then hopefully his HP is able to catch up by the time he reaches there. And now for Floxy, this is where the points really matter, right? We are all neck and neck. Gron is looking at top 4. Longmat Pro looking at top 4. Floxy looking at top 4. And Moondance as well. He has a chance. Lewin, I doubt so unless he gets a top spot here and everyone else is going to the bottom. Meanwhile, Sinta and Kanoe are secured the spot in the grand finals. That will be happening tomorrow. But looking at the last game right now, early game already looking extremely interesting. Sinta MCGG, finally pulling out the Minotaur, might be going for the same build here, but Gron at this point does have the Heart Bond already locked up the Kufra.
Yeah, lock up Kufra. How long does Ciro stay AFK for? Pretty much at this point. Gron, pretty standard. I think he's going to be able to go ahead and win this little round here versus Elwin, as Elwin's still trying to build out his game plan. I mean, Soul Vessels, I would have liked to see this at least once though, Mo. Like, I would like to see the Soul Vessel play, but we just haven't seen teams or players really try to do that. Maybe at most we saw the 1-star Dejang come through, but here for the first carousel, Sinta's going to grab the Sea Halbert. Little early Farsa too, and then the Valentina. Itagaki Kanoe will get 2 of those because he is that Vexana. So that's actually a pretty good early power play on a Vexana.
Yeah, I mean, Itagaki picking Vexana is just, that's just crazy, right? He got both
and the items.
Yep. Man, that's crazy.
Vexana, man. Vexana could be the way, one of the ways to go here, because that got him the Valentina with a Holy Crystal and an Enchanted Talisman. Now, Lungmat Pro, this is the Glory Legend that we have, plus the Defender that we're used to seeing. Looks like he's going to be building into his Roger, at least for now. We'll see if he ends up switching things over. Still pretty early for him.
Yeah, so first carousel, first 5 rounds, it's over for Cyril Merton, so he's now back in action. Wonder what the Frost energy give him, but he has 2 Terry Bogarts on the field, but not a very good synergy to actually fight with. Only defenders and KOF. So yeah, he's gonna get shredded through by Long Math Pro because he does have that golden staff on the Roger at this point with the Glory Elite 4. That's a lot of hybrid attack at this part. But yeah, at this part, Cinta really going for a different build. Probably he's going for not the heart bond build.
He's not going for it. Sorry, you cut out for a second. Yeah. I'm okay with not heartbound, man. We've seen so many heart bonds. I mean, we still got the 2-star from Itagaki. Also, just actually, there's 4. No, there's 2. There's 5 heart bonds here.
Yo! I forgot. Cinta has a Dairoff card. That's why he has a Benedetta.
Cinta has a... Oh, he does, yeah.
Yeah, he has a Dairoff card, so he has a Benedetta right now, and he's going towards the Weapon Master build with the Benedetta getting the enhanced item. So that's why he's forsaking the Mia, that's why he's forsaking the Minotaur, because he went for the Dairoff card, and he's devoured all the way until that 5 gold part.
He's just full going. Full sending the Benedetta this early on. Oh yeah, I see the vision. Let's take a look at the second cards being picked up here too. What is Cinta gonna grab here? He also went with reinforcement. So he's got the reinforcement. Right. What else do we have? Rising Festivities for Elwyn. Floxy went ahead and got the mirror device. Some refresh shop refreshes. Payday 7 gold over here. So still playing economy. We'll see if that Benedetta is actually going to be a problem. We don't usually see it this early on. I guess that's the biggest factor here.
Yeah, that's very early for a Benedetta. Very interesting, right? Weapon Master not really favored in terms of matchups right now, but then at the same time, Cinta has a Luminexus and Weapon Master so early already. 4 Weapon Masters with a Benedetta. So very interesting to see how the people that play into Scavengers, especially for these rounds, are going to measure up. Given the fact that Long Map Pro has went for the Glory League as well.
What is the play here, Cyril Mertens, man? His shop is still frozen. He did just pick up his card. What did he end up grabbing here? Cyril Mertens, he ended up grabbing the barrier seal, so a little extra HP. But his Terry Bogard is stacked up, but what's the move? We haven't seen too much of the Aurora in action. He's got a whole lot of gold, man. Okay, he used it. He got the capacity.
Leveled up. He's level 8. He's gonna continue staying.
Is he gonna stay? I guess. Yeah, is he gonna stay for? Yeah, I guess he's gonna keep it frosty. There's got to be a move here from Cyril Mertens. I don't know. We'll see if that ends up happening or not. Right now, he just really doesn't have much synergy or anything, KOF at all. As he's going to face off Floxy. So this should be a pretty easy pickup for Floxy. As Floxy's still going what we're used to seeing with the Heart Bond Defender combo.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Heart Bond is like a staple that we're seeing right now. Right now, Longmat Pro, though, he has been going for a very different build on the Gushin. And meanwhile, Luen has been getting very good economy going for him in the first place. And yeah, he is also on a Guinevere, right? So Guinevere used to be, you know, you could be gambly as well. You could get free rerolls, but now they have changed Guinevere slightly a bit. So you get equipment at the start, and also you get a chance of finding free heroes in the shop instead of getting free rerolls.
risk is what I like to call it. Basically, at this point, it's risk. Let's take a look at Floxy. I don't think he needs too much, but going against Lugmat Pro, as you were just talking about here, this should be an easier one for him, I would say, just because he's got... I feel like his Roger, even alone with the items, pretty much of a threat, and just not much that Floxy can do yet. He's more of the late game comp, the late game synergy that we've seen him do before. Yeah, this should just be an easy pickup for Lugmat Pro. Yeah, as he's going to be cleared out here. So, good pickup. Still pretty strong up here on the top of the standings. Another carousel round. This could be... If there's a move here for heroes, no, there's some decent heroes. Capacity's picked up. Yeah, Cyril Mertens is actually going to go. So he went... So maybe this was the play, man. That was the Ling that he got, right? Like, he went with the Ling. Yep. This could be the move. I'm really interested to see what Cyril Mertens does here. I mean, even if he ends up getting the first place finish, you know, which is kind of a long shot right now, but it's such an interesting method to go for. And also, you saw all the items picked up because of the Vexana again. Itadaki's actually going to need this, though, too.
I mean, at this point, getting to Feather of Heavens, very helpful, but I was surprised to see Itagaki Kanoe being the bottom of the leaderboard right now, because Cyril Mertens has been AFKing for a lot of the half of the game, but he finds himself at level 4, and he has that 4 KOF build with the Ling being the captain as well, right? Putting the KOF emblem on the Ling. That, wait, not on the Ling, not on the Lancelot.
On the Lancelot, yeah, Lancelot. So he's got good damage output, but I think even so, can this actually clear this out against Cinta? I mean, it's his Ling and his Lancelot. They do provide quite a bit of damage, but even the Benedetta that we talked about early on in the game is actually going for it. There's the Tempest Blaze. It's just them, but yeah, it's not enough. Cyril will take a shot. Meanwhile, Lugmat Pro, he goes and deals with Moondance as Moondance picks up one. So we have a bit of a change, I would say, after the last carousel. But it's still pretty early on. I mean, this is about towards the mid now up to this point. We might see some shifting happening. Let's see. What do we have, Cinta? Yeah. Is Cinta actually going to change anything? I don't think he's going to do anything here.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to do anything at the point. Currently, he does have the Benedetta. He wants to probably get a star up going. He wants to probably just continue the scavenger eco lead that he has, right? 73 HP is a very good HP lead to be sitting on. And at the same time, the creep round is incoming as well. So want to keep the scavenger eco going as much as possible, possibly get that level 9 as well. Now, the people that are actually struggling is Luen. And yeah, I mean, Vexana and Aurora being at the bottom is normal, but I didn't expect Gwyn to be this low as well.
Yeah. Oof. Okay. So close. That Roger almost making it happen, but Cinta will go ahead and do some damage over to Lugmat Pro. Yeah, this is one of those things, again, I think we're just going to see that happen, Mo, where, you know, the top 4 are neck and neck, and you know, we've seen this now with this group anyway. Some big star ups here. Valentina over for Itagaki. Lewin went with the Farsa. He's also still got a bit of the Toy Mischief. This is what we saw before, and also these last go cards being picked up here. So some healing fountain to top up some of the commanders here, and then we've got, what do we got for Itagaki? He went prime selection, so he's got one of the magic crystals. Same thing with Zero.
Yeah, at this point, they're really hunting for the synergy and hoping that the synergy can pull them through, especially in the later stages of the game here. We are already at the 3rd go-go card. Everybody is supposed to be at level 8 or level 9. They are rolling through that 5 cost heroes, and yeah, Luen not really having a good time at all. I mean, he is still having the scavenger build, but at the same time, right, he has yet to found any direction, and this is very important when it comes to auto battle, right? What direction are you going for? What's your main piece? What's the build that you're going to play around, you need to have a damage piece, you need to have the peel piece as well, right? For example, if you're going for Ling Toy Mischief, you gotta have the building blocks for it, and Barats is really one of the pivots that you can go for as well. So Barats provides a very good front line, as well as making sure that the Ling really doesn't get damaged too much, especially since he's always jumping into the front lines.
See what's going to happen here. Gron versus Itagaki. This could be pretty spicy, but the Valentina... Oh, Valentina versus the Ling. I don't know. Tempest of Blades used up, and Itagaki. Oh, that was a tough one. Brought him down to 7 HP. Meanwhile, a little bit of a shot here. Cinta still surviving. He's scaled up pretty well. And now Zero. Zero will take a shot too, bringing him quite low. The next round, we might see Zero or both Itagaki bow out.
Yo, this is anyone's game at this point, man. There is a lot of builds that are good right now. I mean, looking at Gron, looking at Cinta, where they have that Weapon Master into Luminexus and also Luminexus into Swiftblade, right? But at the same time, Foxy, he's going for the Mystic Meow build. So yeah, it's an extremely late game build that we have yet to see work out so far today, but he's only at the 6 Mystic Meow synergy. So he wants to reach at least 9 or above to try and get the Mystic Claws from that Mystic Meow synergy as well.
This is what you wanted all day, man. Maybe you'll actually see it, but Itagaki versus Cinta, potentially the last one for Itagaki. We'll see if he's able to withstand this. Relying on the Valentina, the 2-star. It does have quite a bit of damage, but like the final blow, Itagaki will get hit here. That's going to be sending him out. So he's only going to get 1 point in this round. He was sitting at 27 in second place. So Itagaki alongside Zero, both being knocked out here after that round. Again, congratulations. Well, not congratulations. GGWP to Zero Mertens, man. It was a tough one. I don't know what the ideal was with the Aurora, but I think he wanted to just have fun going out, knowing that, you know, this was the best he could do. So unfortunately for him, getting knocked out, 2 players down. We're down to 6 here in our last round.
Yeah, I mean, Cyril, I know him as a gambly player. He likes to go for all these gambles. He's always very positive when it comes to these kind of games. So yeah, no hard feelings, here. But I mean, consolations on leaving so early, but of course, you're not leaving empty-handed. As
Elwin,
I think,
on the Guinevere, like you were mentioning
16?
earlier, Mo. Okay, I think you're back now, bro.
Yes, sir.
There you are.
I'm back.
Okay, I lost you
I'm
for
back.
a second
I'm
there.
back.
You're mid-thought.
I was mid-thought, and I was thinking like, oh, there's no way that Itagaki Kanoe gets not into top 4, because right now he is 28 points, right? There's nobody that can really jump over him and get top 4 at the same time, right? Unless Evos Gron gets 8. No, that gives him 26 as well. So
26,
yeah, there's no way.
Yeah, so he should be fine, top 4. Let's see this. We're jumping into a carousel here. We got 2 capacities again. So yeah, Floxy will go ahead and take one of those. Elwin goes for the Luminexus. Oh man, you got that Toy Mischief building up by Gron. A Moondance will take a capacity. Cinta for the Oracle, and Lungmat Pro for the Dom Ice. All right. Get a little dicey for Floxy though too here. Again, the Go 1 champion trying to get the top 4 spot. We'll see if he's able to go ahead and maintain himself into this game, at least for now. What else do we have for Elwin? Elwin still building out. He's got a bit of a shield. He went ahead and grabbed the Rock Solid, the last Go card that he had for the 20 shield. So he's got that. He's still making a move here to play into that 3-star Farsa if he can get it. Relatively close, but also we've seen this before, Mo, you know, where you have the Rafaela and that Florin to go ahead and help that out with the Luminexus. So should be, even with the Rock Solid, the shield that he was able to go ahead and buy time for. See if he can win this round against Lungmat Pro. Lungmat Pros have been pretty strong so far, but this might actually be enough. if he can. Again, Farsa providing quite a bit of damage. This Roger might be a problem though here. As long as they can clear that out, looks like he should be able to. Again, just with the pure survivability and the amount of magic damage he's able to bust out, Elwin will do some damage to Lungmat Pro and buy more time.
I mean, at this point, Luen, he does have a very good build compared to Long Mat Pro in terms of just late game scalability alone, right? Glory League and Defenders, yes, there is going to be hybrid attack and hybrid defense, but at the same time, there's no damage coming through. That's why Luen was able to get the damage. Now, Floxy, at this point, he's at 1 HP. His Molina's Blessing has expanded. So he's looking like he's about to be eliminated. He's not going to go to Go 2, maybe. I don't know what's going on. Maybe Floxy has been sitting on his laurels for too long. He was extremely smart in Go 1, but MRS 5, man, this is the group of death.
Yep, group of death taking a peek here at Elwin against Gron here. Once again, this combination works really well. He's just got to deal with this Ling. The burst also coming out with the Edith alongside him, and it might not be enough. Luckily, he still has a shield, but that's also Floxy getting knocked out. So we have to say GG's to the Go 1 champion as Floxy isn't able to move forward. And once again, a battle here up top.
Yeah, this is just an unprecedented turn of events here, right? Nobody expected that EECA would have no representation here in MRS Season 5 because they were the champions of Go 1. And yeah, it seems like the meta has been much more harsher on them than it is right now. But right now, we're looking at Itagaki Kanoe getting the top spot, Sinta, of course, in that top 4 as well, Lungmat Pro, and yeah, one of the guys, Gron, Moondance, or Lun, whoever takes this here. Now, looking back into the game on focus, right? Sinta MCGG pulling ahead at 75 HP. Meanwhile, Gron, he has that 6 toy mischief. So that's going to be a very scary Ling to be dealing with, especially if the itemizations are on the Ling. And yes, it is.
Yep, just like we saw in the previous game 4. There's also a big pickup for Elwin, man. He's got a 3-star Cyclops, 3-star Barats, 3-star Farsa. That was a huge progression for the lineup, the synergy of Elwin. We'll see how he's able to do. Again, that Go card, able to go ahead and buy him a little more time. That rock solid Go card, the 20 shield, paying dividends right now. So we'll see. He's going to be up against Sinta here, I believe. Let's go ahead and see. This is his mirror, but yeah, you can see just how much damage he's actually able to pump out. Also having a 3-star Barretts with that much shield, that much HP is going to make an easy win there in that match. So Elwin in a really good threatening position for the rest of the players here.
Yeah, but there's something that is on the backs of everybody's heads, right? The cancer, the crazy combo, the insanely scary Ling toy mischief that's gonna come and get you, right? That Ling toy mischief coming out for Gron, man. How do you stop that, right? You want to build an Iori? You want to build something else? I guess it's too late. There's not gonna be enough lockdown.
This is exactly what we saw winning game 4. Be a good question if one of the players can figure out exactly how to deal with it. And yeah, maybe it just might be that the Ori might be a lockdown thing, but even so, I just think at that point, especially with the items, the rest of his lineup has the front line. It's going to be tough to deal with here. So let's take a look. Lungmat Pro trying to hold on. He's got his own shield though, so he does have a shield. He's going to be dealing with Gron. This is what we were talking about. See his Roger, his front lines doing okay. It might come down just to having that Ling with the missiles. Did he solve the equation? Lungmat Pro trying to make it happen. Still, the Ling's going to be up, and he's just got free reign. So nope, all the missiles, all the plumes of the world, didn't even need the Temps of Blades, and we'll make it happen.
Yeah, this is worse than game 4 because Gron this time on the Ling, he has a scythe. So there's extra added damage as well, right? While the Ling is just sitting on top of the ivory tower, just looking down, you know, there's a little Red Riding Hood coming forward and slicing your units as well. So yeah, Gron is adding damage to your wounds here, and yeah, it's just so hard to watch. But Cinta, well, he does have the Weapon Master. Hopefully, does get that 3-star Benedetta. If he gets a 3-star Benedetta, that's a 3-star 5 cost. Maybe that's the way here. But looking like the Indonesians are going to be the top 2 here.
Yeah, it definitely might be. So taking a look at Cinta versus Elwin. He's got the Weapon Master Luminexus lineup we've seen many times. Elwin fighting to stay in it too here. Very, very good. Once again, that Bratz is just so tanky, man. And that's going to be good enough to keep him in. So there'll be a shot there, back and forth on both sides. 2 HP now for Moondance. As we go into potentially our last carousel, unless we get all the way a little bit further here. See what they end up taking. Moondance will go with the Synergy, Elwin as well for the Mage. Capacity for Cinta. Okay, and a Lancelot for Gron, man. He actually goes for the... Gron already is deadly with the Ling.
Uh-huh.
And now he gets... Wait, didn't he? Yeah, he did pick up the Lancelot. So he's got the Lancelot. I don't know if he's going to use it or not. He just 2-starred Terry Bogard. What else do we see here from Cinta?
I don't think it fits into his current lineup, right? Where the Phase Warper is not really a big deal, right? He's better off taking the gold, trying to find a 3-star Ling. And yeah, he currently has 5 pieces of the Ling. So
I think he's
just 4 pieces away.
Either or. Even if he 3-stars the Ling, it's going to be another rare occasion where we see the 3 stars come through here. But oh man, Elwin once again doing so much damage. Barrett's is enough too, so there'll be a shot coming through to Gron. So some way somehow Elwin's done really good at just kind of figuring things out. Moondance is going to be knocked out here, so we're down to 3 for the last game.
Yeah, so Moondance at 20 points right now. So, yeah, I think top 4 is pretty much set. It's going to be Cinta, Longmat Pro, the Gron, and Kanoi.
Yeah, Kanoi.
Yeah, because if Gron gets 876, 6 points here, right? He's getting a minimum of 6 points here.
24.
So he's 24 no matter what. So, yeah. He's up there.
It's up there. It was good effort, Elwin. He can still go out with a bang. He can still win this. I mean, end at 20 points if he's able to. But let's see what ends up happening here. Watching him right now up against Cinta. He's actually he's so stacked with this lineup, man. This synergy, so solid. It took him a while to get to this point. Now rolling with 2 Cyclops there. 3 stars, the Barretts, the Farsa. I don't know if anyone's actually going to be able to beat that. Will be interesting to see if Gron or Cinta can figure something out here as we go into this Lord Creep round.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we are here at the Lord round. Now...
Oh, he just took the Ling too.
Ever so close to the Ling, man.
And Elwin just took 1 Ling.
Oh man, this is on purpose, man. They think these guys are trolling each other on purpose. Because yeah, just now I saw Gron. He was holding on to a Benedetta just in case, like the Benedetta came out from Cinta as well.
Yeah, that's all part of the strategy. Take what you can from your opponents. So that Lord Creep round's done. I don't know, man. I think Elwin's got this. Mo?
You think so?
Yeah, I think he's actually gonna be able to. I think he's gonna be able to win this. Let's see. What do we have?
I believe
2-star Lance. Oh, 3-star Lance.
3-star Lance.
Oh no! Again for the second time in this group, we see the 3-star Lance. I mean, he doesn't have What is he gonna switch items wise here? Okay, yep. He goes win a crown, enhance war axe, enhance antique cuirass. Oh man, Cinta's got the 3-star lance. He's so beefy. Oh my goodness. There's just, it's so much damage. It's unreal. And just the tankiness with it. All right, that might be the cap unless someone else can get a 3-star 5-cost gold. 5 gold cost, man. What a move. And there you go.
Yeah.
For the
You know
second
how
time,
much HP? You know how much HP a 3-star Lancelot has? 60,000 HP with 1,000 damage. So yeah, good luck to everyone else. And he's 1 away from 3-star Benedetta.
I was going to say, he's 1 away from 3-star Benedetta. And one of the Benedettas belongs to Elwin. So if Elwin loses here, oh man, what's going to happen? This is so intense.
Lun. He sold both. He sold both.
Oh, he did sell both. But there's no gold for Cinta at this point. All right, Elwin off against the mirror here. Is he actually going to be able to survive through this?
There's no way.
No way, dude. This 3-star Lancelot's just way too much. It's too much. Gron takes a hit. He bows out. Elwin as well. We got our first place finish for Cinta.
Man, oh man. 2 3-stars in 1 day, Cinta. Amazing. And those are 3-star 5 costs, by the way. It's so hard to see because there's only 9 5 costs in the entire game itself. So yeah, you got to get all 9.
Oh my goodness. And just when we were talking about how rare it is to happen, a single guy makes it happen, Mo.
Yeah. Man, I'm just speechless. I didn't expect to see 2 3-star 5 costs today, but of course we've had a lot of great games. Congratulations to Cinta for making it through to the grand finals. Of course, we will have the standings board really soon, but I believe we already have an idea of who's going to be in the top 4, right? Not Zero Mertens, Cinta. Long Mat Pro.
Long Mat Pro.
Yep. Itagaki Kanoe.
Yes.
And also Gron.
Yeah, I was going to say Gron, yeah. We should get confirmation on that. Let's go ahead and look at the highlights here through this game. Again, this group was the group of death for sure, man. That was so close towards... It was like always, stage 4, stage 5, when you got to see, 6, sometimes 7 of them still up. And then it was just kind of like this back and forth, and then a play for obviously what they were able to get during the carousel, but then the way that they were able to go ahead and get some of those major items, and even the strategy to take some of the heroes away from each other, to hold them from trying to delay them. These are all in-depth strategies by the pros that you guys will see here throughout the course of the tournament.
Yo, Cinta is... Look at that smile, man. That is a smile of a man who picked Minotaur to go against the meta. He didn't pick Minotaur for Minotaur. He picked Minotaur and he used a Dyrov card to get an early game Benedetta. And then he just developed the Benedetta in the Weapon Master route, and suddenly halfway he decided, oh yeah, Lancelot sounds good. I'm gonna get a 3-star Lancelot. And yeah, that's what won him the game.
Just it's great to see the way that it developed though over the course of each round, because I feel like, again, we were like in group A, we had so much focus on Shadow QC because I just feel like he was really at a kind of a different level than the rest of the group. So this makes it really interesting to see how Shadow QC will fare against our major winner here specifically, just in the way that they both kind of went with different strategies from game to game. I mean, they made things work, and who knows, maybe it'll come down to an RNG thing, like Cinta or even Shadow QC. It comes down to RNG or luck in a sense. Maybe when we see multiple 3-star 5 gold cost heroes tomorrow, Mo,
Hopefully you do, because I won't be around tomorrow.
Hey, you'll be with us in spirit.
I'll be with you guys in spirit. I'll be watching. But of course, hopefully by tomorrow, 3-star, 5 gold costs. Yes, I'd rather see more 3-star, 5 gold costs than the other thing, which is the Heartbond Mia and the Kufa, right? That is old news, right? You don't wanna have too much of the Guinevere into the what's that called? Guinevere into Bruiser meta.
Meta.
I don't want to see too much of the normal meta. I want to see more players playing like Synta, going like, yeah, I'm picking Minotaur, but I get a Dyrov card. Should I use it? Should I take the 50-50? Well, he has the space. He takes the 50-50, gets the style points, gets a 3-star Lancelot.
I wonder if we'll get to actually see other 5 gold, because it was close. Like we almost saw the Benedetta. Like, it would have been cool to see another 5 gold cost 3-star hero. The Benedetta would be great, but I think you're right. Any of those that end up getting 3-starred because it's so difficult to get there, it's almost like an auto like checkmate. Basically, that's what it feels like. Like, this is chess. That's checkmate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is instant checkmate, man. 3-star 5 costs are just too strong at the moment. But of course, congratulations to the top 4. That makes it through as well. But I'm pretty sure there are the bottom 4 that we need to talk about that didn't make it through, right? Our consolations to the regions that didn't make it. Cyril Mertens, Turkey being one of them. Floxy, our Go 1 winner, being one of them as well. And of course, our 2 Burmese representatives, which is Win and Moondats. My heart goes out to you. I wish there was Burmese representation in Go 1 as much as Naisu wishes there were Philippines representation. Yeah.
Hey, you know what? It's okay. I do say that, every single time that we get to witness this, because you got to remember, like, there's not too many broadcasts, especially English broadcasts, where we get to watch our professional players or even the hopefuls out there compete in magic chess, man. And so every single time that we get to see it, nice to witness. And I just feel like, because we mentioned, 25% of these players competing were new players. Well, at least for us now too, I think every single year, every single competition, we're actually going to be introduced to, of course, familiar faces, but also the new faces that come through, go through the Rising Star quality to get to this point, and hopefully we get to see Magic Chess Go-Go continue to just grow and grow and grow. And I think even when we look beyond the horizon over to Go 2, it'll just be nice to see eventually where we land, So this has been really nice. I know it's been it's hours or so that you got to witness a whole bunch of clashing here on the board, man. 10 rounds. We've gone through 10 rounds, 16 players, 2 groups of 8. It's been great, oh man.
Yeah, imagine 2 grown men talking about chess for 8 hours, and it's not even chess. It's chibi chess, right? With amazing skills, with cool boards. But yeah, I mean, this is like MLBB personified, right? You get to see alter egos, you get to see different characters come to life. Where else would you see a Rafaela just blasting down enemies, or in the previous season where a Belleric was just smashing into the enemy front line as well?
I just realized that I believe I need to get a Minotaur. I need to start playing Minotaur. If there was anything that I took from this lesson, man, and looking at the match overview, I need to just spam Minotaur.
Oh no, we lost Naisu, guys. We lost Naisu.
What do you
He's gonna be a Minotaur spammer.
Why not? It seems to work. I've actually just locked him in my own game. No, other than that, Mo, I will say this for you. I will try the Harley, because I have not tried the Harley. I was hoping we'd actually get to see him. Maybe tomorrow there's a chance, because I believe the grand final will have even more rounds.
Yeah, I mean, there might be a chance, but there's no chance that they use it. Zero Merchants is gone. So, yeah, Zero Merchants is the only guy that will use it.
Breaker.
Yeah, he's not even a meta breaker. He just hates the meta for some reason. Yeah, so for a Sinta MCGG, I mean, he's not a meta breaker, but he definitely went against the meta, right? Dyrov card, the lineup introduction. If you take a look at the lineup, yeah, the Benedetta was one of the key factors as well. But that 3-star Lancelot, we didn't even thought that he was going to be in contention for the top spot. We were looking at Luin, we were looking at the Toy Mischief into Ling, where it would have been the top spot. But suddenly, the 3-star Lancelot out of nowhere, man.
3-star Lancelot. I mean, 3 betas. It's whatever, because either way, like we mentioned, when you get a 3-star Lancelot, like we've seen twice, it's pretty much over at that point. Here's our standings for our Group B. You guys can see it right there. Sinta locking in that first spot from Indonesia there at 36 point. Very strong showing. I mean, he almost got first place back in round 3 and round 4 as well. So just showing how strong Indonesia is, because even Gran, right? Evos Gran hitting up 4th spot finish, and then Lungmat Pro there. Itagaki Kanoi from Malaysia. So just really good representation from Group A, of course, and Group B. And hopefully the bottom 4 there, like you mentioned, Moondance, Floxy, Eloin, Zero Mertens, they can come back stronger. And maybe even eventually we see more representation from other countries.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very different season where in MRS Season 4, we could see like the gaps in power, right? Between the SEA Games winners, such as Finn, the SEA Games runner-up, such as the EVOS boys as well. But right now, in this semifinals B, it felt like everything was close. We had Floxy, our previous champion, not even making it because the power levels were so close between each other, and the newer players actually coming out on top and going into the top 4.
What a great day. What a great day it's been, Mo. Any surprises I feel like that you got to witness here?
I mean,
other than the gold, other than 3-star twice, 5 gold cost.
What do you mean? The day has been full of surprises, man. We saw Aurora, we saw Lilia, we saw Zero Merchants just going crazy, right? And that's really what makes him him, because he was the only guy that played Yuzong back in Season 4 as well. And yeah, that kind of inspired me to just try, newer builds, try newer commanders, something that is against the meta, because anything can work here in MCGG. We saw pretty much newer builds, right? We saw the Weapon Master going into the Toy Mischief, then finally getting the Link.
Yeah, it's it makes me interesting to see what ends up happening tomorrow for our grand finals. I know, like I said, you're not going to be joining us tomorrow, but I hope you get a chance, Mo, to go ahead and peek in and see exactly what our grand finalists have for us to show, because I think there's a lot of interesting things still left on the table for us to see. And I don't know, at least for me, Mo, it's been great to cast with you for Magic Chess Go-Go here.
Yes, sir.
For Rising Star Season 5. You're not going to be joining me tomorrow. It's going to be Husky. But we'll give you a shout out if I ever get to see one of your favorite commanders get popped up here. So that's going to be it for us. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Whether you were watching over on Facebook, TikTok, wherever you're joining us. Again, it's me, Naisu. That's Mo Man. We will be back here for the grand finals tomorrow. So keep an eye out. Follow our social media. Hope you guys have good luck in your games. Pick Minotaur, win games, get 3 stars. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the grand finals. Until then, have a good night. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
And she will return.
Man, I'm drained.
Yeah, same here. Oh, have you heard the rumors about that group of masked vigilantes?
Of course, the ones fighting evil and upholding justice every night.
Some say their power gives off a bright flash, but no one knows who they are behind those masks.
Ah, a light in the darkness. Sure sounds like justice.
Well, I hope they're the real deal.
Yeah, the nights would feel a lot safer.
Mommy! Mommy! Is the lady with the glowing lollipop coming tonight?
You mean that brave young lady? She only appears in the darkest places.
Really? She's not scared of the dark?
That's right. So we should all be brave, just like her. As long as you believe in her light, she'll be there to protect everyone.
A new crisis is brewing.
Once more, the masked guardians must unite. To defend the city. And she will return.